It's quiet now. Let the day fade out. Tonight, we'll rest while listening to title. If you'd like to stay, Midnight Swan is always here. Let's move into the story. Jasper. 1847. I was running to the Salvatore boarding house, the most well-known people in this town. My family was the second even though we were from a small town in Texas. Anyway, the boarding house is where I would most likely find my sister. She is my twin and is hopelessly in love with Damon Salvatore. Damon is 10 while Issa is 7, not a huge difference but I still don't like him, I mean come on he is older than me. Jas. Issa yelled from the porch where she was sitting next to Stefan, Damon's younger brother. Jasper, what took you so long? I was going to just bring her home myself, Stefan said. Sorry I lost track of time. Come on Issa, let's go, I yelled. Wait, let me say goodbye to Damon first. She blushed, making Stefan laugh. She picked up a few rocks and threw them at the highest window. I bet he taught her how to throw that high, she throws better than me. Damon looked out the window and smirked, smiled at Issa. I hate him so I was supposed to be her best friend, she's my little sister. Bye Damon, I'm leaving. She yelled up to him. Farewell, Issa, see you later. He yelled and closed the window back. Bye Stefan, I'll be back tomorrow. She curtsied. Okay Issa. See ya Jasper. Stefan said. Bye. I grabbed Issa's hand. We had to go through the forest and over a fence to get to our home, but it was sort of fun. Jas, I can't wait till I get older, Issa whispered. Why? What's so good about getting older? I asked. Getting married. I am going to marry Damon and then we are going to have a happily ever after, she squealed. Why do you want to marry Damon, why not Stefan? I asked. Stefan says he likes brown hair. I like black hair, and Damon said he likes my hair because it's different, she said. Issa had long pale white hair with blue streaks that matched her pale blue eyes. I wasn't surprised if Damon may like her. Why does it matter, it's hair all the same, I said. Yeah but it's Dammy's hair, she said. Dammy Issa, I asked. Yeah he said I could call him that and he calls me Lizabelle, she smiled. I don't want you with him Issa. I said. What, why not? I sighed. I knew just saying I don't like him wasn't going to be good enough, but that's the only thing I could think of. I don't like him, I said. But you don't even know him. As soon as you found out that I liked him you have hated him. She yelled. Issa, don't yell at me. Papa said ladies don't yell at men. Only at other ladies. It's disrespectful. You can't do that unless it's just a game or you really have to. I quoted. Well I had to get your attention. You were talking with your butt instead of your brain, she smirked. Where did you hear that? I asked. Damon, she said, raising her chin. That's bad language, come on you are not going back there anymore. I said, reaching for her hand. Damon said I could came back here anytime I want to, so you can't stop me, she sung. Issa, you are going to listen to me, I said calmly. Damon said I don't have to, she smirked. Well I say you have to, so you are going to. I yelled. Don't yell at me, you are just mad, you are going to end up alone, with no one to love you. She danced around me. Shut up, I said. Nope, haha. All alone in your little house. No one's there, not even a mouse. She laughed. Shut up, I yelled. Little old Jasper all alone. Living in a house. That was an abandoned home, she sung. Shut up, I screamed. No southern charm, not even a little class. So now Jasper's sitting on his old bony A. Before she could finish her song I pushed her away. Her head hit a tree with a loud crack. Her pale white hair started to turn red. It took me a while to figure out what was happening, but when I did it was too late. Issa, I whispered. I shook her and shook her, but she did not get up, I knew she wouldn't. She was dead. I dug as fast as I could and buried my only friend and sister. I did not know what to do. I ran all the way home and on the way I tried to come up with something to tell my parents. I don't know but I had to think fast. I knew if I didn't I would get the same fate as my sister. Jasper. Present day. That day has haunted me since I did it. No one knew I was the reason for my sister's disappearance. They thought she was kidnapped and someone wanted ransom. It wasn't until our body was found did all hope that my parents had of having their family back together again vanish. Her boy was pale, her lips the color of her eyes, and her hair was drenched in dry blood making it look naturally red. I was horrified. My sister looked like a ghost of the living dead. No one found out that it was me, but Damon had a sneaking suspicion that I did have something to do with it. Stefan was a little less suspicious. But he did ask if I knew anything about it. He said she was like a little sister to him too, even though he had only known her for almost 2 years. The next words T came out his mouth shocked me even to this day, though I could see all the signs now. I think Damon is taking this the hardest. He loved Issa even though she didn't know. He said he was going to get her a brand new ring. Because she deserves nothing but the best. He was going to give me our mother's ring. I didn't have anything to say. I was mortified at what I did and shocked out of my mind. He did love Issa and I was too selfish to see that. No wonder he wanted to leave his family and join the war. I know that was why I did. Jasper, get up and come on, it's time for our all-boys hunting exclusive trip. I have been waiting for this for a whole year, even not a virgin anymore. Edward wants to come. Emmett laughed. Shut up, Emmett. Edward yelled from upstairs with Tanya. We didn't know if they were truly mates. They seemed happy though. I'm coming. Edward, stop being so broody, I said. I don't think he's acting. Tanya sung as they walked down the staircase. After everything was settled and Tan Ya was back in Alaska visiting her family, we were off to hunt. I stopped and looked left. I could have sworn I saw someone sitting on the tree watching us. Come on, Jasper, or I'm going to carry you there. Emmett yelled. I started running, catching up to Carlisle, Edward, and Emmett. It must have been my imagination. Rosalie. Tanya left and the boys were finally gone. Don't get me wrong, I love the boys. I think I may like Tanya, but that's about it. I love them, but having just us girls feels good sometimes. Emmett was excited for this, almost as much as me. I won't tell him that. So ladies, what do you want to do? Esme asked. Let's go shopping. Alice clapped, standing up with a determined look on her face. No, Esme and I said together. I knew you were going to say that, she sighed. Then why ask? Raising my eyebrow at her. Nothing is ever set in stone. She giggled. How about we go swimming down by the lake? I'll check to make sure no one is out there, I said, walking out the back side door glass. Sounds like fun. Not like we have to worry about drowning. Esme joked. It was rare for anyone to ever come out here. It was far in the woods, the humans were too scared to go that far. I walked out to the very edge of the woods to see a girl, sitting on one of the boulders that stood over the lake. It was set like a diving board and she seemed too small to be able to dive off without hurting herself. Hey, what are you doing here by yourself? Be careful, you might get hurt, I said, walking over to her. She looked up and I have to say she was the most adorable kid I had ever seen. Vampires couldn't compare to her airy beauty. Her hair was red with little white streaks in it. I could not smell any rancid chemicals, so it seemed to be natural. What topped her off was her very dark blue eyes and heart-shaped face. Her long hair was thin, but I did not want to think of her as malnourished or sick. Who are you? How old are you? I asked. I don't think she could get any more adorable. I'm Belle and I'm 7 years old, she said. And I stood corrected, her voice calming, almost lulling. Come down here. Where do you live? Before I could say anything else, she stood and did a nose dive into the water. Goodbye, Rosalie. See ya, and next time you don't ask so many questions, she said as she floated down the lake. All of a sudden she jumped out to the other side of the lake. I jumped over to T. The other side, not caring if she saw me, and tried to follow her, but she was gone. I couldn't even get a whiff of her scent. Wait, Belle, how do you know my name? I never told you, I yelled. There was a laugh. I heard her retreating footsteps, and then she was gone, I think. What took you so long? I could have checked myself if you wanted me to, Alice said, pointing to her head. There was someone out there. They are gone now, like you said, nothing is set in stone. I mocked. I put on my bathing suit and ran to the lake with sweet smell of Belle still lingered, but with a different scent. It smelled of death. Alice. 1 week later. I was walking through the forest trying to clear my head. My visions have been getting messed up for some reason. I had ended up in a clearing when the singing reached my ears. 12 I just drew. 34 I ate some s'mores. 56 add some pixie sticks. 78 I have a play date. 910 ops let's do it again. I looked up to see a little girl jumping through a rope she was wrangling. She was good. Hey, I stopped and smiled at her. She was pretty and her clothes were not bad either. With a knee-length black dress, a hot pink belt around the waist, a pink long-sleeve shirt underneath, and pink leggings tucked into black cowgirl boots. She even had a pink and black bow clipped in her pink hair. "Hi, I'm Belle," she said. "Belle, you really shouldn't be out here, you could get hurt." I said. "Why does everyone say that? I'm fine. I won't get hurt," she said. "Where do you live? Maybe I could take you home," I offered. "I live on Peach Street," she said, untying her rope. I quickly drew up a P in my head, but no Peach Street was anywhere around here. "Belle, no Peach Street is around here," I said. But I might as well have been talking to myself because no one was even here besides me. If it wasn't for her scent, I would have thought I imagined the whole thing. I couldn't even hear her heartbeat. "Fast kid," I whispered. "Who?" Rosalie asked from behind me. "Belle, she's a little girl I had just met," I said. "So you talked to her too?" She replied. "You've met her?" "Oh, that person that was by the lake," I answered. She nodded. "I wonder if that's her real name." She said, more to herself than me. "It might be short for Isabel. It fits her too," I said. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Well, I think she's from Texas, the way she was wrangling the rope she had. Regular girls her age are probably just learning how to jump rope. She was jumping through it with ease and singing. And you have to admit she looked like a pretty Southern belle." I gushed. "Do you think we will see her again?" I asked. "We might. I don't know why, but I think she's looking for something," she whispered. "I don't think she is human. I don't remember hearing a heartbeat from Belle's heart," I said, walking towards the house. "I don't either," she said, walking with me. "Well, let's see if we could figure it out the next time she comes," I said. "Do you think she will come back?" she asked. "Well, if you're right and she needs something, she will," I said. "Wait, what did she look like so we don't mess this up or something?" She said. "Pale, pink hair, it was long, heart-shaped face, and nicely dressed. But she kind of looked familiar," I said. "Well, that's just about what the girl I saw looked like. Well, she had red and pale white hair, but it was very beautifully done up. It was her real hair and color," she said. "Well, you know, we still never figured out what she is or who she is," I said. "Do you think she visited Esme?" I asked. "Well, let's go and see then," she said, and we walked forward to talk to Esme. "Oh, and you're right, she does look familiar," she said. "Esme." The kids arrived home talking about a little girl. I had a sneaking suspicion on who they were talking about. Children were known for not wanting to come near us. Their innocence still felt how dangerous we were. "Let's see if Esme has seen her, maybe she could help us out a bit," she sighed. "Seen who, kids?" I asked, hopping down from the top staircase. "A little girl. She isn't missing or anything. Her name's Belle, maybe short for something," Alice said. I never heard Alice sound so depressed or confused. "Yeah, I know her, she has long red hair and really fast, right?" I asked. "Well, I guess, it's just you saw her with red hair, Rose saw her with red and white hair, and I saw her with pink hair. For some reason it keeps changing," Alice said. "Maybe it was a dye or perm going wrong," I suggested. "No, I didn't smell any chemicals coming from her," Rose said. "Oh, okay," I said. "When did you meet her?" "You probably got more information than we did," Rosalie sighed. "I actually met her, maybe just about a month ago. I was walking through the woods, she was sitting underneath a tree reading." I said, going back to that day. Somewhat a month ago. "Where is the clearing?" I asked myself. I could never always be sure of where it was. Usually I just have Edward go there since he is always there. I need to be better at this, maybe train a little to become a tracker. I am good with distinguishing between scents. It's the following part that I need to have down. If I could just. What is that sound? Humming. I followed the humming to behind, a big oak tree I was about to pass. A little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, was sitting under it, reading. I couldn't see her face, her scarlet-colored hair was in the front of it. "Hello?" I asked. Her dark blue, almost black eyes looked up at me. They were hollow and sad. I wanted to turn away, because of the emotions that were held in them. "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" I asked. "I'm fine, I don't need any help," she whispered. "Are you sure? Why are you about here by yourself? You could get hurt," I said, sitting down beside her. She laid her head down on my lap. I like being here by one bothers me here. My name is Belle by the way. I'm 7. What's your name? She asked. I'm Esme. I was looking for a clearing, it has flowers I like to pick. I said. I know where it is. I usually fall asleep there or down by the lake I like to swim at. She said, standing up. She was wearing black shorts, blue leggings, a long blue-sleeved shirt and a plain black vest, with black boots. A green and blue clip in her hair. Are you warm enough? I asked. Yeah, come on, it's this way. I know the way by heart, I go there so much. She said as she skipped forward. Do you live near here? I never saw you with the rest of the kids that went to school. I questioned. I don't go to school, I haven't been there in a long time. I had to stop going after some stuff had happened. She whispered. I was a little afraid to ask what had happened to this child. She was pretty smart for a girl that didn't go to school. Soon I could smell the wild flowers that polluted the clearing. A few minutes later we entered the meadow. Tea seemed to just blend in with all the flowers and the grass. Belle, what stuff happened? I finally asked hesitantly. She left them, she whispered. Who left? I asked. Her lips moved, but I could barely hear what she said. It almost sounded as if she said, I did. And then she walked to the other side of the clearing and disappeared. But I could still hear her talking, only louder this time. A month, Esme, I will see you in a month. I must see the other two first, goodbye. And her voice faded away into the air. See ya in a month, Belle. I whispered and finished picking my flowers. I wondered where he was going and who she was going to see. Maybe I shouldn't have let her leave. Back to present. It's been about a month, I don't know exactly when she is coming or if she still is. I said. She is. She will be here tomorrow. I don't know when, I think she's messing with my visions. Alice said, rubbing her temples with her hands. I still want to know why she looks so familiar though. I have never seen her before. But I'm starting to think I might have. Rosalie whispered. Now that you say that, she does kind of look familiar. I said to myself. Well, what do we do now? I asked myself. Well, I think we should just wait and see what happens tomorrow. Alice said. Alice, can you read minds now? That's exactly what I just asked myself. I laughed. Maybe we should straighten up a bit. I have this feeling she knows what we are. Alice suggested. You're right. When she laid down on my lap, she didn't even flinch at how cold it was. I said. I actually think she came to us on purpose. I think she might need our help for something. And whatever it is, humans won't be of much help. Rosalie said. Or maybe a certain family of vampires, not just any vampires. Alice said. Well, we see tomorrow. I said, and we got to different rooms to get cleaned up. It struck me then, I had never once heard a beat from Belle's heart. Belle Pav. 183 years ago. I hit the tree. My head hit the tree and now I am dead. I watch. As he quickly buried my body, tears and a little snot, rolled down his face. He took off in the direction of our house. He left me here. All I was doing was teasing with him, and now I am dead. Dim dead. If I am dead, then why am I still here? I asked myself. You're still here because it's not your time to die yet, Belle, a voice in my head said. OMG, what is happening to me? Am I going to end up like Auntie Mimi? She was put to rest because she was so crazy. I miss Auntie Mimi. Anyway, I am dead. He pushed me, my head hit the tree very, very hard and I died. You died, but you haven't left, so you're not dead. As long as your soul is on earth, you are alive, and I am sorry to say, Belle, but I kind of caused your death to happen, it said. What do you mean you caused my death to happen? Why would you want to kill me? Belle, you are a very special little girl. If you were to stay alive, you would die a very painful death, and you are the salvation to the human race, he said. Salivation. As in spit. He sighed. No, Belle, salvation as in you would save the world, and I have to say you might die if you don't do a certain amount of things, and some of those things before 200 years has passed, he said. What do you mean? Belle, your death has set everything in motion. From now on I will lead you a bit by bit, and over time you will understand what you are, he said. Well, what do I have to do? Well, first we have to make sure everything is safe in almost every place, and then he told me all the things that I had to do. That should be easy. Mostly I have to stay close to my family and hope they last, and boy oh boy did I get my wish. Present day. It has been about 200 years. My time is about up and it's a good thing I picked Alex. It does not start when you die, no, it starts when the person you picked was born. It's a good thing I picked Alex because Alex turned out to be a vampire. Sigh. I was going over to the Cullens' house again the first time I went over there, it was pretty good. Flashback. I walked through the house following Alice, Rosalie, and Esme asking questions here and there. They asked me questions too, but I told them that their questions would be answered in the next 5 weeks on each Friday of those weeks. I picked Friday because that was when the guys were to be back from their hunting trip, but more importantly he was coming back. I stayed for about an hour, then I went home to be by myself. End of flashback. I had to get my thoughts in order because tomorrow is Friday and my first visit back to the Cullen mansion. I hope it won't be too hard, there's only so much stuff that I could tell them at a time. The stupid voice in my head told me so, but he won't talk to me when I call him. I can feel him smirking in the back of my eye. I am only staying 2 hours, but then again all we are going to be doing is talking. I was finally able to get all that blood out of my hair. Shout out to Big Time Gleek BTR. The different colors through the week was a little aggravating. And I am pretty sure that they will ask me about my hair too. Well, won't they be a shock of their life, haha. But I have to say all my hair colors went with the pale looking color of my skin, which used to be tanned. Sigh. I have to go now. Rosalie's paw. First week. First day. Belle was coming over. Was the first time she was actually going to answer all our questions. We have actually scheduled all of what we are going to talk about for each day of the week. Today we are going to find out who and what she was. A knock sounded at the door and Esme rushed to open it. Hello Esme. I heard Belle say. Hi Belle, come on in. Esme said. Hey Alice. Hi Rosalie. Belle greeted as she came into the living room. Hey, Alice and I said at the same time. Okay, let's get started, she said, plopping down on one of the single sofas. Alright Belle, who are you? I asked. She sighed and opened her were light blue and so was her hair was pale white with pale blue ends. I am Isabella Marie, or Isa for short, she whispered. Then why not say your name was Isa? In the first place that's what we would have called you, I said. Because I was not allowed to tell at that moment, but no, I wish for you to call me Isa, she said. Okay, well Isa, where are you from? Alice asked. I am from Texas, but most of my life I lived in Virginia and then I just moved here, she answered. What about your family? Are there a lot of y'all that moved here? Esme asked. Well, it's just my mom, my dad, my brother. And a lot of us, just your basic family, she said, but I could see in her eyes that there was something else that she didn't want to tell us. Can you tell us their names? I asked. My mom, Rebecca, my dad, Tristan, and my brother, Alex, she said. How old is your brother Alex? Alice asked. He is the same age as me, we are twins, but we look a little different though, she smiled. It was hard to ask. So many questions while avoiding others. She answered them all without hesitation but didn't always explain it. Like when we asked her if she knew what we are, the only thing she said was, vampires. Not anything else, just, vampires. But that she knew already, so it wasn't a big deal. We asked her how she knew what we were, but the only thing she said about it was, known about them for a while but they have always known about me. See, she is cryptic. A 7-year-old cryptic is so freaking annoying. With about a half an hour left. We have waited long enough and they knew it was time. Okay Isa, yo. You know we are vampires and you know about werewolves. Alice, werewolves. When did she say that? I guess must have stopped listening for a lot longer than I thought. But what exactly are you? Esme finished for Alice. I was wondering when you were going to ask that question. Isa said. I am an afterling, she whispered. Afterling? What is an afterling? I asked. Well, an afterling is what you call a ghost or spirit. We are called that because we live in the afterlife, neither completely alive nor completely dead. There is a such thing as ghost, but they are restless souls that have to stay in one place because they have a certain attachment to it. Afterlings are more like spirits but errant. We have free will to travel and do what we want, but the big difference is that afterlings are much smarter spirits. We know what happened in our previous life and we know how we died. We have the option to leave the human side of Earth and go to the afterling side or go to heaven. Humans can't see us, and if we go to the afterling side we wouldn't be able to see them either and would just forget about them altogether. After a certain amount would only see other afterlings, demons, werewolves, or vampires. Chests are rare after all. The Salem witches died and everything else is either dead or never even existed. I didn't choose heaven or the afterlife of an afterling. I chose to travel, though it takes a long time to, she said. Before we could ask anything else, the timer went off and Issa was gone. Okay, well, that's a lot to take in, and that was only the first talk. We still have 4 more days. Alice said. I wonder where she went. I wondered. That could be something we ask her the next week. We did pretty good today, so we don't need to feel bad or think we missed anything, Alice said. Maybe we should update Rosalie on what was said. Because I think she blacked out for a while and missed a bunch of stuff, Esme said. Aw, Mom, you know me so well, I said, smiling sheepishly. The rest of the night was spent going over what happened and what to do next. Issa's paw. 4th week. 4th day. I cannot stay for 2 hours. I can only stay for 1. I said as I came through the door. Why not? Alice asked next to me, Anna. Lizing my clothes and nodding her head in happiness. I don't know why she is so obsessed with my clothes. Today I was only wearing a black jumper with shorts that stop a few inches above my knee, tied in a bow in the back to hold it up. A pair of green flip-flops that went with my green headband. It was unusually warm in Forks, so I wanted to actually feel the new heat on my skin. Well, I just can't. But I can make it up to you next Friday. I said. You're going to stay an extra hour? Rosalie asked from the corner. Maybe about a day or 2 actually. I said, though it came out as a question. Why so long? Esme asked. Well, a lot of things are going to happen next Friday, and I need time to prepare mentally, no physically, and y'all will too with all that has happened. So let's get in all y'all questions for today now. Before I have to go. I said. And on with all these boring questions. It's a good thing I am telling them all this now. I need to get back soon. Using all this power right now isn't very good for me. The timer was going to go out soon, so the bigger question was about to come. I do not see why they don't just get the big questions out the way first, but it does help me keep some secrets. But still 5 minutes left and they just now about to ask me some good questions. Yeah, well, I am about to drag these 5 minutes out. Issa, who are you looking for, and can we help you find him, her, it? Rosalie asked. I snickered. It. I am not looking for a dead goldfish that ran away, Rosalie. I said. Sorry. Okay, well, who are you looking for, and again, do you need help looking for him, her? She asked. Well, it is a boy, my brother Jay. Well, I already found him. Just waiting for him to come. I have been waiting a long time. I said, waiting for the next IG question to them, but little to me. How old? Rosalie started, but the timer went off before she could finish. Instead of running away out the door or disappearing, I got up silently and walked to the door. Pausing and turning around, I said, I am almost 200 years old. I will be in a couple of days. I think 12 to 20. I don't know, I just know it has a 2 in it somewhere. I said, and finally walked out the door. Time. Skip. Next Friday. Issa's paw. Today will be the beginning and the end. The end to all these questions and following these people, and the beginning of my new life. When is your brother getting here? Alice asked, disappearing towards the kitchen. Knowing she could still hear me, I answered her question. Well, I don't know exactly how long, but maybe about an hour from now. I said and started, coughing. Alice came back and in her hand was a cold glass of water. Here, I didn't know if you could drink it or not when I saw the contrast in your throat with me enhanced vision, but I thought I would be nice and get you something anyway. Alice said, handing me the water awkwardly. But I knew she has something planned that would help everything fall into place. Thank you, Alice, and yes, I can eat and drink human things, I just don't sometimes. I said as I took a sip and put the glass at the end of the table. Rose, is this your earring? Alice asked, as she bended over and, accidentally, knocked over my glass filled with water in my lap. Oh my God, I am so sorry, Izzy. She gushed. That's okay. I will go dry off in the bathroom. I said and ran up the stairs, though I ran fast enough that my clothes were dry as soon as I made it through the door. Now I just had to listen and wait. Alice, why did you do that? Rosalie whispered the same time the door opened. That's why. Alice whispered back. I walked the door and closed, alerting the other vampires of my presence. Who's that? The big one? Emmett asked. That's our friend, come on down, they won't hurt you. Esme said with a little warning in her voice. Sighing, I slowly made my walk down. Jasper's paw. Last week. Last day. I was the last one to make it home thanks to Emmett and Edward. Evil and smart are not supposed to work together. At all. Emmett dug ditch for me to fall into, or rather I was pushed, but Edward had to be the one to coat it in venom so that if I climbed it my hands would burn and I couldn't jump high enough without touching the venom. Carlisle thought it was funny, and as long as they didn't kill me it was alright, and he left with them. So here I am at the house an hour later walking inside. I thought the boys were going to be either ready to laugh at me, but nobody was in the living room. I followed everyone's emotions to the dining room. Hey, what is everyone doing? I asked as I took a seat next to Alice. No one was looking at me but at the doorway I had just came from. I turned around and jumped up. I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing there was my little sister, dressed in the same dress and shoes we buried her in. Her hair had the same glistening curls they had long ago, and her favorite stuffed animal, a snow leopard Papa got her, clutched in her left hand. Hello Jay, she said in a eerie whisper. The girls tensed while the boys looked confused. Oh, I am sorry, I guess I forgot to introduce myself. I am Isabella Marie Whitlock, pleased to meet you. She said with the devil's smirk. Wait, not the devil's, Damon's. Jasper's paw. I stared at the girl in front of me, trying not to believe that it was my dead sister. It couldn't be her, I know she died all those years ago. Aisa, is that you? I thought you were dead. I said, standing back up and walking towards her. She glared at me and I suddenly found myself on the floor with her hand enclosed around my neck. I am dead, you idiot, and still dying. She yelled in my face. Isa, calm down please. You cannot kill Jasper. Edward Said. Oh yeah, watch me. But before she could do anything, Edward grabbed her and set her down on his lap. Isa, you got a lot of explaining to do. Rosalie said. I know, Rosalie, but before I told my story I wanted everyone to be here. But I got lonely, so I waited for the boys to go, then I let the girls meet me. She said, leaning back on Edward's chest, inflicting a growl out of me. Even if she was 200 years old, she was still my little sister. Shut up, Jasper. Isa said. Well, Isa is my twin sister but died when she is 7. I said, looking at her, trying not to think about what happened. She gave a little snort and rolled her eyes. Exactly how did you die? Esme asked. Shush, but was cut off by Isa. I was murdered, she said. The girls gasped and started dry sobbing, wishing the tears in their eyes would finally shed. Just to show the girl that they care. By who? Or don't you remember? Emmett asked. I was murdered by him, she said, pointing towards me. Then it started. The girls grabbed me, even Alice, and looked like they were going to bake me alive in the oven. Hey, he may have killed me, but he is still my brother and it was an accident. I have come to terms with that, and he had a temper, so I should have been careful, but still he is my brother and I still love him. And of course I need his help, she said right before I was stuffed into the oven. There was a lot of ands in that sentence. Edward Said. Those ands is about to turn into ass, and my foot is about to make its landing in your lily white one. She snapped. Isa, watch your mouth. Esme said. Sorry, that is what got me dead in the first place, she said. Isa, I started but she caught me off with a look. Good, but still I need his help and I am running out of time, she said. Running out of time for what exactly? Alice asked, still really not looking at me. Well, if I don't get changed in the next 5 days I'll disappear and have no control over it. It's like dying all over again, but this time you know you're dead for good, she said. The girls kindly let me down and walked back to the table. How about we let the boys catch up to speed and then we can get to making sure I don't disappear, shall we? Isa asked. We were quickly caught up on what happened to Isa, and after getting a few glares from my family, hell, even I glared at myself. Okay, now that we got that out the way, how about we start on how we can help you and we will help you? Rosalie said. Wow, I have never heard my sister sound so caring for another person. It was probably because she saw Isa as a daughter. Well, I just need Jasper, or rather his venom, she said. My venom? How will my venom help you? I asked. You see, we are blood related, so your venom would bind my soul to my body. And before you say anything. Yes, Edward, vampires have souls. The soul of a person is the only thing holding them down to the earth. If you didn't have a soul, you wouldn't be here right now. The heartbeat of a human is where their soul is. That why the heart is in the chest, since that has the most we die our souls are then released from our bodies, and into the air. That's where the ides of ghost come from, our souls that float around people. And some can actually sense us. She said. So is there a God? Edward asked. She smiled sadly. I am sorry Edward, but I am unable to answer that question for you. She said. Okay, well, after we have your body, what to do with my venom? I asked. You would do like do when you change a person, but this time you have to change a person, but this time you also have to cover me in your venom too. You're lucky I am small and don't need that much venom. She said. I sighed and nodded. Okay, I will do it, but we need to get your body. I said, going to the shed to get some shovels, but she stopped me. No need, I have it right here. She said, putting a blanket on the table. She waved her hand over the blanket, then pulled it off the table, and laying there was her body. Wow, creepy. Emmett said, looking at the body. And the venom should fix my head. She said, looking at Edward. Stop saying, and, it's starting to get aggravating. He said, still smiling at her. You want me to say like after every word like Jessica Stanley? She asked in a nasally voice. That's okay, you can continue. He said, nodding to her. I didn't like how they interacted. I could feel that they didn't feel anything but friendship and brother-sister love for one another, but still I couldn't help but feel jealous, but that was like how we used to interact with each other. I see how alike you two are. Here was a lot of buts in that sentence. Edward sighed, showing me that he had heard my thoughts. Yeah, okay, anyway Jasper, you sure you are going to do it? Esme said, pleading with me with her eyes and emotions. Of course, I said. I didn't know what to say. My sister is here when I thought she was dead. She has come back for my help to bring her back, physically, but is she ready mentally? Jasper, are you okay? You know you don't have to do this if you don't want to. Issa said. No, I am going to this and I'm fine. I said. You answered the question backwards, you know. What is with y'all twins? Edward asked. We're awesome twins. Issa and I said at the same time. Weird. Hey Issa, what did you mean that the venom should fix your head? What's wrong with it? Alice asked. Well, Jasper pushed me into a tree B. I didn't see there was a low branch and the branch went through my skull and that is how I died. Rosalie, that is why my hair had red streaks in it. It was blood that had got in my hair. She said. There was silence, no one looked at me. Not even Issa. I couldn't even look at myself. Okay, how about I cover the body in venom and bite her, then we can talk after she is finished, okay? I asked. That seems like a good idea, Jasper. Carlisle said. Before I go in, Rosalie, can you get me one of your shirts and a pair of shoes, and Alice, can I have a pair of shorts from you? When I'm done changing I will. Bro, and I don't think these clothes will suffice. Issa said, and we got to work. I wonder how long this will take. Issa's paw. I wanted to laugh, cry, yell, scream, and dance all at the same time. I fell. So happy I was finally turning into what I don't know. I see that you made it. The voice from before said. You seem shocked. I said back in my mind. I am, no one has ever actually made it. You are the first. He said. Well, I see you are turning now. He said. Yeah, but what am I turning into? I asked. It's a surprise, little one. He said as he faded out. Then I bolted right out of my bed and stood next to the window. I turned around and grabbed my clothes. Rosalie brought me a short plaid blue button-up and black and blue lace-up platform booties. Alice brought me a pair of solid black short shorts. I quietly walked out the room and into the living room where everyone was. Look at her eyes. Alice whispered in awe. Forget about her eyes. What are you wearing? Go take that off. Jasper said. Oh God, here goes the rest of my fucking existence. No, I said and got to talking. Issa's POV 2 years later. I silently walked downstairs with my suitcase and keys. Where are you going, Issa? Alice asked, looking at my keys and suitcase. As of right now I do not know. I am just leaving. I told her, and then everyone was in the living room about to start yelling. No, be quiet, no matter what y'all say, I am leaving. I said. Why, Issa? I only got you back a year ago, sis. Is it because you can't live this existence knowing you cannot die? Is it because you can't look at me without hating me for doing this to you? Jasper asked. I sighed. I knew they were going to try and keep me here, but I really wanted to go. Let her go if she wants to go, let her. We can't make her stay. Charlotte said, with Peter, Rose, Carlisle, and Tanya nodding. Thanks guys, and I am not going to just disappear. I will visit a few times and y'all can visit me whenever you want, okay? I asked. They smiled, nodded, and just let me go. But of course Peter had to be the dramatic one and came and hugged me while fake crying. Come back to me, Strawberry, I will miss you so much, he said, then kissed me on the lips. Charlotte giggled while holding Jasper back. It was no secret that I slept with Peter before, but we both agreed we wouldn't anymore, but he just had to get that last kiss in, I guess. And Charlotte was okay with that. Apparently they loved having an open relationship. They say it calls for something new every now and again. I tied my suitcase to the back of my motorcycle and left. Right before I pulled off the road I heard Edward yell, "I will miss you, love." I rolled my eyes. Ever since I told him he had a slight English accent he had taken to calling Tanya and I love, she thanks me every night, trust I always shudder too. I lied when I told them that I didn't know where I was going. I knew exactly where I was going. I was heading back to my hometown, Virginia, not Texas, because Texas was too sunny, Virginia was sunny but mostly cloudy. I could go in the sun if I wanted, but I doubt people will think I am sane if they see me wearing a leather jacket, and I have to think about my son's sparkling family. I don't know why, but I have to wear a leather jacket wherever I go, starting now. I pulled up to a decent-sized house and compelled the owner to give it to me for free and move away. Compelling is one of things that changed about me after the change. My change was not that bad, it was what I changed into is what was hard to understand. The closest I could come up to was a vampire and an angel in one. I say that because of my wings, fangs, claws, the exact same color of eyes and hair which got longer. I can eat food and just about everything else. Going out into the sun is no problem, and at night I usually get drunk and dance. Yeah, my nights are awesome. RINNNNNGGGGG. RRRRRR ring. RRRRRR rinning crash. Stupid alarm clock, annoying but effective. I quickly took a shower and refully picked out my clothes for school. Finally I got out a short blue and black fringed layered mini skirt, and blue shirt, with a plunging neckline, that matched my hair and skirt, and to tie it to. Together black thigh-high-heeled stilettos, my leather jacket, and blue fedora. I flat-ironed the pale white part of my hair, and left it sitting starting at my head down to my thighs, while I curled blue part on both sides of my hair and let them rest on my breast and stomach. I put a little mascara on with gray smoky eye shadow and black eyeliner, with a touch of clear lip gloss. My lips had enough color, and then I grabbed my school bag, downed a cup of coffee, and hopped on my motorbike to head to school. I made it there at a good time, all eyes will be on me. I jumped off my motorbike, fixed my glasses, made sure my hair was okay, it was, and grabbed my fedora that I had put in the little storage part. The parking lot was quiet except for a few gasps. Yeah, everyone loves me. Well, except for all those who loathe me. That does not sound right. Oh well, I can't dwell on it right now. I walked well strutted towards the office or where I guessed it was. I was right, can't look stupid on the first day. Hi, I am Isabella Whitlock and my dad sent my files to your computer today. I asked. Whitlock. No, sorry child, you're not here. She said. They are there, you just overlooked them, check again. I said, putting the papers in front of her. Oh, here there are, I must have forgot to save them in the database, sorry. Here's you schedule dreary, and please get his paper signed from all your teachers and bring it back to me at the end of the day. She said. I nodded and smiled while glancing over my schedule. Homeroom Sorrento A. Physics AP Martinez W. Literature AP Cayenne S. Geometry AP Gray D. Lunch. History AP Saltzman A. Gym Coach Cottrell. Biology AP Banner M. I nodded again and made my way to class. But on my way I threw that paper she told me to give to the teachers away. Just because I was going to school does not mean I was going to behave. I got there just as the bell ranged. Even if I was late I would have just said I got lost. Hello, and you must be? The teacher asked. I am, but I was cut off. Isabella Whitlock. I turned around to see, oh shit. Stefan Salvatore. I asked, not believing. He seemed just as shocked as I was. He was sitting in the last desk to the back, and how God is good, the only spot left in the room. Isabella's paw. Well, you can go take a seat, next to Mr. Salvatore, he said. I nodded and quickly said by Stefan. He seemed to have finally come out of his shocked state. I felt something flutter on my right hand. Looking down I saw a cleanly folded piece of paper with Stefan's scent and signature. Isa, how are you alive? Everyone thought you were dead. What are you? You smell weird, SS. I snorted. He thought I smelled weird. Come on, who says that to a girl unless, and I mean unless it is a good type of weird and he likes it. The teacher looked up but I already had a cleanly folded tissue and was pretending to wipe my nose. He nodded at me and turned back to the board. I took out my pen. I quickly wrote a simple response. Okay. Just know that I am alive. IW. Okay. And I meant weird in a good way, like sweet with a hint of spice, SS. The bell ranged, we gathered our books, and Stefan grabbed my hand. Where do you go next? He asked, taking my schedule. I go to whatever class one want to. I said, trying to sidestep him, but I forgot that he still held my hand. After another glance he crumpled up my schedule and threw it in the trash can. Come on, we have all the same classes. He said. Oh, just great. Stefan's paw. I was trying to get Bonnie's attention to see if she saw Elena this morning, but she was concentrating on the door. The door opened a few seconds before the bell rang and I swear I couldn't believe my eyes. No, it couldn't be, it's not her. Klaus probably changed someone that looked like her and compelled her. But she just looked like her. It might be her doppelganger, but she died and Jasper went missing. Hello, and you must be Mr. Sorrento. I am, she started, but I opened my mouth to ask the bloody question. Isabella Whitlock, I asked. She turned around and she looked at me in bewilderment. Stefan Salvatore, she asked, and I knew. I knew it was her. No could have as much perfection as her. She told me she would tell me what happened later, and since we had the same schedule one could walk with her to class and she would always sit next to me. Also the boys would stay away from her. I can't wait to tell Damon. We may have had a fallen out but he still loved her. Elena's paw. Quickly I raced down the stairs. I was running late again. The bell just rang for the end of homeroom when I made it through the doors. Stefan must be so worried, especially with Klaus and Rebecca being here. Bonnie, I yelled, speed walking towards her locker. Elena, there is a new girl here and she knows Stefan. Stefan seemed surprised to see her and haven't let her out of his sight. Not in a bad way though, more like he does not want her to just get up and disappear. Her name is Isabella Whitlock and, to be completely serious, she looks like a Greek statue of a southern belle with an sexy and edgy edge. She said. I thanked her and went to physics. Bonnie was right. Sitting next to Stefan was a beautiful girl. She was a vampire, because I could see her fangs as soon as she opened her mouth. Her pale white hair was hung pin straight on her back while strands of ice blue hair curled on her breast to where her navel is. Light ice blue, almost clear eyes stared at me while raspberry-colored lips smiled. She was wearing a pale blue blouse, with a short frilled mini skirt. Her look was completed with thigh-high stilettos, blue fedora that sat crookedly cute on her head, and a black leather jacket. Damon flashed through my mind but was gone as fast as I thought of him. I quickly took a seat behind them and tried to get his attention. Stefan, I whispered. Stefan, I said again, only a little bit louder, and cleared my throat. The girl, Isabella, tilted her head to the side and glanced at me, not even trying to cover the wonderment in her eyes. She nudged his shoulder but he didn't move. Quickly looking back and forth, she slapped the back of his head but he did nothing. She turned back to me and shrugged. Well, at least she was trying to help me. I couldn't get his attention the rest of the period, and about time the bell rung he had his books, her books, and was flying out the door with her on his heels. Bonnie, I said after class. I couldn't get his attention for nothing, but she did try to help though. I said, even smacked him. I thought, wait till lunch, I already told Caroline so. We just have to wait till lunch and ask him what is going on. She said, nodding, forming a plan in her mind. Next period. God, why can't lunch be here already? I am getting antsy. No, I was already antsy, I just got more antsy. Danning. Isabella's paw. Yay, it is finally lunchtime. I convinced Stefan to go ahead of me while I get some materials for class. In reality, I just wanted to get away from him. After a few minutes I decided to just go to lunch. The time I had from him was exactly what I needed. Being one for lots of attention, because of Rosalie, I loved it. I opened the doors and used 2-0 My powers. One was to move objects, which I used to shine the light on me, making sure it hit my hair and make it look extra shiny. Then I made a slight breeze so my hair blew back a little dramatically. I looked like God's most sinful daughter. Rosalie would be so proud. I finally made it to my seat next to Stefan and made everything go back to the way it was. I was not going to say back to normal because to me nothing was normal. I felt myself vibrate. I pulled out my Galaxy One to see a text from Rose. Hey sweets, lol, that's what I call my lil brother. He's 3. Alice told me what you saw. Apparently you let your shield down long enough for her to see. I didn't want to text you until I knew you were already sitting down. K love you, have fun. P.S. Alice said show the bitch no mercy. I smiled and put my phone up. My family was something else. That's when I noticed Stefan and I was not the only one sitting at this table. Well, a vampire, I said, nodding to Blondie, a legendary Bennett witch, I smirking at Redhead. Then the one in the middle, and of course the doppelganger. I said, smiling to her, Elena. The witch, of course being predictable, was trying to get into my head, but of course I wouldn't let her. When the blood started gushing out of her nose she stopped. That shit does not work on me, you little twit. I said, flicking my straw at her. Why not? It should work on all vampires. She muttered. That is true, but how do you know I am truly a vampire? I asked. She raised her eyebrow in disbelief. Okay, maybe I worded it wrong. How do you know that I am only a vampire? I asked. You're a hybrid, she said. So you are a werewolf and a vampire? Elena whispered. No, I am not a werewolf at all. I whispered back at her, then rolled my eyes. You are an angel and a vampire. Blondie said. Well, that is the closest I had got. I am more vampire than angel though. I said. Does vervain hurt you? Elena asked. No, it has no power over me. I have the body and powers of vampire. I have the mind of a regular person. And the defensiveness of an angel. But the normal term would be a powerful immortal with a good conscience. I shrugged. But what is wrong with Stefan? Witch asked. He is in shock, that's all. I said. You know, I never knew Stefan could have so many whores. A girl by our table faked whispered. Who's she? I asked, glaring at her. That would be the wannabe Popule. AR girl, but she is just annoying if you ask me. Her name is Lauren. Caroline said. I mean, first Caroline, then Elena, then Bonnie, and now the new girl. I mean, wow. I remembered the text from earlier and got up. Look, I don't know who the fuck you are, nor do I care, but I suggest you shut the fuck up. I said. Why don't you make me then, bitch? She said, then pushed me to the ground. Oh fuck this. I jump. Up from the ground only using my legs and took my stance. That was the only hit that bitch was going to get in. Now see here, twit, I punch don't kick deal slap with cocked her in the nose, cunts like you. I growled, now holding her by the throat on the table. I knew I was shaking, this bitch was irritating. I turned around to leave her ass there when she jumped up to pull my hair. I was expecting that. When she was all the way in the air I spun around and punched her between the eyes, effectively knocking her out. Another girl, seeming like the one to hang out with her, Lauren, approached us. She quietly hovered over her, a leg on each side before she got all the way in the girl's face, and proclaimed, even if she was knocked out. You just got knocked the fuck out. Making the cafeteria bust out laughing. But that died down when the principal came. What happened? He asked. I was about to say that I kicked her ass, but the girl leaning over her looked at him with tear-filled eyes and said, shish. He was starving herself for a while, sir, and overexhausting herself with exercise, and she finally fainted. She hit her head on the table, while she was stumbling, and her heels did not help at all. I just flipped her over to see the damage. Just a broken nose, she said. Thank you, Samantha, he said, picking up the limp girl, bringing her towards the front office. Again, when he left the cafeteria, gave Samantha and I an applause. Come on, Isabella, let's go before you get in any more trouble. Stefan said. I forgot you were there, Stefan. I said sarcastically, grabbing my bag. You wanna ditch? I do know. Feel like going to any more classes today? I said. Please, this school is such a drag. Blondie said. Yeah, that gives me time to figure out how you are alive. He said, grabbing my hand and bringing me. With the girls following us to the exit, but we were stopped by Tyler. I met him before a few years back. He was werewolf and obviously heard our conversation. But the gleam in his eyes told me that was not what he wanted to talk to me about. Look, I just want to say this now before you leave. He sighed, then came up to me. Look, I like you, you like me, so let me hit yo with this cripple dick. I laughed so loud. I was almost howling. I don't know how or when he came up with this, but it was too funny. Stefan growled and pulled me along. You like Tyler? Blondie asked. Course not. You? I asked. No, Zhu. T wanted to make sure I have a boyfriend, and it is Tyler's girlfriend's brother. She said. Well, you are all just one big happy family. I said, getting to my bike. The rest of them got in the car with Stefan and Austin Martin. Hee, I am going to have to tell Peter and Edward this. So how have you been? Stefan asked once we made it to the boarding and on the sofa. Wait, how do you two know each other? Elena asked. We have been knowing each other since I was 6, you were 7, and Damon 9, right? I asked. Yup, he said, sipping his bourbon. I had already downed mine. Damn, that long? Bonnie asked. Yes, Stefan was like my second older brother. I confirmed. I was like her brother, but Damon was her. See, he started, but I cut him off. You finish that sentence and I swear I will kick you ass. I hissed. Tu sai che eri enamorado di Damon. Probabilmente ancora. You know that you were in love with Damon. Probably still is. He laughed. Hardy har har zito prima di fair stai zito. Hardy har har, shut up before I make you shut up. I said, silently thanking Alice for making me learn Italian so we could shop in Italy. Merda non sapevo tu conoscessi italiano. Shit, I did not know you knew Italian, he said. He smiled. Ma sai che era innamorato Damon, penso che tu davanzal sono. But you know you was in love Damon, I think you siller, he smirked. Giuro su Dio Stefan sterminero il tuo caso e. Shove it finora indosa il tuo gola si davra merda fuori. I swear to God, Stefan, I will cut off your dick and shove it so far down your throat you would have to shit it out. I growled. Rar bene mi dispias. Rar okay, I am sorry. He said. Do I even want to know what y'all just said? Elena asked. So Isa, how are you alive? He asked. Well, that is for me to know and for you to ... I smirked. Creepy. Blondie said. I shrugged. I did not know what she meant. So Stefan, how did you get turned into a vampire? I asked. It all started after Damon and Jasper went off to join that war and I was doing my studies when this girl no older than 8 years past 10 came to visit. He gave me his whole life story of what happened to him and Damon. That little bitch was going to pay for doing that to them. I knew if I was there that this wouldn't have happened. But if you were there, little one, she would have tortured you until you bled from your eyes and begged to die, then she would have left you there. Voice. Why? What the hell is so damn special about me? I asked. There is a lot of things special about you. Now remember, do not judge a book by its cover, no matter how much you think you know what the story is about. The covers are just surprises hidden away for our own minds to find and understand. Voice. Then her was gone. I sighed. What's wrong, Isabella? Elena asked. Nothing, just one. Ring. How someone that looks like you could be so evil? I said, not ready to tell them about the voice. Stefan eyes hardened. I never told you about Catherine looking like Elena. He said. True, but ever. Yon knows about the sun and the moon curse. I snorted. He had the decency to look sheepish. Okay, maybe I should have known that. He said. Suddenly he stood in front of us. I could hear footsteps coming closer. 2 beautiful blondes and a brunette came from around the corner. Nick, Eli, Becky. I asked. Oh my God, how do you know them? Caroline asked. I believe the term you're looking for is OMG. Eli, Becky, Nick, and I said at the same time. I looked between them. These were the people I considered family on both sides. Rebecca quickly gave me a hug and they were gone. How do you know them? Stefan asked. I could ask you the same thing. I whispered and disappeared. Till tomorrow, was my lingering message. Damon's paw. I downed my whiskey, relishing the burn it made as it slid down my throat. It was another Saturday and again I had no plans whatsoever. Maybe visiting Street. Stefan and Elena could bring me back together a little bit, but I knew who my heart wanted me to call, who it wanted me to see. There was only one girl that had truly captured my heart. Oh my God, I sound like a fucking pussy. A hot blonde sat down and looked at me, with suggestion in her eyes, and I knew exactly what she was suggesting. Too bad she did not. Well, my dinner and entertainment has arrived unexpectedly. Too bad it will end horribly, maybe even bloody. But come on, who would not want that? Blonde. The clothes' color I could get to match her hair. Some girls may dye their hair white, but that's not her hair color. Her hair is pale mixed with white and blonde, plus strips of pale blue to go with her pale blue eyes. She was different from everyone else. And I loved her for that. Quickly throwing on my jacket and downing my last shot, I made my way to the hotel room I was staying in for free. Lying due. I remembered meeting the Whitlock twins. Flashback. Damon, Stefan, why don't you two go and get some berries so I can make a fresh pie? We have neighbors now, they just moved in yesterday night. Ma said. But Ma, picking berries is for girls. I whined. Maybe so, but I only have 2 sons, and afterwards your father has promised to get you 2 rifles, one for each of you. She said. Really? My brother Stefan asked. Yes, now go. And if you pick enough I might make us a pie for after supper. She shooed us out. We ran out into the forest in the direction of the berries. Ma used to take us with her when we were younger. Damon, wait, look. Stefan pointed towards a nearby grazing bull. Wow, I never saw one so up close before. He said. We are going to see them even more up close when Dad takes us hunting. I whispered. Just a little closer, Jasper. Someone whispered. They were too far away to say if they were a male or female. Okay, not too close though, I will be behind it waiting for you. Do you have the knife? Someone else asked. This time I could tell it was a male's voice. Yes, do you have the rope? The first one asked. This one had a lighter voice, almost feminine. Yes, now let's go before it leaves. Don't you want Papa to be proud of us? The second male asked. Papa is always proud of us, now go. The lighter voice said. We heard footsteps coming towards and away from us. We finally saw the back of a herd with white and blue hair twisted into a loose ponytail. The person was wearing brown hunting pants and a long-sleeved shirt. He, I think it was a he, had a bow and arrow and pointed it at the bull. There is no way he can make that from here. I whispered. You're right, this is a good 50 feet, maybe more. Stefan whispered back. Then we saw the other boy. He was dressed in black and sneaking up towards the bulls behind. He gave a stiff nod to the boy in brown. In return, the boy in brown raised the bow and arrow high and shot. Bull's eye. Well, not literally, it was in the temple, and the bull was bucking everywhere. The boy in black raised a rope, spun it around a few times in the air, and the little loop he made went around the bull's neck. Damon, they're cowboys, or training to become ones. Stefan whispered excitedly. The boy in brown was long gone. As soon as the arrow was lodged in its temple, he started running. Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer. The boy in black said. There was no reply. As soon as he let go of the rope, the boy in brown was already on the bull's back. The boy in black just stood there and watched, and so did we. The boy in brown had now maneuvered himself his legs were around the bull's neck, and one hand held the top of the bull's head, the other hand held a knife. With a quick, awkward lunging motion, the knife was deep inside the bull's throat, cutting off its airway. Blood was now on the boy's face. Flip over now. The boy in black yelled. I did not know what he meant by that, but the other boy did. He swung his body in one quick motion and was now back on the bull's back. Then he jumped off the bull head first. But he did not land on his head, no, he landed on his hands. After a second he paused and used his hands to push his body up and into the air, then he landed on his feet. He landed on his feet just in time to see the bull hit the tree, quiver a little, then fall. Specks of red was clear on his tan face. The boy in black quickly went and tied the rest of the rope around the legs, and they both pulled the bull away towards wherever. Come on, let's hurry up and pick the berries so we could be like them. Stefan said, running off. Hey, wait up, I have to watch you. I said, running off. After we picked enough berries for 2 pies, we made our way back home. We had to run to make up the time that we lost watching the 2 hunters. We decided to keep what we saw away from our parents. Why would they believe us if we had? Didn't think so. After the pie was done, we left to meet the neighbors. Father had already drawn a carriage for us, so we were on our way pretty quickly. I wonder what they look like. Stefan whispered. Maybe they have kids. I whispered. We shall find out soon. He whispered as we pulled up to a Victorian house I saw a few times. Oh, Giuseppe, it's the house I told you about. Mother said. Yes, well, I am sorry, honey. Father said. It is okay, dear, our house is wonderful. Mother said. Father taped the door lightly and a beautiful woman opened to the door. Hello. She said. Hi, we are the Salvatores, we own the house next door. Father said. Well, it is nice to meet you, I am Mrs. Whitlock. You may come in, my husband I's outside and I believe my children are in their room. Mrs. Salvatore. Why don't y'all little ones go upstairs and play with the kids while we talk here? A young man said. He had a weird accent, kind of southern. Okay, I said and pulled Stefan upstairs with me. Do you hear that, Damon? Stefan asked me. Hear what? I asked, then I heard it. The soft sound of piano music was playing. Is it all off, Jasper? The voice from earlier said. Yes. Now dance, we must practice. The same voice said. I do not see why I must learn this. The voice said again. Stefan shrugged, knocked on the door, then opened it. The music did not stop. But we did when we saw what was in the room. The boy is black was now in blue dress, pants and white shirt. The boy in black was a girl. She was wearing a blue dress and her white and blue hair was now in big curls resting on her shoulders. Whoa, I whispered, but they heard me. The boy Jasper faltered on the piano, then stopped. The girl stumbled, then stopped dancing. Hello, she said, my name is Isabella. She curtsied. And I am Jasper. He did a bow. I am Stefan, nice to meet you. He tried to do a bow and kind of got it right. And I am Damon, I said and bowed. Do you want to go outside and play? Isabella asked. Sure, I said. What are we going to play? Stefan asked. We have extra rifles, do you want to practice shooting? Jasper asked. Sure, that sounds fun, but why do you two have one? How old are y'all two anyway? I asked. We are 6b7 soon though. She said. You both are 6. Stefan asked. We are twins, born at the same time. Jasper shrugged and took Isabella's hand. Something tugged at my heart. Why don't I like him touching her? Why do I feel this way? End of flashback. I didn't know it then, but I had fell in love with her. Besides Stefan, she was my only friend, and Jasper, well, he never did like me. Stefan. He always seems to take the girls I am interested in. Though Isa was different, he did not like her like that or the other way around. But unlike the doppelgangers, she never played with my emotions, she liked me for me. Jasper and I never really got along that good. He never really liked me. I think it was because I was so much older than him. Oh well, that's not my problem. Ah yes, the Whitlock family was something else, they weren't whole unless they were together. But after the death of Isabella, nothing was right. No matter what they showed Jasper, they loved him. But even he knew he would never be whole. I still think he killed her. The day we found her, he was horrified but not surprised. Stefan of course tried to say it was not him, but I was still holding on to that theory he killed her. I just never got proof. The day she was buried was hard on everyone that knew her. Father was surprising sad also, saying that he saw Isa and Stefan being together one day. Yup, nice but mean at the same time. Jasper buried her with a blue rosé. I never knew where he got it from or how he got. But he did say that he was saving it for their next birthday. Yeah, I remembered all their faces. Father was sad. Mother was heartbroken. She said Isa was her daughter too. Stefan looked like he was about to drop to his knees in agony. Jasper looked like he lost half his heart. Mr. Whitlock looked like he wanted to jump in with her. And Mrs. Whitlock. Actually, I cannot remember her face. Mrs. Whitlock. I asked myself. What did she look like? Knock knock. Who hell would be at my door of all fucking places? You better get the fuck away. I never got to finish that sentence. The girl from the bar was there with a person on either side of her. No, it couldn't be. I looked closely at her face. The girl, no woman, was Mrs. Whitlock. Mrs. Whitlock. I rasped. I go by Michelson now. She said. Michelson as in Klaus Michelson. I gasped. Whitlock. Rebecca. I heard another voice. It was Elijah. Not now, Elijah. Klaus already killed Mr. Whitlock. What more do you want? She asked. Then I heard her footsteps walking away. Now Damon, you cannot remember this. Klaus said. How are you going to stop me? I drink vervain daily now. I tried to smirk. Yes, I know, that's why that vampire that kept giving you all those drinks with drops of this in them. He said, holding up a bottle. It rids the body of vervain with one side affect. He smirked. Yeah, and what is that? I asked. You get really, really tired. He said, but I was out of it. Only 2 words escaped my mouth before I was out. Screw you. I cannot believe this, Mrs. Whitlock Isabella's mom was no she is Klaus's sister. And you won't remember that either. A voice said. Remember what? I woke up a little later. My room was a mess and I could detect a scent in my room. It was feminine. The memories of last night came back to me, well, some of them. I offered the girl to come up with me, she did, and I had a good night. Though I can't remember her face. Oh well, if I can't remember her face then she was most likely unimportant. I picked up my jacket, grabbed my keys and left. Why the hell do I feel like I am forgetting something? I turned around and grabbed my phone from under the bed. But that was not what I was forgetting. Fuck it, it will come back to me later. I mean, it is not like my memory is gone, right? Issa's paw. Stefan, I do not see why you need to know, why I know, who they are. I said as Stefan walked with me to class. Because Issa, I need to protect Elena from them, and I want to make sure you are safe too. He said with pure sincerity in his eyes. I don't see why you need to protect her. I said. I love her and they want to kill her, Issa. He said exhaustedly. So, I asked coldly. What is wrong with you? You have changed so much. I don't even know who you are. You're acting like Catherine, he said harshly. That stung. I wasn't trying to hurt him, he just doesn't know the truth. If you feel that way, then I don't want you to have to be around me any longer. I turned and walked away, silent tears making their way down my cheek. He just doesn't know. I tried to tell myself, but it wasn't happening. Stefan's paw. I watched her walk away from me. Only 2 days after more than 200 years of not seeing each other, and I already have her walking away from me. Well, that didn't go so well. Someone said behind me. I turned around to see Niklas. What is she to you? I asked. There was enough secrets in Mystic Falls surrounding my girlfriend. My best friend does not need to be thrown in the middle too. Well, I don't exactly feel like telling you, so maybe I won't. Oh wait, I know I won't. He said and walked out the school with my answers. Mr. Salvatore, do you plan on entering my class today? Alaric asked. Sorry, Mr. Saltzman. I sighed. I think Klaus is starting to make keeping Elena alive so much harder. I took my seat and pretended to pay attention to the lesson. Stefan, see me after class please. He said as the bell ranged. Yeah, I asked. What is going on? Elena came back home in shock. You were talking to Klaus, and who was that girl that walked away from you? He asked as he sat on his desk. My only friend from my childhood showed up for a visit. I said. He blinked. Childhood as in 10-11? He asked. 7 actually. I nodded. What happened to her? He asked. At the age of 7 she was murdered. But she knows the originals. I don't know how she knows them, just that she does. She doesn't want to tell me. That is what we were talking about in the hallway. I sighed. But why would she walk away? He asked. I told her she was acting like Catherine. I said. You said she died at the age of 7. How does she know Catherine though? He looked at me. She did, but I do not know how she is still alive now. I think it has something to do with the originals, but I am not sure. I told her my story. I said. Well, you need to find that out. But Stefan, that was kind of wrong to tell her she was acting like Catherine. He said. But teenagers started to pile in the classroom. He wrote something on a piece of paper. Here is your pass, Mr. Salvatore, get to class, now. He said with real forcefulness. Issa's paw. 2. British Eddie Muffin. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. I'm sad face. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From British Eddie Muffin. What's wrong, love? Do you want to come home? 2. British Eddie Muffin. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. No, I want to stay, just so much damn drama. You know I already got in a fight, right? 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From British Eddie Muffin. Fine, could you at least tell us where you are? And yes, Jasper was ready to hunt you down for not calling him afterwards. I heard you almost killed her, though I didn't think you would. 2. British Eddie Muffin. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. No, I did not almost kill her, and tell Alice I have a block on my cell phone so she cannot track or trace these texts. P. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From British Eddie Muffin. She didn't even try, she knew you weren't that dumb. Also, she said you have family or something that you should visit. 2. British Eddie Muffin. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. Tell her I said thanks. Goodbye, honey bun. By doing nothing you made me feel better. Smiley face. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From British Eddie Muffin. You're welcome love, now go. I love you. 2. British Eddie Muffin. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. I love you too. 3. I sent my last text and got up. Stefan was being a douche but I could not blame him, but I sure as shit can get pissed at him. Running, I followed the scent of my mother to this grand house, almost Victorian styled. I knocked. I would have walked straight in, but I didn't know if I would have been attacked. Hello? Elijah asked. Eli. Pronounce Eli. I laughed, giving him a hug. Not to be rude or anything. Little one, but who are you? He asked politely. Before I could answer him, Mom came down. Isabella. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? She asked. Yes, Mother. But Stefan and I got into a little altercation. I twirled a piece of my hair between my fingers. Mother. Elijah asked. Yes, dear brother, this is my youngest child and only daughter, Isabella Marie Whitlock. She said. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Uncle Elijah. I said. This is your youngest child. How many of them do you have? He asked Mother, completely ignoring me. I pouted. You know, you look just like your mother like that. Uncle Klaus said. Aren't you going to give your Uncle Klaus a hug? He asked. Depends, are you going to rip my heart out? I teased. He looked confused. I was there, you know. I watched you rip out my father's heart in front of my mother. I never told my brother, although I could call him right now. I said. Flashback. Someone was outside the door, but I couldn't open it, no, not yet. I was not strong enough. Tristan, you need to calm down. Mother said. I don't know what he said exactly, because it sounded like growls and nothing more. I saw what happened. I saw him listen at the door. I saw him throw it open, and before Father could turn around, his heart was on the floor, along with his body. End of flashback. Jasper is still alive? Mother asked, taking me out of my flashback. Yes, his is in Forks with his mate and their family. I said. Family? What family? Elijah asked. The family that takes care of him. The family that took care of me for 2 years. I left them to come here, and no, I will not tell you who they are just yet. I said. You still didn't answer my question, sister. How many kids do you have? Eli asked again. 2. I have twins. Isabella Marie Whitlock. And Jasper Alexander Whitlock, or Major Whitlock, as some might know him. She said. Ah yes, Major Jasper Whitlock. He was in the Southern Newborn Wars, was he not? Uncle Klaus inquired. Yes. But now he is happy with his wife and family, so you shall not be gracing them with your presence. I said sweetly with a sneer. Well, she has your attitude, Klaus. Uncle Eli said. Yes, but she has your politeness. Uncle Klaus said. And she is standing right here. I said. You know, you and Rebecca could have been twins when she was younger, only she rarely spoke. Uncle Klaus said. And now she just doesn't shut up. Someone else said, walking down the stairs. It was male, short brown hair and deep brown eyes. Cole. I knew all of my family members by appearance and attitude. He along with Klaus are extremely protective of my mother. Hello, Uncle Cole. I said. Ah, young Isabella, the first saw pictures of when you were a child. You are simply a beautiful adult now. But I must know, how are you alive? He asked. I could answer. But then what would be the fun in that? I smirked. Yes, Klaus, she is defiantly your niece. He said. Don't worry, Uncle Cole, I used to have your shortness. I smiled and I petted him on the head. He grumbled something under his breath, then he was gone. Are you sure this is your daughter, Rebecca, and not Klaus's? Elijah asked. I am sure Issa does not have the need to be a werewolf and a vampire. Mother said. Ah, I see, you will never get over that. He said. No, I think not. Come, Elijah, let us go visit the most hated doppelganger. Mother said, and left with Uncle Eli. You're not afraid to be alone with me? Klaus said. You can't kill me. I smirked. You said can't, not won't. You think I will? He asked. I think nothing, for thinking gets people killed, so I just live. I said. You know that makes no sense. He said. Your face don't make sense. I snapped. What? He laughed. I don't know, I didn't think. I shrugged. He looked at me a long time, not breaking his gaze until there was a knock at the door. He looked at me once more, then went to go answer it. Klaus's paw. The girl intrigued me. I knew nothing of her per se, and I could not help but react to some of the things she says. Your face don't make sense. I didn't know what she meant by that, but the amusing part was that she didn't either. Well, hello dear Stefan, I said as the young vampire walked in. Klaus, he said simply. Come, let's go into another room. I said. He looked at me hard before nodding. Now, I need to know. He said. Whatever do you mean? I smirked. Isabella, how do you know her? He asked. Well, I could ask you the same thing. I said with my eyes dancing in laughter. We knew each other when we were kids. He hissed. Ah, so young and naive kids today are. Don't you think? Never will know what the real world is all about. Of course, some adults don't know either. I said, knowing I was completely off topic. Klaus, answer my question. He glared. Why? I asked. Do you like her? I asked. Do you fancy yourself in love? I asked. Every question ended with an amusing look on my face. I love her like a sister and it is my duty to keep her safe. He said. Actually, it's more of my duty to keep her safe. I said. Why? He asked again. Why this? Why that? Because, Y, comes before Z, you know there are other letters in the English alphabet. I said. You know what? I don't care. There is only one R. Eason, I came here and that was to kill you. He said, producing a steak. That has no power over me, it is only a regular white ash steak. You need so much more than that to kill me. I smirked. That's right. But you and your family are connected, so if I drive this through your heart then all the other originals will die and that will make you die. A chain reaction making all of you die. He smirked. Stefan's paw. That's right. But you and your family are connected, so if I drive this through your heart then all the other originals will die and that will make you die. A chain reaction making all of you die. I smirked. I figured it had to work. Nothing could possibly stop me from finally killing Klaus. During our talk we had moved closer to each other and I was only 3 feet away from him. Quick. Lee, I thrust the wood intending to drive it straight to his heart. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. But it didn't go the way I wanted. When I was about 1 foot away from driving the stake in his heart there was a wall of fire. It started in a circle on the floor that encased his whole body as it went up. The flames destroyed my stake and burnt the tops of my fingers. When the fire went down, Klaus was standing there smirking with someone in front of him. Isabella. She was leaning back on him with the back of her head on his chest and her arms folded. He had his arms wrapped around her waist and his head resting on the top of hers. Well, it looks like your plan did not work. And your little stake is gone. He chuckled darkly. I barely paid attention to what he was saying, my total focus was on Isa. How could she do this to me? Did she not understand the fact that I was really trying to kill him? Are you not going to say anything, Stefan? She asked. Why would you do that? Why would you protect him? Them. I asked. A look of sadness passed her face. I would always protect them, Stefan, just like you would always protect Elena. She said. And what if they tried to kill her? I asked. I would ask, where were you when all this was happening? She smiled. Speaking of Elena, my brother and sister should be with her now. Klaus said. I growled at him. Did you know of this? I asked Isa. Rebecca told me before she left. Which was a few minutes before you got here. She shrugged. I nodded. Even if she did try to warn me she wouldn't have made it in time. With one more glare at Klaus I walked out the house, but I could still hear what was going on. Isabella, you could have gotten hurt. He said with pure sincerity. What was with the originals and my only true friend? True friend. Could I even call her that anymore? Oh, hush up. She giggled at him. What has happened to the world? But I couldn't deal with that, I had to get to Elena. Klaus's paw. That's right, but you and your family are connected, so if I drive this through our heart then all the other originals will die and that will make you die. A chain reaction making all of you die. He smirked. I have to hand it to him, that was very smart. Before I could blink he lunged his body at me with the stake. The stake, where I believed he would turn my whole family and I into ash. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. But he didn't make it. 1 foot before he made it to me a fiery wall came up and protected me. Did Satan himself come up to save me? But that thought left me when I felt a warm body lean against me. Looking down I saw my niece smiling at me. Her eyes the color of the flames. I smirked. My niece had protected me. I will always protect my family, like you protected my mother, she said in my mind. Flashback. Someone was outside the door, but I couldn't open the door, not yet, I was not strong enough. Tristan, you need to calm down. Mother said. I don't know what he said exactly because it sounded like growls and nothing more. I saw what happened, I saw him, my father, he slapped my mother making her fall to the ground. I gasped. I was seeing her memories of before. Klaus. Then you came in, Uncle Klaus, you ripped his heart out. You didn't want him to hurt your sister. You took her hand and left. But you know what always made me wonder? Before you left you looked at me, then you left with her, smiling. Did you see me too? End of flashback. Her eyes turned back to normal when the flames started to go down. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her and rest my head on hers. The near-death experience was horrible. So close to death is not something you want to live through. That's why I always follow through with my killings. Stefan was shocked to say the least and felt betrayed by Issa to say the most. This girl that I knew for years yet only met today risked her life to save mine. If anything was to happen to her I would be dead by my sister's hand. Isabella, you could have gotten hurt. I said. This girl was brave yet so naive, I wouldn't know what to do with her if she died. Oh, hush up. She giggled at me. Does this girl not know what it means to stay alive? You want to stay alive, because you don't want to die, and you cannot understand why some humans want to die. But, you know, most humans have lived through their times alive on Earth. Being alive does not mean you have lived at all it means is that you have existed. She said, I will see you tonight. Then she disappeared. No matter, I knew she would be safe, otherwise her mother would kill her. Then me. Tonight. Yes, tonight my own mother was trying to kill all her kids off, well, the ones that she had left now. Oh, so much to do. Yes. So much fucking stuff to do. Issa's paw. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. Guess what? 2. Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. What? 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. Guess what I can make now? 2. Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. What? 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. Guess. 2. Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. IDK. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. Underscore. Plus. Underscore. Bunnies will rule the world. 2. Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. Lol. KEWT. How'd you do that? 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. I got bored and I did it on my laptop. Why can't you come back? It is boring here without you. L. 2. Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. From Isley Brisley Grizzly. Nope, not yet. Make Edward play with you. Oh, here, try this. Ignore Jasper and act like you don't want to talk or play with him. When you are alone with him, make a stupid excuse to leave and don't return until someone else is in the room with him. Do this for a week. Smiley face. 2. Isley Brisley Grizzly. From Big Brother Bear aka the Emster. Thanks, smiley face. Alice said it will work. I rolled my eyes. Of course it would work. I laughed. My family was something else. Protecting Klaus was like an extinct. I know I didn't want him dead, but protecting him was something different. Plus I don't like using my powers in front of others, it makes them want to question me. But I guess all these events and deaths was making everyone unsteady and making them gloss over things, oh well. Percent hash dollar percent hash percent and in hash dollar and hash time. Skip percent dollar and in hash hash percent and dollar percent. Uncle Finn, why are you such an idiot? YW. Old you want to die when you have barely lived. That makes you worse than humans, who many vampires say are weaklings. But, I think they are strong because they can survive without all of the magic that float around vampires, witches, and other supernatural creatures, both alike and different. I shook my head. I knew Stefan would not kill Bonnie or her mother, no matter how much he wanted to kill the originals and keep Elena safe. He was too good. As Esther drove the knife into her son's stomach, Stefan had just arrived to watch the death of them all. Ellipsis. But he will be disappointed. And he was. He knife did nothing but put Finn to sleep, not any of the others. What happened? She whispered. Well, dear Esther, your plan did not work, I said as I walked from behind the tree that was keeping me out of sight. Who are you? She asked with authority. I didn't answer her, I just walked all the way up to the circle and stopped just before entering. You cannot enter, all things human and supernatural cannot enter. She said. Is that right? I asked and I entered. How did you do that? She asked. I shrugged and pulled the knife out of Finn. Answer me, child, what are you? She asked again. Depends on when you meet me. But most of the times I am what you are. A complete bitch, I said. She shook with anger, before she took the knife out of my hand, and shoved it into my heart. Isabella. Mother yelled as I fell back out of the circle. Damn, I just got stabbed, by my own grandmother. I whispered. I heard her gasp before I faded into the darkness. Bonnie's paw. Abby and I got there just as someone entered the circle. I don't know how she did it, but she did. We couldn't hear much of what the two were saying until we were standing next to the originals. But, that was when the girl that entered the circle got stabbed. I could see her face now. Isabella. It was her. She never did tell us how she knew the originals. Was she really just a pawn? Isabella. Rebecca cried. No. If she was just a pawn, Rebecca wouldn't care. Then Isabella spoke. Damn, I just got stabbed, by my own grandmother. She whispered, then her head lopped to the side. Grandmother. Esther was her grandmother. If she was her grandmother, then who was her mother or father? But I knew the answer as I saw Rebecca try to wake her. Rebecca was her mother. Rebecca's daughter was Stefan's friend and she was dying. Esther gasped. Isa, wake up. No, Isa, please. Please wake up. Rebecca cried, shaking her. Then, it wasn't Rebecca shaking Isabella, it was a young boy, with honey locks, crying over a young girl. The young girl was Isabella. She was dead. I could tell by her face, she was dead and he knew it. It was Jasper, her twin. I heard about him from Stefan's stories. I looked to Stefan to see him shocked, confused, and conflicted. I understood his emotions. If he killed the originals, Elena would be safe, but then again, if he killed the originals he would be killing Isabella's whole family. All of this was fate. Fate. Fate brings love. Fate makes family. Fate makes you smile. Fate makes you choose between your girlfriend and your best friend. Fate is dangerous. Fate is horrible. Fate is scary. Why is there fate? I heard a light sniffle. It was almost inaudible to the human ears. It was coming from Klaus. He had tears in his eyes and was trying not to let them to fall. You will die, mother, he said. His family hissed in agreement. His mother and a now woken up Finn looked around, then was gone. I will kill you, he said, then knelt down by Isa, slowly caressing her cheek. He had a heart, it was just buried down inside him, deep, deep down. They all did. Jasper's paw. Pain. Ellipsis. Fear. Ellipsis. Hurt. Ellipsis. Pain. Ellipsis. Fear. Ellipsis. Hurt. Ellipsis. Pain. Ellipsis. Fear. Ellipsis. Hurt. Ellipsis. Pain. Ellipsis. Nothing. Those emotions brought me to my knees. Jasper, what's wrong, son? Carlisle asked. Isa. Something happened to Isa. I gasped. I could feel it. No, I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel her. Her emotions were gone. Her life force was here, but not, at the same time. We need to get no-go to her now, Rosalie said. But we don't know where she is, Rosalie. Charlotte said, running through the door with Peter right behind her. Major, where is she? Get up and follow your gosh damn tug. I know you know where she is. It's in your subconscious, go to her, you too, Edward. Peter said. I stopped listening and tried to find the rope Isabella used to tie her heart to mine. I know where she is. Edward and I said at the same time. I'm coming for you, Isa. I looked behind me. My family is determined. Your family is coming. Our family is ready. With a nod from Peter we were off. We are coming, Isa, don't you even worry. Don't you ever worry. Blank, underscore, blank. Elijah Pav. I stood there standing next to my niece and sister. The blood had stopped flowing from her heart, that was still beating. That should be good, though. I don't recall her actually having a heartbeat when I met her, but nevertheless it means she is alive. Becca, she will wake up okay. I said. How do you know that, brother? How do you know that she won't stay like this forever? She asked with a glare. I didn't know the answers. And I loathe myself for that. She nodded at me before going back wiping the sweat off her daughter's forehead and neck. Exactly, you don't know. So I don't want you to feed me lies right now. She said. We have got to have hope, sister. I said. Something was nagging at me. What was I forgetting? Why wasn't she waking up? Where are our brothers? She asked. They are hunting down Finn right now. I said. Eli. I looked around, someone called me. No, she called me. Eli, please. She was calling me, but I didn't know how. I stopped. I did not want to alert Rebecca. I might be hearing things from all the stress. Is what brother? Rebecca asked. Is her body still warm? I asked. Yes. And it has been long since she was stabbed, so that means she does have a chance of waking up. She kept talking but I ignored her. Issa. Eli. Help me. How? Oh, I don't know. Here's an idea, take the fucking knife out of me. She said sarcastically. I approached her body from where I was leaning on the wall across from them. I didn't get too close when Rebecca growled at me. Becca, I have an idea. I said when she didn't stop growling at me. After a few minutes and she was still growling at me, I decided to approach them again. It didn't work. I found myself on the floor with Rebecca's fangs an inch from my neck. Listen sister, I know how to wake her up. I said, pushing her off me. How? She asked. Take the knife out her heart. I said. She did, and when she did, Isabella's heart stopped. Thank you. Came the soft, whispered reply in my head. What did you do? Rebecca asked quietly. What the fuck did you do? She yelled at me. I never saw this side of my sister before. I saw her mad, but not at the point of wanting to really kill someone and give them pain. Her eyes went all the way black with blue veins instead of red, and the same blue veins around her eyes. Scary. Language mother. Isabella mocked. She was woke now, but her heart still wasn't beating. Oh Sab. My sister cried, her face going back to normal at the sound of her daughter's voice. Sab. It's my nickname for when something really serious happens to me. She looked me in the eye as the words came into my mind, then hugged her sobbing mother, rocking her back forth. I left them alone and sent the message to Klaus. Isabella has awakened. He sent me a message back. We are on our way back with Finn. Oh mother, you should have died all those years ago. At least then it was painless, but this time we are going to make it hurt. And hurt it shall. I looked down, my phone was broke. Oh well, I can get another one while I'm out. Stefan's paw. Grandmother. By my own grandmother. Those 4 words would forever go through my mind. How can the one person that really knows me since before I turned into vampire and that I would easily count on to have my back, be the child of one of my enemies? That's why she couldn't let me kill Klaus, he was her uncle. I could see it, no, but I have to save Elena from Klaus. This feels like a twisted TV series sitcom that likes to give me a hard time. They were all my enemy. Mikhail was her grandfather. Esther is her grandmother. Klaus is her uncle. Cole is her uncle. Elijah is her uncle. Rebecca is her. Was obvious the way she cried over Issa's body when she got stabbed. I sighed. It feels wrong to not be with her when I know that she is hurt, but going on their land a second time is not a good thing to do. So I left. Stefan, what's wrong? You have been sitting like that for an hour. Elena asked. What do I tell her? Oh well, the people that want to kill you and take your blood is also the family of my best friend. She also have powers that could kill us, and she doesn't even have to look at us to use them. And Rebecca, you remember Rebecca, right? The one you stabbed in the back. Yeah, her. She just so happens to be Isabella's mother. And I still don't know her past or what she is. And you know what is best? She is not going to be on our side. I know that, because I went over to kill Klaus and she was there. I would have killed them all, but she put up a firewall to cover him and burned my stake. I shouldn't tell her that, but I did. So basically she is the strongest original by blood, can kill me, and against us. She asked. Yes and no, and if we had her on our side the originals would be dead right now. But, you know, nothing goes as planned. I sighed. So she is now our enemy? She asked. No, I don't think so. Issa has a heart and knows right from wrong. She won't fight with us, but I know she won't fight against us. Probably, it depends. I said unsurely. If something was to happen and if her family was threatened, she would fight against us and we will lose. Hey Stefan, why do you have a bag of steaks? These won't help us at all. Jeremy said, throwing down the bag from the second floor. True, but these aren't just any kind of steaks. I said. What are they then? He asked. They are white oak steaks. From the sign for the Wickery Bridge. I said. So we going to kill some originals? Jeremy said. Nope, just one. I said. But what about Issa? You know she would want revenge and she will kill me. Elena said. Then we have to make it seem like an accident. She wouldn't know it had anything to do with us if someone else did it that we didn't know or made not to know. Jeremy said. Somehow that did not make any sense yet made sense at the same time. Elena said. I don't know if we should do this now. I said. Stefan, they are trying to kill me and they will hurt my friend and family until they have me. Now you won't let me give them myself, so we have to kill them. Elena said. Okay, you're right, you're right. I said, but the look in her eyes did not sit right with me. Jasper's paw. The pull brought me to my childhood home of Mystic Falls. Why would she come to Virginia of all places? Emmett asked. Because Emmett, this is where we spent most of our childhood, or at least I did. I said. This is also where she fell in love. Edward Said, pulling it out of my head. Oh really, with who? Peter asked, flexing his muscles. Damon Salvatore. I said. What kind of name was that? He asked. It was an Italian name. He was of Italian descent. I said. So, I am of Louisiana descent, I don't have a weird name. He said. Yes, because Peter Piper was a common name. Edward Said. Shut up, Ed Duo Ward. Peter mocked. At least my name wasn't turned into a tongue twister. Edward Said. You are the one that came up with that stupid tongue twister. Peter yelled back. I know. Edward Said, wagging his eyebrows. Dumb fuck. Peter said. Dead fuck. Edward Said. That's not what Charlotte and Tanya told me last night. Peter said. Well, that is what they told me you was this morning, nah. Edward Said. Children, please. You have to stop. Either you two can come on and help us find Isabella, or you two can continue y'all bitch fit and not help us. Esme said with her hands on her hip. The rest of us was laughing while they looked dumbstruck. Esme just kept on looking at them. Their jaws just seemed to not want to come up. Are y'all going to come or not? She asked. Sorry Mom. They grumbled. Now come on, I am tired of hauling asses. She said, running again. Ha ha. Tanya said, laughing at her mate. That was not funny. Peter said to Charlotte as she laughed at him too. Yes it was. She giggled. Do you think it's too late? Emmett asked. To no one particular. No. We would know if it was too late. We would be able to feel here, leave us. I said. Jasper, can't you get inside her head? Edward asked. Edward, we are twins, not telepathic. And I think when she died any ties she had with me was severed to help her live undead. I said. So is it weird to be twins and yet not be the same age? Alice asked. We are the same age, Allie. I chuckled. No, you're 20 and she is 18. She pouted. Actually, I was changed at the age of 18. I said. I thought you were changed at the age of 20. She asked. I did too, but when I went back and checked the records from the war in my birth, I joined at 17, was in the war for almost a year, and a month after my 18th birthday was changed. So yeah, we are the same age. I said. That's so uncanny. Carlisle said. I know, but I guess it was meant. I said. Yes, it was all a line in the stars and all that jazz. But, we need to go and find my other girl. Peter said. You only have one girl and that's me, Peter. Charlotte growled angrily at him. You are. Peter teased. Yes, you bonehead, Issa is my girl. She said and ran forward. Well, we need to and go find Charlotte's girl. Peter rolled his eyes. Keep rolling those eyes and watch, you have nothing to roll. He gulped. We're coming, Issa. Just really slowly. Issa's paw. Darkness. It engulfed me in its waves. It seemed to just float and flow gently over me. I wasn't dead, not yet, just sleeping. But you have to get up, little one. The voice said. Why do I have to get up? Why can't I sleep just a little while longer? You cannot hear it. He asked. Hear what? What am I supposed to be hearing? He didn't answer me. Instead, my ears seemed to become unclogged and I heard everything, but there was one sound that drew me in, the sound of my mother crying. It sounded like a tragic musical. The main character has fallen and so has the hope of the world. Why is she crying? I asked. Wouldn't you cry too if you saw someone you love lying on the floor with a knife in their heart, and they wouldn't wake up? He asked. I remember now, my grandmother stabbed me when I had entered the circle and me being me taunted her. I faded to this place and have just been floating here ever since. You have to get them to take the knife out of you. He said. Don't they know they have to take the knife out of me already? I mean, it seems kind of obvious to me. Yes, but pain can overcome the mind till complete numbness. And, after the numbness has set for a while, nothing can penetrate it. He said. So how do I penetrate it then? How can I unnumb their mind? Well, you have to get inside it, literally. Right now we are inside your mind, it's dark because you are unconscious. Your mind is protected that way. He said. If my mind is protected, then how did you get inside it? Anyway, why do you always come when something happens to me? I already had access to your mind before, and because I want to make sure you are okay. I won't come in and tell you what to do and stuff like that, because you need to live your life a little wild. I say that because you never really had a childhood, you went from 0 months to 7 years old. 7 years old to nearly 200 years, then being nearly a 200 years old in a 7-year-old body, to being nearly a 200 years old in a 18-year-old body. True, but, never mind. How do I enter their minds? You just need to enter one of their minds, and you do that by trying to catch one of their thought. He said. In my head I saw me on a baseball field as an outfielder. The voice was the pitcher, though all he was black mist. And Uncle Eli was the batter. I couldn't help the giggle that passed through my lips at the thought of him playing baseball in tights. As amusing as that image was, I meant think of something he would be thinking of right now. He said. What would he be thinking of right now? I asked him. There was nothing, he didn't even answer me. Come on, help me. A lot of events have happened today. What could be so important that is on my uncle's mind? Oh, never mind. No pun intended. I tried to focus on him thinking of me, then sent him one word, name his name. Eli. After a minute or two he didn't answer me. Maybe this won't work. But, I knew I had to try again. Eli, please. Isa. Oh my gosh, he answered. Eli. Help me. How? What does he mean how? He has to pull the stupid knife out of me, that's how. Oh bloody hell. Oh, I don't know. Here's an idea, take the fucking knife out of me. I said sarcastically. My spirit almost came out of me. It was like half my body was pulling away from the other half, wanting to leave, but all I felt was relief. It was like a dark mist was pushing my body downward, and something finally pulled it off and my body was free. Thank you. I felt exhilarated and out of breath. I blinked slowly, my eyes adjusting to the light shining above me. What the fuck did you do? I sat up, startled by the sudden outburst of my mother, but was quickly amused when I saw she was yelling at Uncle Elijah. Language, mother. I mocked. She turned around. Her face was fierce, with her all the way black eyes and blue veins, that slowly seemed to melt away as she looked upon me. Oh Sab. My mother cried, her face finally back to normal. Sab. It's my nickname for when something really serious happens to me. I looked at my uncle. Somehow we were connected now. I knew that if I wanted I could access his mind, and maybe he could access mine. But, now was not the time to dwell on it. My mother was still sobbing, and just rocking her was soothing to her and myself. Caroline's paw. It's been a few hours since we made our plans. We were going to get Issa and a random human who was drunk and roaming the streets to stake her. I remember her saying she has some parts as a vampire, so maybe she will still be alive after this. If not, it will go with the other casualties that we had in the best. I watched from across the bar as the human we sent to talk to Isabella sat down across from her at the booth. Well, hello sweetheart. He tried to flirt. Go away, I do not have time to waste on you, she said flatly. I could see him pull out the stake from up his sleeve. Don't be like that, baby. I thought me and you could have a good time, he whispered. Fuck off, she said simply, walking out the door. He followed, and so did I. Come on, don't play me like this, sweetheart, he said. You know you are really aggravating me right now, she said. I came into view of them. He was pressed up against her and she was just standing in the middle of the alley. She refused to back up, instead he did. I guess this is going to be the hard way, he said. The stake gleamed in the moonlight, but as I saw the stake coming down, something blurred and threw him back. What the heck? Jasper? Isabella asked. Jasper? Her brother. Oh no, this is not good. He growled at the human and was ready to kill him when Issa placed her hand on his shoulder. Wait, brother, he was compelled to come and stake me, she said. You can see by the way his eyes are glazed over, someone wanted him to kill me, she said. Who sent you to kill her? Jasper asked. I don't know, he stuttered. Look in my eyes and think. What happened and what made you think you had to kill me? Issa said softly. Slowly her eyes glazed over, closed then snapped back open. Stefan, she whispered. Stefan Salvatore. Jasper asked confused. Stefan Salvatore. His girlfriend, her brother and some of their friends tried to kill me. She said. Close. She was close. We knew that she might find a way to avoid getting captured, so we changed the plan. The plan was to get her out of the grill while we go after Finnick. Really? That was a good plan. Someone said from behind me. I turned around to see a bunch of golden-eyed vampires standing behind me. The one with the bronzed hair was the one that addressed me. Issa, they are going after Finn, you need to go now. He said. Jasper put her to sleep. Issa said. I felt my bones start to relax. All the tension in my muscles were slowly going away. My mind was getting foggy. Good night, Caroline, see you at the ball. She said. Then I slept. Issa's paw. Jasper, what are you doing here? Sked as we ran to the other side the grill. I felt you hurt. What happened? He asked. I saw Finnick and Elena standing outside the bar opening. He couldn't see it, but Matt was behind him with a white ash steak. Not now, Jasper, we need to go. I sped up faster, but I was too late. Matt drove the stake through his back into his heart. Blood squirted out from his chest and dripped from his mouth. Finnick, I screamed. Mother came out through the side door and threw Matt at the wall, knocking him unconscious. She tried to pull the stake out of him, but it blew up in flames. No, I yelled and grabbed her from by him. If she got any closer, she would kill herself. Jasper, pull it out quickly. I said. He knelt down beside Finn and pulled it out, stopping the flames from becoming higher. Victus Phasmatus ex salito, revertus Phesmatus. You Victus. Victus Phesmatus ex salito. Bind him to my soul and let him escape to death from above, for now he will have my life and soul and live. His body pulsed blue then froze. What did you do? Mother asked. I bound his soul to my soul. I said. So if one of you die, you both die? Jasper asked. No, that is when someone creates another person or being using their blood. I kept him alive by using my soul, that's all. If I die, he will live. I said. Before anyone could stop me, I had Elena pressed up against the wall with my hand on her throat. Now you are smart, but not smarter than me. This little stunt will get you killed. Isabella. Stefan yelled, coming towards us. I quickly threw up my shield. Elena's eyes lighted up a bit and I relaxed my hand a bit. She is so fucking smart. You know when to change and when not to, but I will kill her, not you. She nodded right before her eyes darkened again. Goodbye, Stefan, Matt Aurora. I said the last name, looking at Elena. They might not understand it, but she did. She smirked at me before hiding her face on Stefan's chest. Oh, and after the ball you need to come and see us. All of you need to come and see us. I said, walking away. A long night of talking was ahead of me, I could just see it. Damon's paw. 1 week later. I made my way to Mystic Falls after thinking rationally. If I leave Stefan and Elena there, they might both die or be dead. But if I go back, I might be able to save my idiot brother and Elena. If I can keep my brother alive for now, then I might be able to kill him later. I chuckled, still the same old Damon. I smirked. No matter what happens to me. As I arrived to Mystic Falls, I noticed a bunch of cars all heading in the direction of Mystic Falls High. Must be a ball, I thought sourly. Following all the cars, I was right. In Fork's gym was a ball being held. Surprisingly, it was not a ball about the past, in fact they did the exact opposite. The future ball. Very original, I though with an eye roll. No pun intended. I spotted my brother and Elena standing next to Bonnie and Jeremy. Well, fancy meeting you here, I said with a smirk. Damon. Stefan said, not meeting my eyes. Hello, brother. I smirked. No one else said anything to me. I knew something had to have happened. It's been 2 months since I took their advice and left. What could have happened in those 2 months that made everyone look dead? What's going on? I asked. Damon, you're going to find out soon enough, okay? Stefan said. Well, what if I want to find out sooner than soon? I asked. Humor me, please, he said, walking away from me. Well, I guess I have no choice, these yahoos are not going to tell me anything. Fine, I give, for now, I said, raising my hands with an eye roll. Damon. I turned to see Sheriff Forbes calling my name. Well, good evening, Mrs. Forbes. Don't you look ravishing? I said, making her blush. Thank you so much, Damon. Where have you been? She asked. I had to go out of town for some business. I hope I didn't miss anything important. I said, trying to get information out of her. I don't think so. Your brother kept to himself, though there is a new girl in town. She whispered. Is it another vampire? I asked. I don't think so. But she is, or rather was, friends with Stefan. She said. I was cut off by the announcer. I almost growled. Okay guys, please help me welcome Ms. Isabella Whitlock. He yelled. I did a double take. It couldn't be her. No, she died all those years ago. But here she was right in front of me. I caught Stefan's eyes from across the room. Ignoring Sheriff Forbes, I blurred over to him. You knew. I growled, holding him up against the wall. I would have killed him, but with all the eyes that were around, it wouldn't be a good idea. Her voice broke me out of the glaring contest I was having with my brother. Hi everyone. How has everyone been? She asked. The crowd, half drunk, whooped and yelled at her. A few even wolf whistled at her. Thank you, now calm down. I was sent out here to tone it down a bit. So please. No. Okay, fine, you have forced me to sing a song. What's how you say? Emo, or soft punk? Personally, I don't care, nor do I know so. She giggled and shrugged. Here goes. She whispered. I wrote this for some who I miss so dearly, and hopefully he is here today. And no, it's not you, Tyler. She teased. Ah, and here you have me thinking you love me. He said, making the crowd laugh. Trust me, that was never my intention. She staged whispered. Anyway, here is for that person, wherever you are, know that I love you. I hoped she was talking about me. Or maybe Jasper. Jasper was the center of her world. After they came from Texas, they weren't allowed to make many friends for some reason. I wasn't fully aware of what had happened, but I knew it wasn't good. She strummed the guitar that was on stage with her and started singing. I can be tough, I can be strong, but with you, it's not like that at all. Even at the beginning you could tell the song was going to be a sad one. The entire room was focused on her and her voice. It was quiet in the entire room, more quiet than a library. No one said a word. There's a girl that gives a shit behind this wall. You just walk through it. When she was younger, she put out a front to hide herself and her emotions. She wanted no one close to her. And the ones she did left them at arm's length. Except for Jasper. Though Jasper made sure he let no one in. Besides his sister. He wanted nothing to do with us and almost made Issa stay away too. But he couldn't. And I remember all those crazy things you said. You left them running through my head. You're always there. You're everywhere. But right now I wish you were here. Jasper was probably dead right now. Wondering why his sister isn't with him in heaven. But if she went with him, I don't know. She was here and I always dreamt of her coming back, but I was at lost with words. All those crazy things you did. Didn't think about it, just went with it. You're always there. You're everywhere. But right, I wish you were here. How do you tell someone that is right in front of you that you were here the whole time? And waiting for them to come back. But if she knew Stefan was alive, how wouldn't she know I was alive? Instead of focusing on myself, I focused on her. Damn, what I'd do to have you here. Here, I wish you were here. She was crying now. Her voice didn't falter, but she was crying. Her black eyeliner makeup thingy was slowly flowing on her cheeks. Damn, what I'd do to have you near, I wish you here. The dark streaks were getting darker, but she still looked amazing. I love the way you are. It's who I am. Don't have to try hard. We always say it like it is. And the truth is that I really miss. She held that one word like it explained everything that has happened to her. Like it explained her whole life story. All those crazy things you said. You left them running through my head. You're always there. You're everywhere. But right now I wish you were here. She doesn't wish that person was here, she needs that person here. She needs their presence to get through the day. Did she need Jasper? Me? All those crazy things we did. Didn't think about it. Just went with it. You're always there. You're everywhere. But right now I wish you were. I remember swimming in the creek with her, while our parents were having a meeting, and Jasper's glare when he saw us wet. She didn't care anymore, she just wanted to have a little fun. Damn, what I'd do to have you here. Here, I wish you were here. Damn, what I'd do to have you near, I wish you were here. She'd sat down on the edge of the stage now and was just singing with the music. Her voice went low, the end of the song was coming. No, I don't wanna let go. I just wanna let you know that I never wanna let go. Let go. Oh let oh. No, I don't wanna let go. I just wanna let you know that I never wanna let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. The past. She doesn't want to let go of the past. That makes sense, we were born in the past and that's where we should have lived and died. Damn. 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 What I'd do to have you here. 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 I wish you were here. Damn. 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 What I'd do to have you near. 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 I wish you were here. Damn. 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 What it'd do to have you here. 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 I wish you were here. Damn. 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 What it'd do to have you near. 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 I wish you were here. She finished the song and stood up. I thought she was going to get down, but she just stood at the mic. She wiped away her makeup that was still on her cheek until her face was cleared again. Okay guys, how abo? Oot, one more song then I need to leave the dance, sorry, but I have people to see and places to be. She chuckled, shook her head, and started singing again. And when we get home, I know we won't be home at all, this place we live. It is not where we belong and I miss who we were in the town that we could call our own, going back to get away after everything has changed. Again she was singing about feeling out of place in this world. Wherever she wanted to go she couldn't anymore. Then another voice came out. Could you remind me of a time when we were so alive? She sung back to him, their words overlapping each other, yet in sync. Everything has changed. Whoever she was singing with her to she couldn't find. She stood to the edge of the platform looking for him. I couldn't locate him because his voice ranged out from everywhere. Other voice, do you remember that? Do you remember that? Bella, everything has changed. Other voice, could you help me push aside all that I have left behind? Bella, everything has changed. He came out from behind the curtain. She had not noticed him until he was right behind her singing on the crook of her neck. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Just the music was playing right now. He had his arm wrapped around her torso and they were swaying from side to side. She was pressed up against him and my stomach clenched inside. So we stand here now and no one knows us at Ali won't get used to Thesey won't get used to being gone and going back won't feel the same if we aren't staying going back to get away after everything has changed. Isabella is in parenthesis. Could you remind me of a time when we were so alive? Everything has changed, do you remember that? Do you remember that? Everything has changed, could you help me push aside all that I have left behind? Everything has changed, do you remember that? Do you remember that? Taking up our time. They began to dance. It wasn't one of the new dances the world had come up with, no, it was the waltz. Taking up our time, taking up our time. He dipped her right before they started singing again. It's taking up our time again. This time they were singing the same words on every other line together. Go ba. CK we can't go back at all, it's taking up our time again, go back we can't go back at all, it's taking up our time again, go back we can't go back at all, it's taking up our time, taking up our time. They stop. Ed dancing together and just sung to each other. Could you remind me of a time when we were so alive? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? At the end of the song they were just looking at each other, then they kissed. My world shattered as I watched, but something wanted me to stay. Maybe it was God telling me that I had to watch what I had to live without because of all the stupid things that I had done. After they finished kissing they looked at each other again and said goodbye. I didn't know what they were talking about. The dude stood up to the mic and spoke. My name is Peter. Isab. LLA and I has had a very unique relationship for 2 years and today we say goodbye. Of course our family thinks every time we got together we are going to go and make some babies. But, really that is not true half the time. He faked cough while the crowd laughed. She has been actually helping me plan for this day so He got on one knee. Was he going to propose to her? Charlotte Annabelle. White, I love you with all my heart, will you do me the honors of becoming my wife? The crowd gasped. A pale blonde but not as white as Isabella came up and jumped on stage. Oh my gosh, yes, Peter the First will marry you. She screamed. Isabella just stood there looking confused. I thought you two were already married. She said. We eloped in a titty bar, dear. Charlotte said. Isabella made gagging noises and Dee playfully hit Peter on the back of his head. Let's hear it for the happy couple. She yelled into the mic. Okay guys, I have to go now, sorry. She said and placed the microphone back. She jumped off stage with the two trailing behind her. Why didn't you tell me she was here? I asked. I am sorry Damon, but I don't think she would enjoy your company. A voice said from behind me. Klaus. Why would you think that, Klaus? You don't know anything about Isabella. I said. I know she saved my life. He smirked. And why would she do that? I asked. Because, I don't want Klaus dead. I turned to see Isabella. Isabella? I asked stupidly. Of course it was her, who else would it be? Hello Damon, she said. I smiled, she sounded like me. Yes, hello Damon. A man came up standing behind Issa. It was Elijah. He placed his hand on her shoulder. You were with them. Why? I asked. To protect them, of course. She smiled. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Everyone I look at seemed to have golden eyes. I looked back at Issa, who seemed to be looking at someone behind me. I turned to see Jasper. He too had golden eyes. Hello Damon, the others with golden eyes are my family and we would like to have a word with you. He said. What the fuck? Just for a while. Rebecca said, coming from out of the crowd. Hello mother. Jasper and Issa said. Mother. But I could see it now, the memories that I had forgotten, from when I was at the hotel. I looked between all the eyes that was staring at me and the only thoughts in my head was. We are so screwed. Yes, yes you are. A guy with bronzed hair said. He had a strawberry blonde on his arm. He held out his other arm, which she took, and they started walking away. How many men does she have trying to get with her? Many, and some women too. A pixie girl asked, holding Issa's other hand. A lot of competition. The guy, Peter, nodded. What the hell? They all know what I am thinking. No one answered me, but that didn't help. Suddenly Issa stopped, looked around, then slapped her forehead. We forgot to wake up Caroline. She said, shaking her head. Oh well, she said as an afterthought. What have they gotten into in the 2 months that I was gone? Oh well, I wasn't the cause this time. Damon's paw. Why didn't you tell me she was here? I asked. I am sorry Damon, but I don't think she would enjoy your company. A voice said from behind me. Klaus. Why would you think that, Klaus? You don't know anything about Isabella. I said. I know she saved my life. He smirked. And why would she do that? I asked. Because, I don't want Klaus dead. I turned to see Isabella. Isabella? I asked stupidly. Oh, of course it was her, who else would it be? Hello Damon, she said. I smiled, she sounded like me. Yes, hello Damon. A man came up standing behind Issa. It was Elijah. He placed his hand on her shoulder. You were with them. Why? I asked. To protect them, of course. She smiled. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Everyone I look at seemed to have golden eyes. I looked back at Issa, who seemed to be looking at someone behind me. I turned to see Jasper. He too had golden eyes. Hello Damon, the others with golden eyes are my family and we would like to have a word with you. He said. What the fuck? Just for a while. Rebecca said, coming from out of the crowd. Hello mother. Jasper and Issa said. Mother. But I could see it now, the memories that I had forgotten, from when I was at the hotel. I looked between all the eyes that was staring at me and the only thoughts in my head was. We are so screwed. Yes, yes you are. A guy with bronzed hair said. He had a strawberry blonde on his arm. He held out his other arm, which she took, and they started walking away. How many men does she have trying to get with her? Many, and some women too. A pixie girl asked, holding Issa's other hand. A lot of competition. The guy, Peter, nodded. What the hell? They all know what I am thinking. No one answered me, but that didn't help. Suddenly Issa stopped, looked around, then slapped her forehead. We forgot to wake up Caroline. She said, shaking her head. Oh well, she said as an afterthought. What have they gotten into in the 2 months that I was gone? Oh well, I wasn't the cause this time. Now, Damon paw. Why should we go? This could all be a trap. I said. Why would this be a trap? Copperhead said. So you could just kill us. I said. Damon, if we wanted to kill you we would have just killed you by now. Klaus said. He's right. Isabella said. Still say it's a trap. I mumbled but followed anyway. Still don't care. She barked back. Good to see her attitude hasn't changed. Copperhead snickered. Get out of my head, freak. He put his hand behind his back and flicked me off. We're going to my house, it's big enough to fit all of us in the living room, and it's no man land, so if you want to fight just leave. She said. We have been sitting in the living room for about 5 minutes now. No one made any indentation of speaking. Isabella got up and went up the stairs to a room. It was quiet for a second, then there was a lot of cursing. She came back out dragging Caroline down the stairs by her hair. By the time they made it to the last step, Caroline stopped cursing. She tossed Caroline by my foot, then sat down on the biggest guy the first have ever seen lap. Okay, it seems like no one will speak, so I guess I will start. She said. Isabella's paw. Okay, it seems like no one will speak, so I guess I will start. I said. What the hell is going on between you two? I said, pointing to Stefan's group and Klaus's group. Klaus wants me dead. Elena said. I don't want you dead, I want your blood, you could be dead. Klaus said. Both of y'all are stupid. Klaus, you wrote this curse and you don't even know how it goes. I said. What are you talking about? He asked. I am not telling you, you might do something stupid. I snorted. Klaus, what is another reason why you want her blood? I asked. To make hybrids. Again, that's stupid, there is only one way to make hybrids and you're doing it all wrong. What do you know? I know enough. Why are we discussing this? All this information could be used against someone. How do you even know if they are lying or not? Jasper asked. You are an empathic, right? I asked. Yeah, he said and looked at me as if I had really forgot or something. Well, are they lying? I asked. No, so far they are telling the truth. He said. Well then there's your answer. I smirked. Ha ha. Emmett boomed from underneath me. Shut up. Jasper mumbled. Anyway, I said, picking up a book. This book says if the opposite sides are on an even playing field, there is a good chance that no one can get the upper hand and everything will stay calm. I said. It also says it is a physiology thing, Emmett said, taking the book from me, that creates a mirror image of equality, that makes the image seem equal. Peter came behind us and nodded at what we were saying. They're right, he said. Jasper looked at the book and then at us. You know that is just a cereal box with the top, the bottom, and the side cut out, to make it look like a book. Then one of you painted over the box and put Crazy Things as the title, and it was written by a Mr. MC. Cookie Monster. He took the book from us and opened it. And the only words in Air is a discount on Cinnamon Toast Crunch. He said. Hey, give me that back, I like that kind of cereal. Esme. Jasper, give her back her book. Esme said. But, it's nothing but trash. He said. Just give it to her. She said. He huffed and threw it at me. Hey, you could have given me a paper cut. I said. Did I give you one? He asked. No. Well then. He smirked. Rose. I said. She slapped him on the back of his head for me. Ouch. He said, but nothing else. Smart dude. You act as their mother. Cole said, nodding to Esme. Someone has to, since they are forever in their teens and act like it. And, because vampires can't have kids. She shrugged. Poor Esme. Exactly my point. Are you two really Rebecca's kids? Damon asked. Yes and no. I said. What do you mean yes and no? Stefan asked. Well, as she said, no matter what kind you are. Vampires cannot have babies. I said. Then how come Rebecca did? Stefan. Actually, Jasper and I are like a curse. I said. I'm confused, having kids is a miracle. Katie said. That's true, Katie, but that's not it. Okay. I know you don't understand, so I will tell you what happened. A man fell in love with Rebecca. She didn't quite love him back, but she knew if she married him, one would be of wiser that she wasn't human. And, so she married Jasper's and I father Tristan Whitlock. But, what mother didn't know was there was a powerful witch that was so in love with Tristan, borderline obsessed. Though he didn't even know she existed. So this witch cast a spell for mom to get pregnant. Of course, father wasn't none the wiser, because well, they already did it. He saw that she was pregnant and he was happy. Mother knew that vampires couldn't get pregnant and went to go find the witch. The witch told mom exactly what she did. She cast a spell for mom to be pregnant, but it wasn't a normal pregnancy. Jasper and I, was supposed to eat the inside of her. Like eat our way out the womb, eat the inside of her stomach like the intestines, and slowly make our way up to her heart and tear out her throat. We were basically supposed to just eat our way out of her, then if by some miracle she lived we would want to automatically kill her, because we was a spell. After she was dead, of course we would just be a regular pair of babies. The witch had the idea of once mother was dead she would take her place and marry our father, but it didn't work that way, of course. I said. So the spell didn't work? Bonnie asked. Yes, Jasper and I are here, aren't we? You see, it worked in the beginning but something happened. I said. Then I stopped again, knowing I was causing them suspense and making them antsy. What happened? Klaus asked. Father noticed that mother was not faring well, but he didn't know what to give her. Somehow he got his hands on lapis lazuli and the vervain flower. He grounded them together and injected it into her stomach. He was a good marksman, so he hit the umbilical cord. Those two mixed together actually stopped our growth. The spell wasn't supposed to last that long, only about half the time of the pregnancy, but since it slowed our growth we wasn't fully developed enough to kill her until the regular pregnancy was over. As the spell started to wear off we became normal babies. And we started to look like our mother, and just a hint of our father, just a hint. But the damage was done, the two mixtures actually affected our bodies. Jasper had yes, the color of lapis lazuli and seemed to never get hot, no matter how long he stayed in the sun. I, on the other, did not take in as much lapis lazuli as I did on the out, because Jasper was born first, he took most of it. What was left changed the color of my eyes and parts of my hair turned icy blue. I said, finishing my story. So that is why your hair is like this. Emmett said, fingering a strand. Yes, the vervain seemed to have bleached my hair while the lapis lazuli turned parts of it blue. I said. What happened after you was born? Stefan asked. Nothing. Why do you ask? I asked him quickly, maybe a little too quickly. Then why did you leave Texas? Our mother was and still is a vampire. She was there 2 years before she had us, then we was almost 6 when we left, so you know we had to leave. Why couldn't she compel the whole town to forget? Damon asked. Why do things have to be that difficult? I asked. Don't you know not to answer a question with a question? Well, apparently you don't, since you just did. Why are you lying? He shouted. Why do you need to know? Jasper asked. Stay out of it. Damon and I said at the same time. I was still kind of mad at him and for what he had said. Jasper's paw. Stay out of it. Damon and Isabella said at the same time. I knew she still held some hostility towards me from what happened. Tilde. $% and tilde. $% and flashback $% and percent and in $% $. Jasper, how much longer do we have to run? Emmett asked. Not much longer now. The pain lessened a while ago, so that means she is fine for right now. But her emotions are slightly panicked and very annoyed. I said. Gee. Reed and annoyed Isabella is just what we need right now. Alice joked. I smell alcohol. Peter sang. He was right, it was coming from a bar grill, but it was on the other side the bar where we heard voices. Come on, don't play me like this, sweetheart. A man said. You know you are really aggravating me right now. A female said. But it was the person that said it, that made us run faster to get to the side of the bar where they were. Guys, this way. Jasper, go the way you're going. We are going around towards the other end of the back entrance. Edward Said. Okay. I said. I came into view of them. He was pressed up against her and she was just standing in the middle of the alley. She refused to back up, instead he did. I guess this is going to be the hard way. He said. The stake seemed to shine in the moonlight as it slowly made its descent to her heart. Like hell it would. I blurred in front of him and took the stake out his hand. No way in hell was I about to let my sister get hurt again. Jasper. A distant voice of Isabella asked. Jasper. What the fuck was a Jasper? No, not what, who? I am Jasper. I couldn't think right because I was blinded by rage. This low-life son of a bitch was trying to kill my sister, my twin sister. I didn't even think I took the lunge, but she put her hand on my shoulder, stopping me. Wait, brother, he was compelled to come and stake me, she said. You can see by the way his eyes are glazed over. Someone wanted him to kill me. She said. Who sent you to kill her? I asked, almost growled. The others were here now, just not within sight. I don't know. He stuttered. Look in my eyes and think. What happened and what made you think you had to kill me? Issa said softly. Slowly her eyes glazed over like Alice when she goes into a vision. She closed them then snapped them right back open. Stefan. She whispered. Stefan Salvatore. I asked confused. What the fuck does Stefan Salvatore have to do with this? Stefan Salvatore, his girlfriend, her brother and some of their friends tried to kill me. She said. Really? That was a good plan. Edward Said to a blonde, that was standing behind the wall. He must have read their plan in her head. Sometimes a mind reader does help. Issa, they are going after Finn, you need to go now. He said. Finn? Who is Finn? I faintly remembered the name. But, the only thing that was on my mind was this blonde vampire in front of me. She tried to hurt my sister. Jasper put her to sleep. Issa said. Gladly. Concentrating hard, I slowly felt her emotions be manipulated by my powers until she slowly started to fall unconscious. Good night, Caroline, see you at the ball. She said as Caroline slumped over, then she took off. Jasper, what are you doing here? She asked as we ran to the other side the grill. I felt that you were hurt. What happened? I asked. I saw a male vampire talking to a human girl. Peeking behind the wall was another human, this time a male with a stake in his hand. Not now, Jasper, we need to go. She sped up faster. But it was too late. The human male drove the stake through the vampire's back. It went straight through his heart and out his chest. Finnick, she screamed. Another vampire came out, this time a female. She looked familiar. It was at the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, she threw the human male to the other side the wall. He was unconscious. She tried to get to the vampire with the stake in his heart. But he was on fire. No, Issa yelled. The woman tried to fight her, but Issa wasn't letting her go. Jasper, pull it out quickly. She said. I approached the man and put my hand in the fire. It's a good thing none of my venom was out. I grasped the stake in both hands and pulled. The fire stopped, but he still looked like he was dead. My sister knelt by him, and began to chant. Victus Phasmatus ex salito. Revertus Phesmatus. You Victus, Victus Phesmatus ex salito. Bind him to my soul and let him escape to death from above, for now he will have my life and soul alive. His body pulsed blue, then froze. What did she do? What did you do? The lady asked. I bound his soul to my soul. She said. So if one of you die, you both die? I asked, horrified. No, that is when someone creates another person or being using their blood. I kept him alive by using my soul, that's all. If I die, he will live. She said, then had the human girl up on the wall by his throat. Now you are smart, but not smarter than me. This little stunt will get you killed. She growled. Isabella. Stefan yelled, what the fuck? She is so fucking smart. You know when to change and when not to, but I will kill her, not you. She nodded. Goodbye, Stefan. Matt Aurora. She said the last name, looking weirdly at the human girl. She, the human girl, seemed to have a smirk on her face before she covered it with Stefan's chest. Oh, and after the ball you need to come and see us. All of you need to come and see us. She said. The lady vampire picked up the fallen vampire and ran, which made Issa follow her, and we followed her. Just a few hours ago you was in that same position. Someone said coming down the stairs. Eli. I saved him though, we know he will wake up. She said, giving him a hug. Well, he said, looking at me, if it isn't Major Jasper Whitlock. He said. Elijah. The lady vampire hissed. I'm not going to hurt him, dear sister. He said. Is. Rose asked. Oh yeah. Guys, this Rosalie Lillian Hale McCarthy Cullen, Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, Emmett Paul McCarthy Cullen, Mary Alice Brandon Whitlock Cullen, Esme Marie Platt Cullen, and Carlisle Cullen. The Cullen Coven, she said, pointing to each of them. And these are Tanya Denali Masson Cullen, Katie Denali Monroe, Irina Denali Davidson, Laurent Davidson, Garrett Anderson Monroe, Victoria Michelle Costin Jackson, James David Jackson, Carmen Denali, and Elizur Denali. The Denali Coven, she said, again pointing to each and every person. Now last but not least, Charlotte Annabelle White Whitlock, Peter Piper Whitlock, Jasper Alexander Whitlock, and me, Isabella Marie Whitlock. The Whitlock Coven, she said proudly. For some reason they all turned to the lady vampire with raised eyebrows. Don't look at me, I don't remember having them. She said. Not to be rude or anything, but who are you? Tanya asked. This is Elijah Michelson. Finnick Michelson is the one on the floor, Klaus Michelson the one that is about to walk through the door, and finally Rebecca Michelson Whitlock. After she said that a man with dirty blonde hair walked through the door, that must be Klaus. Wait, what? What do you mean, Rebecca Michelson Whitlock? I asked. Jasper, Rebecca is our mother. She said. No. She was lying. Our mother died while I was at war, along with my father. You're lying. I stated. No, I am not. She is our mother. Rebecca Michelson is our mother. She said again. No, she is not. Mother died a long time ago. You can't pretend someone is your mother, and give them your last name just to try and make it real. I said. What about Esme? You know Esme is like our mother too. She shouted. Yes, Esme is like our mother, but I didn't tell her to carry my name just to make it feel real. I didn't ask her to carry any name. She is our birth mother. You need to calm down, and accept that. She said. Our birth mother is dead. I hissed. You're right, Jasper, she is dead, and she turned into the vampire that she is today. She said. Okay, answer me this: if she was our mother, why didn't you tell me sooner? I asked. For one thing, how would I be able to bring that up in a conversation? I also know you would have wanted proof. I know that because I know you. And if you didn't know, which I think you don't, you cannot track their kind of vampire no matter what. Even if your power is the tracking ability. The only way to track a vampire like that is if you had a witch, and I don't know about you. But I sure as hell didn't know where one was. She hissed. Jasper. Lady Vampire called. Yes. I asked. When you and Issa was younger, I used to call you Per, and your sister Sab, Sib. And your father used to call you too his saber, say, per-toothed tigers. Because, it showed Isabella as a fearless kitten and you as a ferocious, overprotective, yet beautiful animal. It was also something he threw off from the two nicknames I gave you too. Also, whenever you was sick your eyes would turn from blue to green, the same green your father used to have, and Issa's would turn from the blue eyes she have now to the blue eyes you have now, I said, staring into her eyes. My mother's blue eyes. She was telling the truth. This lady is our mother. Issa, I am so sore. Save it, I don't even care, Jasper. She said, going upstairs. Fuck. I sighed, about to walk after her, but Peter stopped me. Let her cool down a bit, man, she is mad for a good reason. He said. He was right. A few minutes later she came back down but wouldn't really look at me. Do you hate me? I asked her after a few more minutes of silence. No, Jasper, I could never hate you no matter what. She said. That's my big girl not holding grudges. Edward cooed, holding her. She laughed. Put me down, Edward. She said, giggled. So you're married, Jasper? Mother asked. Mother, I shuddered. Weird. Yeah, to marry Alice Brandon Whitlock Cullen. I said proudly. Are you married, Isabella? Klaus asked. No. She said. Good, it will stay that way. He said. No, it won't. Alice whispered, giggled so low that I barely even hear her. Actually, everyone is married except for Isabella. Carlisle said. Yup, but don't worry, I don't think I am getting married anytime soon or later. She said. Suddenly Finnick's body jerked up and his eyes opened. They were hazy for a while, then slowly they seemed to clear up. He blinked a couple of times, then stood up. What happened? He asked. You got stabbed in the back with a stake. It went through your heart and out your chest. Then you caught on fire and was dying, but I got Jasper to pull the stake out since it wouldn't harm him, and then I bonded your soul to my soul so you could live. She said, as if she was discussing the weather. Why? He asked. You're my uncle, so that means your family, and that means no one gets left behind. She said. That's two now. Klaus said. Two what? Tanya asked. Two people that she saved from death. He said. Something finally seemed click in Finnick's mind. What do you mean I'm your uncle? He asked. Rebecca's my mother. My sister said. No, she's not. He said. Issa growled and sat down on the couch. What is wrong with you people? She asked. Exclamation mark. %$ $$ and $ end of flashback $% and $$ and $%. Even though she said she forgave me, I knew she was still a little mad and even hurt at me not believing her. I heard no yelling, so I guessed the argument was over. Looking up from my seat, Isabella was mad, while Damon was smug but a little bit jealous. Wonder what happened. Damon's paw. I was happy Issa was going to tell me her past. But I was mad because it was Peter that convinced her of telling me. Okay, so the spell wore off, but the effects it was supposed to have did not. For some reason we was extremely fast, really smart, and loved to kill. She said. Kill? Caroline asked. Yup. At the age of 3, maybe 4, was our first murder. He was in the alley drunk and mad. The girl he was courting. Family stopped it and made her start courting someone else. The reason he was so mad was because she did nothing to stop them, she didn't even want to run away with him. Jasper and I were walking home with father. Mother was sick, because of all the vervain that was left in her system, her body would sometimes just shut down, and she would fall into a really deep sleep. Anyway, the man saw me and tried to grab me, somehow thinking I was her, but Jasper didn't let that happen. He jumped father, knocking him out and tried to run, but Jasper wouldn't let him. He grabbed a dagger from father's right pocket, and threw it at the man. He also had good aim, it went to his neck, he dropped me. Now I bet you're thinking he did a heroic thing. He saved me, but that was just the beginning. Something in us just seemed to snap. I took the dagger from the back of his neck, and basically redid his face. I had blood all over me after that. Jasper took the dagger from me and shoved it through the man's chest straight into his heart. And we just stood there watching him look at us while he died, and we did not care in the least bit. We never thought about what we did. She said. Damn. Fuck. Peter whispered, making her giggled. I couldn't even say I wasn't mad because I wasn't. Throughout the whole story she looked at him. What happened after that? He asked. We kept killing after that, though this time it was under our father's orders, but we didn't care. Well, just one time. He wanted us to kill this man because he was his competition in hunting. All the other killings was okay. He was a murderer. Or this one was a rapist, this one was a thief, but the man he wanted us to kill the last time was just his competition. So we did the one thing we knew we could. I said. And that was? Victoria asked. We threatened to kill him, our father. Jasper said. But we didn't even have time to think about that because that night our house was on fire. The rest of the people in the town connected the pieces and found out we were the reason for the killings, so we left. She said simply. That wasn't all. I knew by the look in her eyes that there was more to tell, she just wouldn't. So, Carlisle said, looking at Stefan, what exactly are y'all? He asked. We are the more traditional vampires, though still different. We can't walk in the sunlight because we will burn unless we have lapis lazuli on us that was charmed by a witch. We can eat anything, even garlic. We sleep in beds, and yes, steaks do kill us. We also have to be invited into a house. He said. Then how come you were able to get in here? Peter asked. Because the owner of the house is not human or a witch. I said. And they would never walk into the home of a werewolf. Issa said. So what about you? I asked. Our bodies are made of stone. And you have to rip us apart and burn the pieces. It is very hard to pierce our skin. We never sleep or eat. We can walk to any house, and thanks to Bella we can now walk into the sun. Or rings, necklaces, and bracelets, and for Alice's sake a choker came in the mail a few days ago with a lapis lazuli stone on them, letting us go into the sun without being noticed. He said. Well, at least we know not to try and kill them. We already know that they are just like you, and the only difference is that they have to be killed by a white oak ash stake. He said. Well, Isabella said, butting in, except for Mother. She said. What do you mean? I asked tensely. The only way to kill Mother is to kill us, and that is not a threat. I am serious, that is the only way. It has something to do with the spell. She said tiredly. I think y'all can leave right now, we are finished talking for now. Peter said. I don't know what his problem is, but I know I do not like him. Issa's paw. When we couldn't hear their footsteps anymore, everyone relaxed. Alice giggled. What is so funny, Al? Jasper asked. You too, the way y'all can lie so easily. She said. Whatever do you mean? I sung. Oh come on, I know there is more to the story of why you left Texas, and about killing your mother. She said. You do have to kill us to kill our mother. Jasper said. No, your heart just have to stop beating, and from where I am sitting I hear no heartbeats in this room. She said. Don't worry, it won't be no heartbeats for long. I said secretly. They all looked at me, but I zipped up to my room, put on some and laid down. Tap, tap, tap. I looked to my window to see a crow knocking on it. I rolled my eyes. It is a good thing this whole house is soundproof. Don't need any nosy vampires listening in on my conversations. Preview for next chapter. Come dance with me. He pulled me to the dance floor before I could even answer him. What is your problem? You're my problem. Why can't I have a day without drama? Do you hear that? Yeah, it sounds like a flock of birds. Oh my gosh, it's SSHH. Just listen. Till next time. Issa's paw. When we couldn't hear their footsteps anymore, everyone relaxed. Alice giggled. What is so funny, Allie? Jasper asked. You too, the way y'all can lie so easily. She said. Whatever do you mean? I sung. Oh come on, I know there is more to the story of why you left Texas, and about killing your mother. She said. You do have to kill us to kill our mother. Jasper said. No, your heart just have to stop beating, and from where I am sitting, I hear no heartbeats in this room. She said. Worry it won't be no heartbeats for long. I said secretly. They all looked at me, but I zipped up to my room, put on some Page J's and laid down. Tap, tap, tap. I looked to my window to see a crow knocking on it. I rolled my eyes. It is a good thing this whole house is soundproof, don't need any nosy vampires listening in on my conversations. Now, Damon's paw. I downed another shot as Peter and Isabella danced from across the room, savoring the burn it made as it slowly made its way down my throat. The burn took away the thoughts I had of killing him, and I did not want a bunch of cold ones trying to kill me. Why does he have to be with her? I mean, he has a fiancé. Another shot. I told the compelled bartender as Peter dipped Bella one last time before the song ended and they clapped. Sorry Bella, but I have to go save Charlotte from Alice, or maybe the other way around. She texted me 5 minutes ago saying Alice is about to die. He chuckled. That's what she gets for going against me and letting Alice take over. Issa laughed. Yeah, well, I need to go save her before she takes Alice's head off, then mine. He said before running out the club at human speed. Well hello Isabella, I said as I sat at her booth across from her. Well hello to you too Mr. Salvatore, she said with a sexy smirk. Mr. Salvatore huh? Acting like you don't know me. I said. On the contrary, I do not know you. Of things have happened in the past 200 years. She said. Well you know my past, most of it anyway, how about you tell me yours? I said. Her right hand clenched the glass so tight that her knuckles turned white. Maybe that was the wrong thing to say. Really, you think? The annoying voice in my head said. Shut up, now is not the time. It snickered. It freaking snickered at me. He is crazy. Coming from the man that's talking to the voice in his head instead of the lady that's in front of him. So what brings you here? I asked, drowning out my past and waiting for the future. You, she asked. Well, drowning out my past is usually done at the boarding house. When I came here I was just looking for some dinner, but something else seemed to have caught my eyes. She gave me a small smile. And what would that have been? Or maybe who? She asked. If I tell you, you might run her off. I said with a fake sad sigh. I highly doubt she would do something like that. She winked. Very sultry Whitlock. I whispered. You don't know the meaning of sultry until you meet me. She whispered back. Don't tease me baby, please me. I said. I can do both. She said, stretching, making her breast pop out. Down boy, down. Now is not the time. We can play later maybe. Come dance with me. I said, not giving her a real choice. I just pulled her onto the dance floor as a slow song came on. Perfect. Isabella's paw. Come dance with me. He pulled me to the dance floor before I could even answer him. It's not like I was going to say no anyway. When I look into your eyes, it's like watching the night sky. Or a beautiful sunrise. Well, there's so much they hold. The song that just came on was slow. Considering that he likes to wear leather jackets, I don't think this is the right song for us to dance to. Do you want to just wait for the next song? I asked. Nope, this is the perfect song for us to dance to. He smiled, a true genuine smile, no smirking lines at all. I won't give up on us. Even if the skies get rough. I'm giving you all my love. I'm still looking up. I never thought in my wildest dream that Damon would actually dance with me. Yes, I know we played a lot as kids, but that's what we were, kids. Now we older, and after so many years apart everything is just so different. 'Cause even the stars they burn. Some even fall to the earth. We've got a lot to learn. God knows we're worth it. But, what if he does not want to have a real relationship? What if he is still seeing me as that kid that would go along with what he says just to get a laugh? What if he is still caught up on Catherine or worst Elena? I know that I won't give up though. I don't wanna be someone who walks away so easily. I'm here to stay and make the difference that I can make. Our differences, they do a lot to teach us how to use the tools and gifts. We got a lot at stake. And in the end, you're still my friend, at least we did intend. For us to work, we didn't break, we didn't burn. We had to learn how to bend without the world caving in. I had to learn what I got, and what I'm not. And who I am. Could this song be a sign? Showing me what would happen if we actually got together. In the end, he will still be by my side as my lover or as my friend. As I looked into his eyes, I felt that could be true. He will be by my side and I by his. The song was already coming to an end, and for some reason I could not tear my eyes away from his. I won't give up on us. Even if the skies get rough. I'm giving you all my love. I'm still looking up. He moved his mouth closer to mine and I leaned up. Bella. Charlotte yelled from across the bar. I heard Damon curse under his breath. I could not help but giggle. I opened my arms just as Charlotte bounded into them. Never leave me alone with Alice ever again, or I will try my hardest to kill you. She shrieked. Hey, you cannot get mad at me. I told you not to let her do your wedding. I said. Whatever. She huffed. Where's Peter? I asked. Right here, darling. He said. I turned to him wearing his regular shit-eating grin. You're on in an hour, sugar. She said, smiling. Okay. I may be strong, but I am smart enough not to go against Charlotte. Turning towards my booth, I noticed that Damon was not at it, but at that same time I felt someone's gaze on me. At the bar with his usual smirk, Damon was there staring at me. When he had caught my eyes, he wagged his eyebrows and waved me over. I smiled, making my way over to him. My Mr. Salvatore, you just can't get enough of me, can you? I asked. Maybe not, who knows for sure. He shrugged as he smirked. So he began, but one of my favorite songs came on. Usher's Scream. Come dance with me, this is my favorite song. I said. Usher, baby. Yeah, we did it again. And this time I'm ma make you scream. The slow build up of this song always made me go crazy. I see you over there, so hypnotic. Thinking 'bout what I'd do to that body. I'd get you like ooh baby baby. Ooh baby baby, ah ooh baby baby, ooh baby baby. You had me like ooh baby baby, ooh baby. I whispered in his ear. And I've tried to fight it. But you're so magnetic. Got one life, just live it. Now relax, and get on your back. If you wanna scream, yeah, let me know and I'll take you there. He whispered back at me, grinding his hips to mine, and boy, I am not ashamed to say that I grind Ed on back. Get you going like, ah ooh baby baby, ooh baby baby. Ah ooh baby baby, ooh baby. If you wanna scream, devil eyes telling me come and get it. We said together, get you going like, ah ooh baby baby, ooh baby baby. Ah ooh baby baby, ooh baby. If you wanna scream. By the end of the song we were both panting. Damn, that was hot yet so innocent. So, he started once we were back seated. What to do now, Isabel? I couldn't read the expression that was on his face. But whatever it was, it seemed that he was happy. I don't know, I was supposed to sing a song or something, but I really don't feel like it now. I said. Wanna ditch and go back to my place? I have a lot more booze there and it's only the two of us. He said. What are you going to do to me once we are all alone? I asked as I licked his outer ear. Before he could respond, I ran out the little club and made my way to the boarding house. Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot? Hit me, baby, hit me. I yelled. I was dancing on top of the table in Damon's living room. Damon was dancing around the table with a bottle of Jack in his hands. We were drunk out of our minds. Sober enough to know better, too drunk to care. What the hell? I turned to see Stefan and Elena standing in the open door. What's up? I asked, trying to keep a straight face but failing miserably. What are you doing? He asked. Dancing, drinking. I answered. Damon was still dancing around the table. I don't think he even heard them come in. The wind shifted and I smelled them. Aw shit, Damon, they found us. I whispered. Oh well, there goes our fun. Hey Stefan, Elena, I thought I felt all my joy and fun being sucked out of my life. He said. Bella, there you are. Char said, crashing through the door with Peter and Jasper right behind her. What, why are you covered in paint? Jasper asked. I looked down to see splatters of pink and purple on me. Damon had green and blue on him. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Paint war. I asked. At least your hair isn't messed up. Char said. Sit down. Jasper growled. Damon and I sat, not because we were afraid, but because we wanted to. Why are you all here? I asked the trio. Because Char got scared when she couldn't find you for the song. She called Jasper to see if you went home. Peter said. What were you thinking, Issa? We were worried about you. Jasper said. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Jasper, I am old enough to take care of myself. He sighed. I know you are. I'm just well, I just got you back, sis, and I really don't want to lose you. He said. You're not, Jasper, you have nothing to worry about. We can talk more about this later if you want. Boy, right now though, too drunk. I said, grabbing my forehead. While most of you are here, can you please tell me how you actually died? Damon said. I was murdered. I said. How and by who? Stefan asked. Quickly, and by a person. I asked. A little more specific. He asked. In the forest by a boy. Is he in this room? Well, there's a highly possibility. I whispered. Before the last word came out my mouth, Damon was across the room fighting Jasper. I knew this was going to happen sooner or later, and I was banking on later. After about 2 more minutes, Peter and Stefan grabbed their respected brother. I know I threatened to kill my brother, but I would never actually do it. Damon yelled. It was an accident. I pushed her and accidentally made her hit the tree. Jasper yelled back. Calm down. It's over and done with now, you have nothing to worry about. Char said. She's right, I've had years to come to terms with it. As long as I'm alive now, I'm cool. I said. Unless you die from alcohol poisoning. Peter shrugged. Of all things, you know what, never mind. Come on, Jasper, let's go visit Mom. I sighed, pulling Jasper out the door. Peter and Char trailing behind us. Wait, Issa. Damon called. Yeah, let's go to a club tonight. Really, Damon, of all places to go, you want to go to a club? I asked. He flashed me his dirty smirk. Well, I figured you would want to have some more fun, like we were having earlier. He said. It was fun hanging out with you today. Okay, pick me up at my house at 7. I said. It's a date. He whispered in my ear before he went back inside. Jasper cleared his throat. You're still here. I thought you would have taken off when Peter and Char did. I said. I was, until he came out. Aw, get over it, Jasper. Come on, race you there. I said. % euro pound. Pound time is skipping an in smiley face. Right now, Mother and I were holding back Finn and Cole while Klaus and Jasper fought. Klaus was winning, was watching it from the couch across from us. Like Damon and Stefan, they had wanted tea. Oh no, what happened to me the day I died? Issa, a little help please. Jasper said. Little busy here, I said as Cole tried to get from beneath me. Klaus slammed Jasper's head into the floorboard. Arg men. Hey Mom, guess what? I said. What? She asked, bemused. I have a date with Damon Salvatore tonight. I smiled. Everyone seemed to stop moving. Wow, was this really that big of news? I'm sorry, come again. Cole asked Jasper, forgotten now. I have a date with Damon Salvatore. I said slowly. Why would you do that? Klaus asked. Because I want to. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to start getting ready. I said, turning my back on them. Why did you tell them that? Jasper asked. You asked for my help. I said. But you knew how they would react. I wanted to tell them anyway. I still can't believe you're doing this. Jasper, I said, stopping him. You're married and love your wife. I'm single and looking for someone. I don't want to be the third wheel anymore. That's one of the reasons why I left. I'm sorry, Isabella. It's just that for so long I actually thought you were dead, and now that I know you're alive, all I want to do is protect you. I can't let you get hurt or killed again. He said. The need is even stronger because our twins and now vampires. It's okay, bro, you just need to calm down sometimes. I said, patting his back. Come on, I need to get ready. I said as I walked through the front door of my house. Get ready for what? Rose asked when I walked through the door. My date, of course. I smirked. A date? Emmett asked, coming out the next room with his hands on his hips. Yes, date. And no, not with Peter. I said before he asked. Who then? Emmett asked. Damon Salvatore, of course. I smirked. Oh hell no. I heard Peter yell from upstairs, followed by a slap. Ow. Shit, Char, that actually hurted that time. He whined. I wish it hurt all the time. She grumbled. Anyway, Alice, Rosalie helped me get ready. I said as I walked up the staircase. Where are you going tonight? Alice asked as I closed the door. Some club. I said. Club shorts, skirt, or dress? Alice asked Rose. No dresses, not for the first date. She replied. Okay, if no dress we should deal away with skirts. Dark or light? She asked me. Both. Tan denim short shorts with a black belt. I want this top, I said, holding it out. It was a black off-the-shoulder top. The sleeves started about 3 inches above my elbow. A very pretty wide sleeve top. That looks perfect. Now just add these, she said, producing a pair of black and tan Converse. How in the world did she find those? Well, she stated, seeing my face, I knew these were your favorite kind of shoes, so I had them specially make a pair in every single color. She said, smiling. Thank you so much, I said as I hugged her. I jumped in the shower, did a quick shave of everything. Except for the hair that was on my head. I need a thong, I'm wearing short shorts, I said as I wrapped myself in a towel. White, Alice said as we gave me them along with a black strapless bra. Can't have the boys seeing your underclothes, Rosalie said. I slipped on the outfit and some jewelry as the curling irons heated up. What should he be for? Rose asked. 10 to 15 minutes, I said. You're really pushing it with time, huh? Alice asked. Nah, I'm just going with the flow. They're all done, Rose said, twisting up the last piece. She had fish braided my hair, some of the blue parts framed my face. The doorbell rung. Instead of going downstairs, I grabbed my jacket and jumped out the window. Hey, he said, shocked. Hi, let's go before the cavalry comes. I giggled. Pound, percent, times skip, pound, euro, pound. Can you blow my whistle, baby, whistle, baby? Let me know. Girl, I'm gonna show you how to do it. And we start real slow. You just put your lips together. Damon and I was squished between other dancing couples. The night was winding down a bit, but it was really fun. We had been dancing close to 3 hours. I wish we could dance forever. The feeling of being with someone you hoped would stay in your life forever was magical. I was on the edge with him. Damon's paw. The night was spectacular. Tonight was one of the best nights I have actually had in a while, and I wasn't that drunk. Hey, you want to dance? Some college student asked my date. No, I'm on a date right now, she said. Just one dance, the sleaze pleaded. Hey buddy, the girl said no. I said, handing her the drink I ordered. Calm down, dude, I wasn't going to do no more than dance with her, he said, walking away. I knew it was just a show they had put on. He whispered to some other men and they started to make their way over here. Aw shit, Damon, let's go, she whispered as she ran to the door. All your planning and it still didn't work. I laughed. Shut up, my bitch, she giggled. As we ran, the first couldn't help but think of that memory. That I will forever engrave in my head, yet shall never ever tell anyone. Flashback. Just entering the club. Aw shit, Isabella whispered. Yes, that is exactly how I wanted my date to start, her cursing. What's wrong? I asked. Right in front the club doors, club sharks, she said, pointing to a group of guys ranging from college kids to 30-year-olds. What do you suppose we do? I asked. Besides killing them, I have an awesome idea. Make duck lips and clench your cute booty together, she said, spanking my ass. Wait, what? Can't I just kill them? I asked. Sorry, no, so let's go, she said, strutting forward. Hey baby, one of the sleazes said. Are you talking to my bitch? She growled in a deeper voice than she naturally had in me in my pose. Sorry dude, he stuttered. Don't disrespect me by hitting on my bitch, asshole, she said. I couldn't help but laugh. She heard. What was that, bitch? You think since you in public you can disobey me? She growled. I actually took a step back. She actually scared the crap out of me. Sorry dude, they all mumbled as they walked past me. Oh, he's going to be, she said as she grabbed my shirt collar. And they're gone, she giggled as she let me go. You are evil, I whispered in her ear. She chuckled. Thank you. End of flashback. It's a good thing we ran here, she said as we slowed down. Why didn't we kill them again? I asked. 'Cause I said so, she laughed. So evil, I said as I grabbed her and spun her around. Tonight was fun, Damon, she whispered when I put her down. Really? How fun? I asked. She smiled. She started to skip around me like AJ Lee on WWE, her now down curly hair gently hitting her back. Finally she stopped in front of me, smiling. She jumped on me, I caught her of course, and she kissed me. kissed me right in the middle of the park we had wandered in. Suddenly a lot of heat gathered in my chest. I was enjoying the kiss too much to pull away. My head was tangled in her soft curls. She broke away from me and placed her hand on her chest. Slowly her heart thumped in her chest. Is that your heart? I asked. She smiled. It's beating again, she whispered with tears in her eyes. I smiled softly and kissed her again. Alice's paw. Issa should be home soon. I said. I hope you're not worried. Jazzy said. I'm not. I whispered. My chest felt warmer. So did the rest of my body. Jasper, I feel so warm. I said. Carlisle, what's happening? Esme asked. I don't know, he said. After more minutes we started to cool down. I looked at Jazz. Oh my god. His eyes were a dark deep blue. Lapis lazuli. Jasper, your eyes and skin. I said as I felt how hard he is. Are we human? Rosalie asked. No, I can still hear thoughts. We're traditional vampires. He whispered, coming in the room. His emerald green eyes bright with yellow in the middle. Then I heard something strange. Do you hear that? I asked. Yeah, it sounds like a flock of birds. Jasper said. Oh my gosh, it's SSHH, just listen. He whispered in my ear. Isabella's paw. Damon and I slowly walked the streets hand in hand. Content in the little bubble we made. Why do you have so many people in your family? He asked. That's a long story. I sighed. We have all the time in the world. He said. Where do I start? I asked. How about the beginning? He asked. Okay, it all started with Esther and her 7 children. Isabella's paw. Damon and I slowly walked the streets hand in hand, content in the little bubble we made. Why do you have so many people in your family? He asked. That's a long story. I sighed. We have all the time in the world. He said. Where do I start? I asked. How about the beginning? He asked. Okay. It all started with Esther and her 7 children. Now, Isabella's paw. Her 7 children were Elijah, Niklas, Finnick, Kolik, Henrik, Rebecca, and a baby that died right after birth, a boy. Henrik died at a young age when Klaus took him to go see the werewolves change under a full moon. I started. Dumb ass. He said. Yes, Niklas was very stupid for doing that. Anyway, after that Michael, the father, made Esther turn all the kids immortal. What he didn't know was that Esther cheated on him with a werewolf and produced Klaus. If she turned Klaus immortal, then he would be half vampire and half werewolf. She didn't like that, so she did a binding spell to keep that at bay, but Michael and Klaus found out. Michael killed the werewolf and his family soon after. And the original vampires fled, not wanting to be killed. I said. I knew that much, but what about you? He asked. I was getting to that. Now there was a man named Vatifer. Vatifer was Michael's best friend. He was also dying. Back then they didn't know what it was. It's known as the common cold today. He didn't have a strong enough immune system to withstand it though. As his final request, he wanted to go to the celebration that his friend was having. Somehow he drank some of the blood-laced drink, then died from the cold that night. When he woke up hours later, his nurse was sitting right beside him. He snapped her neck and drank her blood. He then went to find his wife. She was a witch, a very strong one at that. They had sex and months later she gave birth to a baby. Well, the baby ripped out of her stomach and killed her. He was the first immortal vampire ever born. He was ice cold and hard as stone, but alive. The very first cold one. Apparently the witch knew what her husband was and what would happen if she had the baby, but she had him anyway. To make sure other witches was immune to getting pregnant by vampires. They evolved is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Anyway, Vatifer took the child and ran away. The child's name is unknown. All that we know of him is that he inherited his mother's powers and he traveled with his father everywhere. After many years the duo grew tired of being alone and wanted more of their kind. They came across 3 siblings. Vladimir, Stefan, and Caesar. The son changed Vladimir and Stefan, while Vatifer changed Caesar. Caesar was jealous of his brothers, they were so much stronger than him. One day he snapped and tried to kill one of his brothers, they killed him instead. They weren't sad though, their brother was mean and was always jealous of them. They were adored by their parents, especially Vladimir since he was the youngest. Stefan used to tease him about that, still do. After a year their strength started to wear off. When their thirst was controlled they took off. Years later more vampires flooded the world. Vladimir and Stefan kept making vampires, they only changed the humans that were dying though. Soon the world was way overpopulated with vampires. Vladimir and Stefan was responsible for all the vampires, so they had to fix it. They created the laws and anyone who broke them was to be killed. Soon the vampire numbers was way less than humans, which was great. Anyway, on the other side the world, the unnamed son fell in love with a human named Sasha. He changed her, of course. After the change she lost all her memory and fled from him. He was heartbroken and wanted to die. She wasn't his mate, but he had loved her. He too fled, but he went to England and lived in the sewer, only coming out to eat. This went on for centuries. While he was grieving, the Romanians were defeated in a war against a group called the Vulturi. His father was dealing with a troubled vampire that his son created, and Sasha was being killed for making an immortal child, leaving behind her 3 vampire daughters, Katrina, Irina, and Tanya. He stopped me. Katrina, Irina, and Tanya. You mean the 3 Barbie sisters you introduced me to? He said, shocked. Yes, the very ones. You see, when Sasha fled she was alone and wanted a friend. She came across Katie first. The village she lived in thought she was a witch, so she was being drowned. Sasha got her, fled, and changed her. After the change, Kate got a power. She could shock people with just a single touch. The power was originally for Sasha, but something told the unknown child not to give it to her, so it was in her subconscious. And when she turned Kate, it went to her. I shrugged. Wow, didn't actually think the story was that long. He muttered. It's actually a little over halfway over. I chuckled. How about we go to the grill? Get something to eat, and we finish the story there. I don't know if you noticed, but you stumbled at least 3 times during the story. As he said that, I stumbled again, but I caught myself. I laughed. Too many tequila shots. I said. Come on shorty, get on my back. He said, getting in a crouch. I giggled and got on. Getty up. I said, slapping his ass. You better stop that, before I do you right here. He said seriously. I just laughed at him. All the liquor was really getting to me. Oh really, will that entitle a really good time? I asked. Nothing but the best, he declared. How about we get back to the story, horsey? He mumbled something, but I didn't get to catch it. Okay, so yeah, Katie had got the power, and all 3 sisters were alone. Vatifer was dealing with a vampire that was just over the 100-year mark. He was going crazy, because he was trying to track his mate, but she wasn't born yet. His name is James. I said. Let me guess, another one, a part of the coven? Damon asked. Yup. And that drove him crazy, but Vatifer was with him, so he still had some sanity. Okay, hold on, let me stay in order. While that was going on, the unknown son was hunting and he accidentally bit Carlisle. He usually killed the bad guys, but he was thirsty and he drank from him. Some of the venom went in him and Carlisle was changed. I said, then waited for Damon to process everything. We were almost to the bar. We walked almost 10 miles. Good thing vampires don't get tired. Okay, so the 3 Barbies, James, and Carlisle has been changed. That's only 5, he said. Okay, let's see, fast forward. The Vulturi had a guard named Elazar. He was very loyal to them, but he found his mate, Carmen, and she was deadly afraid of them. The Vulturi let him go, seeing that they were nice at that time. Anyway, they left, met the Denali sisters, and found out they could drink animal blood. Very same month Carlisle finally gave into the thirst, but drank from a sheep, from what I remember. Anyway, months later his eyes was golden and he came across the Vulturi. The Vulturi is run by 3 brothers. Arrow, Marcus, and Cause. Arrow has a gift where with one touch he can know all your thoughts. Anyway, Carlisle met them, became friends with Arrow. He left after a few years. I stopped when we entered the bar. I wasn't getting off his back though. Damon rolled his eyes at that. He went to a booth far away from people and then sat on the opposite side of me. So what happened next? He asked. Okay, let me think. Okay, oh, Jasper is next. After he joined the war he quickly went through the ranks and before long he was Major. Major Jasper Whitlock. I can't help but be proud of him. Anyway, one day while he was evacuating people he came across 3 sisters, Nettie, Lucy, and Maria. Maria changed Jasper and he was the major in the newborn war for years. One day he came across a sarcastic talking human with a giant shit-eating grin, by the name Peter Piper. I was cut off by Damon's loud laugh. Wait, Piper. As in the tongue twister. Oh God. And he laughed even harder. Yes, as in Peter Piper, Edward actually came up with that tongue twister. I laughed with him. Hello, I'm Mandy, can I get you something to drink? An adorable brunette said. The girl looked around 16. Well, sugar, can I have a Coke? I asked with my thick Texan accent. It worked, she flushed bright red. Damon's jaw dropped. Sure, what can I have in return? She said, smirking. I don't know if it was possible, but Damon's jaw dropped even further. Damon's paw. I didn't know what to say or do as Issa shamelessly flirted with the waitress. And the waitress flirted right back. After she took both our orders, she walked away with a giant smile on her face. What the hell was that? I asked her. What the hell was what? She asked with a smirk. You know what? I said. Oh, that, she said, pointing in the direction the waitress went. That was nothing. She smiled, waving her hand dismissively. Nothing, huh? I asked. Let's keep this story going, shall we? Okay, he changed Peter and soon after changed Charlotte. A couple of years later, Peter and Charlotte escaped, then they came back to help Jasper escape. As this was going on, Carlisle was changing his first Anthony Masson. He was dying of Spanish influenza. Soon after, he changed his mate Esme. And as that was going on, James got wind of a human that got locked up in an asylum that could see the future. He went to meet her to see if she could help. Vetifer thought James was going to change the girl, so he tried to stop him. At that time, another vampire was there. He was a real bitch. He didn't want James to find his mate because he had just lost his. So he planned to change Alice and keep her under his control. With Vetifer and the other vampire working against him, he couldn't get the needed information. One day Alice was by herself and the vampire got to her and bit her. She saw this was coming, so she didn't fight it. When James got there, he quickly killed the vampire, but couldn't save Alice. Vetifer saw his mistake and apologized before taking off. James didn't want to leave her side, but there was carving on the wall. I don't know specifically what it said, but it was along the lines of what James' mate looked like and where to find her. It also said that he should leave before she woke up. He did after the second day. She stopped when the waitress came back. Here's your food, darlings, she said, putting the plates down softly. And some napkins, she said, putting them in Issa's lap before walking off. Seriously, she really wants you, I said, gobsmacked. Oh no, she wants both of us, she said, holding up a napkin. It read, I am into threesomes, give me a call whenever, followed by her number. Wow, was all I could say. Hey honey, come here, Issa said, waving her over. Yeah, she asked. Issa told her something, then showed her a picture, I guess. The girl smiled even wider and nodded. Next the girl to a quick picture, and I guess Issa sent it to someone. I saw gave the girl a number and the girl left texting away. What did you do? I asked, confused. Gave her Peter and Char's numbers, they have an open relationship, she explained. I didn't even want to ask was she in that. I think she knew what I was thinking because she wagged her eyebrows at me. Nice, very nice, she moaned as she took a bite out of her personal pizza. This is so good, she said. Yes it is, I said, biting into my burger. Once we were done, we ordered another set of Cokes so she could finish her story. Okay, so James found his mate, Victoria, who was a vampire, with another vampire male by the name of Laurent, who was also searching for his mate. Victoria and James got together and they helped Laurent find his mate, who is Irina. The four of them ran off together to just enjoy each other for a couple of years. At that time, Garrett, Kate's mate, was hunting in the same area and he and Katie got together. That's all the Denali's. Now when Alice woke up, her memory was completely gone, but she had visions of Jasper, her mate, and then of the Cullens. During her time searching for Jasper, Carlisle changed Rosalie, who was left for dead by her fiancé and his friends. She got them back by killing them though. Years later she came across a dying Emmett, she felt the pull and brought him to Carlisle, who changed him. Wasn't too long after that Alice and Jasper showed up and joined the family. She said, smiling. Okay, but what about you, and how did the Denali's and Cullens meet? I asked. Carlisle met Elzire one day while he was in Denali. Edward and Tanya met, but it wasn't live at first sight, it took a few years. But soon they gave into the pull and got together. James recognized Alice and apologized for his part in her turning, which she just shrugged off. Then she trailed off and started laughing. What the hell was so funny? What is so hilarious? I asked, filling my eyes at her behavior. He told her he wasn't going to leave until her heart start beating. She smiled, shaking her head. And, I prompted, her heart is beating now. She said, what? Oh, I get it. I said, I'm pretty sure they're having a laugh about this, but I doubt he will stop looking after her though, same with Victoria. She said, what about you? I asked again. She huffed, irritated. I was an afterling, the thing a person can turn into after death, if they don't want to go to heaven just yet. We can either go to the afterling world or stay in the human world in hopes of someone bringing them back to life. Though you only have a 200-year period. Long story short, I found Jasper and his family. Jasper got me back on this side and now I'm half vampire, half afterling. She shrugged. I thought you was half vampire, half angel. I asked. She shook her head. Nope, afterling, not angel. She said, well, that was an interesting and long-ass story. I said, smiling. Isabella's paw. I smiled at his smile. He was really handsome. My phone beeped. To Ella. From Tanya. Come home, girl, bring your sexy man too, smiley face. We're seeing my family off. They're going back to Denali. Well, Carmen, Elazar, Kate and Garrett are. The others are going on a mini vacation. To Tanya. From Ella. Okay. We'll be there in 5. Thanks for texting. To Ella. From Tanya. No prob, sis. Come on, Damon, let's go see the Denalis off. I said. I thought you all lived together. He asked, confused. Oh no, it's just the Cullens and me. The Denalis have their own home. They had come just to see if I was alright. I explained. We paid the bill, then left the waitress a nice tip. She earned it too. Everyone was outside talking when we ran up. I will miss you all. I said as they came to give me a hug. We will miss you as well, Mija. Please be careful. And you, young man, take care of my niece. Carmen said, pointing to a smiling Damon. Of course, ma'am, he said, giving a bow, and kissed her hand. She giggled. Be safe, Bella. Laurent said. You too, don't break my cousin. I teased. He got a giant smirk on his face while Irina blushed. Oh yeah, big bad Irina blushed. Oh look, she's blushing. She's as red as a tomato. Emmett boomed out, laughing. Everyone laughed at that, except for an embarrassed Irina. Thanks, Bella. You are what makes my heart beat. Like literally. Victoria said, laughing. Thanks, Victoria. Once they left, the house felt empty. Damon left soon after, saying we should meet again for dinner tonight. I just realized that it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I need sleep, I said as the tiredness caught up with me. Of course, dear, Esme said. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I went to sleep and dreamt of Damon. Damon's paw. Tonight went better than I expected. Hey Damon, Stefan said as I walked through the door. Hey Steph, I said. Wow, you actually acknowledge me like a regular person. I take it your date went well. He said. Yes, it did. We're going out again tonight. I said, smirking. Really? Why? Elena asked. I didn't even know she was here. Because I love her, I said. A weird look passed on her face before she looked at me again. Oh no, I mean why tonight and not just go out for lunch? She said. Because Lena, I'm more than sure we are going to sleep through lunch. It was then that she caught sight of the clock. Shit, Stefan, it's late. I'm going to just crash here, okay? I'm going to bed. Night, guys, she said before heading up to Stefan's room. Minutes later, I was in my bed asleep, dreaming of Issa. Alice's paw. Jasper, let's go sleep. I said, testing the words on my tongue. Sure, darling, that actually sounds nice. He said. Everyone made their way up to the rooms, they made their own. Issa really did bring the good out of people, and I was happy that my family was back whole. Oh, this is great, but I wish I could shake this dread that I feel. I don't want to feel this at all. Damon's paw. We have been dating for almost a week now. I'm on good terms with the Cullens minus Peter. The originals though, yeah, they don't really care too much for me. Which I don't care, cause I don't like them. What's going through your head, Damon? Issa asked, looking at me. Just thinking about your family. I said. They'll come around. I mean, you tried to kill them, they tried to kill you. And all that jazz. She said, smiling. Yeah, we'll see. I said, truly meaning it though. Good. Hey, what's that? She asked, pointing at a tree above us. About 56 feet above in the tree was something shining. How about you climb up there and go see? I asked, laughing. Okay. She shrugged before really starting to climb. I was joking. I yelled at her. I know. She laughed at me but continued to climb. Suddenly I smelled something horrible, like wet dog. What the hell? And then they came into sight. I remember them. They were with Jules but fled after Klaus killed her. Stay up there. I yelled quickly to Issa, before the wolves noticed her. It was sent a full moon, but even in human form their bites are fatal. Shit, there was 2 of them too. I looked up to see Issa's confused face. Her body was crouched and out of sight. You would only see her if you were really looking. Well, if it isn't Damon Salvatore. The female hissed at me. Hello mutt. I sneered. Damon, watch your tongue and I might watch my teeth. She smiled. You mean you're going to brush those yellow things? I asked with pretend shock. Tread lightly, leech. The male said. Why? It's not like you're going to catch me even at that slow pace. I mocked. The more I talked to, the least likely they would notice Issa in the tree. He lunged at me, but before I could get into a different stance he was across the field. Crouched before me was Issa growling loudly. Another vampire. Looks like we're even. The female smiled. Her mate chuckled and tried to charge again only to be caught around the throat by Jasper. When did he get here? I dare you to try and kill my sister. He hissed, throwing him into a tree. Come on sweetie, come get me. Issa said in a deadly tone. The wolf didn't like her chances and tried to run. My girl wasn't having any of that though. She caught her by the throat and threw her on the ground before circling her. Get up bitch, she hissed. The wolf got up quickly and lunged. It seems that Issa didn't feel like playing because as soon as the wolf was close enough her arm went through her chest. She easily took her heart out and watched the body fall to the ground lifeless, an evil smile decorating her face. I should have been a little sick at that, but she looked sexy as hell. Isabella. Jasper called. He was dragging the struggling mate to her. He held him up and put his hands behind his back so he couldn't grab Issa. She smiled at him. Get the fuck away from me, you evil child. He growled. Oh, I know I'm evil. She rammed her hand through his chest. She didn't move, she just watched as the pain settled into his body. Jasper then rammed his hand through his back. Suddenly there was a ripping sound and in both their hands was half his heart. Each held the piece in their hands like it was nothing. Disposal please. Jasper asked smiling. Certainly good brother. She said smiling childishly. She touched the female's body and it caught on fire. Jasper threw the male's body on top. Soon all there was left was ash. Too bad there wasn't more. Would have been a lot more challenging. Jasper smiled. True. His sister agreed. Issa. I called jogging up to her. Damon, I forgot you was here. She said looking down. You need to teach me how to fight like that, Jasper. I said. Sure. Be ready to get your ass kicked though. He said smiling before running off. And you can not scare me like that. I said twirling her around. I promise Damon. She said smiling at me. Hey, what was in that tree? I asked. A watch. She said showing it to me. Wonder who lost it. I mused. I don't, it's mine now. She said before running away cackling. I shook my head. My life will never be dull with her around. I thought then chased after my girl. Damon's paw. Jasper was dragging the struggling mate to her. Jasper held him up and put the male's hands behind his back so he couldn't grab Issa. She smiled at the wolf. Get the fuck away from me, you evil child. He growled. Oh, I know I'm evil. She rammed her hand through his chest. She didn't move, she just watched as the pain settled into his body. Jasper then rammed his hand through his back. Suddenly there was a ripping sound and in both their hands was half his heart. Each held the piece in their hands like it was nothing. Disposal please. Jasper asked smiling. Certainly good brother. She said smiling childishly. She touched the female's body and it caught on fire. Jasper threw the male's body on top. Soon all there was left was ash. Too bad there wasn't more. Would have been a lot more challenging. Jasper smiled. True. His sister agreed. Issa. I called jogging up to her. Damon, I forgot you was here. She said looking down. You need to teach me how to fight like that, Jasper. I said. Sure. Be ready to get your ass kicked though. He said smiling before running off. And you can not scare me like that. I said twirling her around. I promise Damon. She said smiling at me. Hey, what was in that tree? I asked. A watch. She said showing it to me. Wonder who lost it. I mused. I don't, it's mine now. She said before running away cackling. I shook my head, my life will never be dull with her around. I thought then chased after my girl. Now, Damon's paw. So, what are we doing today? I asked Issa as we laid in my bed staring at the ceiling. Actually I have been here for almost a month and I think it would be nice to spend some time with my mother and brother. She said, Arg, do you have two? I mean you have eternity. I said, just like I have eternity with you. She pointed out smiling. Yeah I guess. I grumbled. Oh shut up mister. Pouty. She said, I do not pout. I felt myself pout so I turned my head so she couldn't see it. Are you pouting? She asked trying to look at my face. No. I said. Yes, you are. Damon's being a little possessive. It's sexy. She whispered in my ear. Really now? I asked. Yes, but as sexy as it is. I'm having some quality family bonding time. You should too, go have a nice day with your brother. She said. He is not going to want to spend the day with me. I said with a fake sigh. Oh don't worry, I already convinced him. She said with a twinkle in her eye. Well aren't you a conniving little girl? I said kissing her. Yes I am. Now go get ready. I'm leaving now. She said standing up. Oh come on, 5 more minutes. I whined. And yes I do in fact whine, but only to her. It's already 1, go get ready. Bye Dammy. She said. Bye Isabel. I smirked, with a blink she was gone. I groaned. Why do I have to spend the day with Saint Stefan? Because I told you to. I turned to see Issa back in my room. Forgot my purse, she said grabbing it and leaving. Rebecca's paw. Hello sister. Cole said walking in with 2 intoxicated girls. Hello Cole, whores. I said. They glared at me and walked up the stairs with Cole. Sister go out, he said before disappearing to his room. I groaned, where the hell should I go? The boarding house was a no and so was my daughter's house. Mystic Grill it is. When I arrived in the parking lot Isabella and Jasper was waiting for me by the entranced. Hey mom, we are spending the day with you. Jasper said giving me a hug. Really? I asked. Yup. I made Damon spend the day with his brother, and Alice and Charlotte are in Paris looking for the perfect wedding dress. She said. Paris? I asked. I've only been there once in my entire existence. Yeah, they were going to look here but they took one look at the Mystic Wedding store, and got on the first plane out of here. He said. Ah yes. Having everything start with Mystic does get a little bit irritating. I said. So let's eat and catch up shall we? I would like to tell you everything that has happened in the past 200 years. My daughter said before walking in. Jasper held the door open and made the, after you, gesture to me. I nodded a thanks before walking in. Hey Becca, Jasper, Bella. Matt said as he wiped down the bar. Hey Matt, what's been up? Bella asked. Not much, about to get off, do whatever. He shrugged. How about you, hang out, with us? I asked. They all raised an eyebrow at me. I don't know, he said knitting his eyebrows together. She's right you should, Jasper said quickly. Yeah, you don't have much family do you? Isabella asked. Nope, mom is flighty, sister is dead, dad is dead, and friends are being secretive. He sighed. They not keeping you in on everything? Jasper asked. Nope, only calling when they need help. He said then stopped. I love them though they are like my second family. We can tell. Yes, spend the day with us and we will update you on everything. Isabella said. I suddenly felt like we were being watched. Isabella and Jasper must have felt it too because they looked tensed. I saw a flash of black clothing near the window before it was suddenly gone. Weird, probably just a gawking human. You could get the, how you say, 411 on everything. I said. He chuckled, thanks guys. You Whitlocks are alright. He signed out before waiting for us to order and eat. We should leave, you know just for the day. 1 day out of Mystic Falls. Jasper mused. That's a great idea. Matt where should we go? Bella asked. We could go to Florida. He asked. Sure. I've been to Destin Beach it's pretty out there. I injected. To the beach it is. Bella yelled causing everyone to look at her. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. Jasper snapped. Haha they looked like they were going to piss their pants. My daughter snickered. Wasn't that a bit cruel? Matt asked. Matt trust me. There is no such thing as being too cruel when it comes to them. I said. Really? He asked. Yup, you should go grab some stuff from your house while we eat. I said. Okay. Pick me up at my house then. Don't want to leave my car here. He said then walked out. Got a crush there, Mom? Jasper asked. Oh, it's more than a crush. She is falling hard, Bella said, nudging my shoulder. I forgot you two were brats. I smiled. Us. Brats. Preposterous. Isabella said. Here's sister. Jasper cheered. I narrowed my eyes at him. Are you drunk? No, just free. I used to be consumed by the need to drink and now I don't feel it anymore. My throat doesn't burn and blood bags are great. He said. Ah yes, and how does the human blood taste? What about your family? What did they think? I asked. They don't care. Our thirst is controlled and we are not hurting anyone. And we really have no reason to take a life. He shrugged. We ordered our food and 20 minutes later we were getting ready to leave. I wonder if I need to pack clothes. Just a bathing suit and some decent clothes is all. Also your bathroom stuff, cause I'm pretty sure I will be throwing you into the pool. Jasper said like it was nothing. I raised my eyebrow at him. What kind of son would do that to their parents or mother at the least? Then again, most kids have a certain fear set in by their parents. My kids would just laugh if I threatened them. Weird kids I raised. Don't even think about it. I said. Too late. My daughter snorted. Come on, let's go get Mom's boyfriend. Jasper said. He is not my boyfriend. Yet a voice said in my head. Issa, did you hear it yet? That I did. Mom is about to try and whoa. I see a stepdad in the future. Good. I thought I was the only one. Glad to see we are still so connected. I rolled my eyes, they are so immature. But I couldn't help but smile at them, they were my children. Kind of little bratty, yes, but still my children. Just think, we're physically older than him. He's only 17 right now. Jasper laughed. His sister joined him. Oh yes, they are definitely fucking brats. Damon's paw. Come on brother, where are we going? I asked. When you call me brother, do you really mean it, or is it just a title you like to acknowledge me with? He asked. I'm a little of both. I said. That's what I thought. He said, then fell silent. Why? I asked, only half caring. You're only asking to make me feel like you actually care. When we both know you don't. He said. And how do you know? He smirked at me. Guess I do rub off on him. Easy. The way you react and talk about certain things. He said. So I am an open book? I asked. He didn't answer. What was with him? I was finally interested in this conversation and he just ups and ignores me. Hello? I asked. Yes, Damon. He asked. Are you going to answer my question? I asked. I could, but should I? He asked. He was really starting to irritate me. What is your problem? I hissed. Why are you so mad? He asked. You're not answering my questions. I said. Deal with it. He smiled a tiny smile before he went back to his brooding expression. He was playing with me. He knew exactly how to rile me up, then just stopped short. Have to say I think I did pretty good watching after my brother this past year. Of course I wouldn't be acting this way if you just left. He said, shrugging. You want me to leave? I asked. Did I say those words? He retorted. You inclined them. I said. Ooh, inclined, such a big word. Didn't know it was in your vocabulary. He said. That's it. I said, pulling him out the car and against the tree. He pushed me off and ran, and I ran after him. Get back here, Stefan. I yelled. Catch me if you can, brother. He said. I growled. What kind of game is he playing at? Why the hell do I need to spend the rest of my day with him? I guess human blood doesn't really help you, huh? You're very slow. I heard his voice say. Okay, Stefan, you want a chase? I'll give you a chase. I followed his scent until the sound of rushing water hit my ears. He must have come here to hide his scent from me. You know, brother, you are a terrible tracker. He was laying on his back on a boulder looking at the sky. It rested right by a waterfall. Never used to have to find people. They always came to me. I smirked, blurring in front of him. His eyes moved to mine before he smiled lazily. What was going on in his mind? I think my brother has finally lost it. Hey Damon, he asked. What? I asked. What do you call something dry that gets wet? He asked. Then he got that look which means he's going over his words in his head. Are you trying to ask that stupid towel joke riddle thing? I asked, incredulous. Nope, he said, popping the P in the word. Fuck, I don't know, Stefan. What is it? I asked. He smirked at me. You call it Damon. He grabbed my ankles then quickly and easily threw me down the fucking waterfall. It was such a shock that I didn't even try to avoid the water, so now I'm soaked and fucking wet. I'm going to kill him and no one will find the damn body. I am going to charcoal that bitch. After a minute I reached the edge of the river and found the land. When I was about to pull myself out the water I felt my brother's presence. He was laying on his stomach watching me with a huge smile on his face. "Sue," he started, "how was your swim?" he asked. "Arg." He took off again laughing like a madman. "Damn him. When I catch you, I'm going to kill you," I yelled. That only made him laugh harder. Well, at least my clothes were drying. I hope my jacket won't shrink up. If it does I could just give it to Issa. She would like that. "Hurry up, slow ass," I heard my brother call. "Catch him, kill him, and skin him, no scratch that, catch him, skin him, then kill, no fucking annihilate his ass. I'm going to get you. You know what that bitch did?" "Yup," he fucking laughed. Again. "Arg, I hate him." Rebecca's pa. Once we picked up Matt and all our stuff was ready, we left for Florida. It didn't take long with my children's driving. I swear I thought I was leader. Ally was going to die the first 5 turns she made. Halfway through she let Jasper take over and he was just as bad. I might have to take their keys away. "Oh mom, the drive is over with," Bella said as she put up her clothes. She and I was sharing a room as was Jasper and Matt. Each room had 2 separate rooms with beds. "Yeah right," I said rolling my eyes. "Oh be quiet and get dressed. We are going out tonight," she said. "Where are we going?" "Club LA. Seems the best out of all the ones we looked up." "Okay, that's cool," I said shrugging. "We going to get turned up," she said. "What does turned up mean?" I asked. She just looked at me before walking away. What did I say? "Oh well, I'm about to get drunk and dance my ass off." Damon's pa. I finally caught up to Stefan. Damn was he fast. He was standing in a field just waiting for me. "So you finally got here, huh?" he asked smirking. "Shut up, I was just wasting your time," I said. "Really? Is that why you ran all the way here?" he asked. "Screw you, Stefan. I thought we was supposed to be bonding," I said. "We are bonding, brother." "Well, I know I'm having fun," he said. "Yeah, you insulting me then running is amusing to you," I said. "No, the insulting is amusing to me, the running is for you," he said. "And why do I need to run?" I asked. "'Cause you've been getting lazy with sitting down and drinking bourbon. You were staring to get a beer belly," he said. Did he just call me fat?" I pulled my shirt up. I had abs. Really, how could I be fat? I was just saying, you know, I saw something. So I told Issa I would take you running and that I would get rid of your alcohol. "Oh yeah, here, this is for you," he said, giving me a picture then blurring to the other side. The picture was of my beloved bar and all of the alcohol was empty. Nothing was left. No scotch, Jack, bourbon, rum, Parrots Bay, Moscato, nothing. All the bottles were shattered. I looked at him pissed. "Make sure you really pick those knees up," he said before running away. "You motherfucker," I yelled. "Don't worry, my beloved alcohol, you will be avenged." I ran after him. Here we go again. Damon's pa. I was just saying, you know, I saw something. So I told Issa I would take you running and that I would get rid of your alcohol. "Oh yeah, here, this is for you," he said, giving me a picture then blurring to the other side. The picture was of my beloved bar and all of the alcohol was empty. Nothing was left. No scotch, Jack, bourbon, rum, Parrots Bay, Moscato, nothing. All the bottles were shattered. I looked at him pissed. "Make sure you really pick those knees up," he said before running away. "You motherfucker," I yelled. "Don't worry, my beloved alcohol, you will be avenged." I ran after him. Here we go again. Now, Isabella's pa. I chuckled at how much my mom really doesn't know. She has been trapped in that coffin for so long. Oh well. Jasper and I are going to get him back for that. I grabbed a pair of YMI Minka dark wash denim girls shorts, a batwing sleeve red stripe ladies top, and a pair of leather Soda Berta platform wedges. The look was completed with a pink rockstars and angels cap, green teardrop earrings and gold bracelets. When I walked out, mother was already dressed in a red and white sun and Sean Beach type dress. Red satin heels, a crackle bead spike bracelet, and a beige bow accent cross-body convertible hobo handbag. I have one of those at home. She had her hair nicely GHT while mine went into a bunch of curls starting from where my hat ended. Ready? I asked her. Yes, and the boys are as well. Good, let's go stir up some fun, I said, and we linked arms. You ladies look beautiful, Jasper said. Thanks, Jazz, I said, taking his arm. Mom took Matt's. You know how to get there? I asked once we were in the car. Matt and Mom was having their own private conversation in the back. Yeah, I got the address in the GPS, he said. You think Emma have to sleep in your room? I asked. Doubt it. Mom is smarter than that. At least I hope. Well, I guess we have to think about what we would do in that situation. We get our smarts from her, I said. Jasper smiled and nodded. After a few seconds we looked at each other and said it at the same time, shit. I crossed my fingers and hoped to God that she doesn't fuck Matt tonight. Stefan's paw. Damon should be catching up to me soon, so where should we go? I looked at the map Issa gave me. Oh, I know exactly where to go. I smirked at all the people here. They couldn't even feel when a predator was near. They better be happy that I finally got control of my thirst. Nothing a little compelling couldn't fix. I can't believe only Klaus knew. Well, he was the one to give me my memories back and compel me to have more control. Of course Damon will find out soon. He probably already knows considering how fast I was. I mean, how else could I be fast enough to outrun Damon? He of all people knows how to tell when a person is on human or animal blood. Then again, he has been focusing on Isabella. I can't wait to spend some time with her. I've missed my only, truly, real and first friend in the world. Damon's paw. I followed his scent to a bar diner. Guess all that running made him hungry. I walked in to see they actually had a waiting list. Good thing I don't have to wait. Although one of these unfortunate customers will be my dessert. I'm looking for a Stefan Salvatore, I said. The waitress's eyes seemed to bug out. What was her problem? Yeah, he is right this way, she stuttered. All the way to the back sat Stefan. See, you finally made it. He chuckled. Yeah, well brother, you are fast, I said, sitting down opposite of him in the booth. The waitress looked confused for a second before recognition, then mortification showed on her face. What the hell was her problem? What's with her? I asked. I may have made it sound like my husband was meeting me here. He said. I am going to put a stake through your heart, Ripper, I said. He froze. What? You didn't think I wouldn't notice now, did you? Are you going to tell Elena? I asked. How did you find out? He asked. Oh come on Stefan, you of all people know I can tell the signs of it. So who was it that compelled you to have control? I asked, making him seem shocked again. Klaus, he said. Really? You seek help from the one that wants to kill your girlfriend? I said. He doesn't want to kill Elena anymore. Isabella told him if he even tried that she will set him on fire, put it out. Then do it over and over again until he was nothing but wet ash. Your girl is pretty sadistic, he said. Have you met her family? I asked him. Yes, and as I remember, all of them except for Finn and Elijah wants to beat you to death. Maybe not Rebecca too, he smirked. Right. We ordered out food, ate, grabbed a nice dessert, and left. When he wasn't looking, I took the map that he had and planned our next move. Time for a little makeover for Stefan. Isabella's paw. So this is what you meant when you said that you were spent. Oh my god, I love this song. A very intoxicated Rebecca said. You listen to modern music? Matt asked. Of course, how else am I to bond with you? She asked. What do you mean? He asked. Well, you are a busboy at a bar, so I'm sure you are always surrounded by music. And I guess music would be the easiest to bond over. She shrugged. And why would you want to bond with me? He asked. Oh bloody hell Matt, it's kind of obvious that I like you. Even Jasper and Isabella noticed today, she said. He didn't say anything but tipped her back and kissed her. Ah, very sweet. Arg, I really hope to God they don't have sex tonight. Jasper frowned. You and I both. I hope Bonnie doesn't have a crush on Matt. Because if she does, we should be expecting some more siblings. I snickered. He groaned. I don't need more siblings. You, Peter, and Emmett are the definition of hell. I'll take that as a compliment, I said, downing a shot. I'm not surprised in the least bit, he said, sipping his vodka. Of course you aren't, he said, rolling his eyes. Hey, you want to dance? A girl asked Jasper. Surprisingly, she wasn't drunk. No, I'm good. I'm married, he said, flashing his wedding band. Oh, she said, then looked at me. You're his wife? She asked. Nah, I'm his twin sister. I said. Okay, well, have fun, I guess. she said and walked back to the group of girls she was with. I miss when they were too afraid to actually talk to us. He said. I know, right? I asked. A few shots later and I was so bored of this club. Why did I come here again? Oh right, to get away from the mystic life. Can we get them home now? I am bored out of my mind here. I said. You are bored because you have not yet grown up. Trust me, I know. Voice said. Where have you been these last few weeks? Gathering the information that you will need. You will have your childhood back though. Hey voice, why do you sound so young now? When I first started to hear you, you sounded so old. The day is coming for me to escape the confinement of this world. Does that mean you are going to leave me? No, it means you are going to see me. Really? Yes, now go have fun. Take care of your mother. He said, then he was gone. When I looked around I noticed we were pulling up to our hotel. Well, that chat was long. Come on mom, let's go to bed. I said. I don't want to sleep. She whined. You'll feel better in the morning. I said, trying to coax her into bed. No. She whined again. Arg, go to bed. I said. I left her to her own devices. Rebecca's paw. Mama, you taught me to do the right things. So now you have to let your baby fly. I watched as Klaus walked Isabella down the aisle to Damon. My little girl was getting married. You've given me everything that I will need to make it through this crazy thing called life. Do you, Damon Salvatore, take Isabella Whitlock to be your lawfully wedded wife? The preacher, Carlyle, asked. I do, he said. And I know you watched me grow up. And only want what's best for me. And I think I found the answer to your prayers. And do you, Isabella Whitlock, take Damon Salvatore to be your lawfully wedded husband? He asked. I do, she said. And he is good, so good. He treats your little girl like a real man should. He is good, so good. She looked so beautiful as a bride. I hope she has a happy life. You look so beautiful, Isabella. I hope you have a beautiful and wonderful life to match it. I said as I hugged her. I wish I could too, Mom. But you took that away from me. She said. Suddenly it was only the two of us in the room, nobody else was here. It was as if they just vanished and the music stopped. What do you mean? I asked. You let me die, she said, and then suddenly she was also gone. Then my surroundings changed. The beautiful ballroom was suddenly gone. I was running up a hill trying to get to my kids. Jasper was fine, but Isabella was choking on her own blood. Her ears, nose, eyes, and mouth was filled with blood. Isabella. I yelled, but when I reached for her, she disappeared. The scene changed again and was replaced by an evergreen-filled forest. I knew this forest all too well. Mom. I heard someone call. Mommy. She yelled again. Mommy, please. She said again, only this time quieter. I followed her voice to where she was. And there she was, like she always is. Her laying under the tree, her head bloody red as was her hair. Her lips were blue and eyes dull. She was dying, all over again. I'm sorry, so very sorry. I said, falling to my knees. You let me die, she yelled. I'm sorry. You weren't there for me. I'm sorry. I started crying. You let me rot in the grounds for days. I know, I'm sorry. You never told me goodbye. She whispered. I won't let go. Issa, please, I'm sorry, I love you. I said. Goodbye, Mom. She whispered, closing her eyes. No, Issa, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I whispered over and over again. Isabella's paw. I awakened to my mom cries of I'm sorry. What was wrong with her? I left my room and walked across the mini living room to her room. Mom, wake up. I said as I shook her. She tried to fight me for a few seconds before she gasped and opened her eyes. Isabella. She gasped. Yes, Mom, calm down. I said as I kissed both her cheeks and then her nose like she did Jasper and I, like we were younger. You were dead, she whispered, all bloody, laying under the tree. Mom, calm down, I am more than fine. Come on, let's go back to bed. I'll lay right next to you, okay? I asked as I pulled the cover over both of us. Okay, she whispered. Not longer than 10 minutes later she fell asleep. I stayed up an extra 5 minutes to make sure she was fine before succumbing to my tiredness. Thankfully she didn't wake up for the rest of the night. Matt's paw. I was laying in a chair next to the pool watching Jasper attempt to get Isabella and Rebecca in the pool. They were declining, saying they didn't want their hair getting wet. Why in the hell did you want to come to the pool then? He asked. We don't need to get our hair wet to sit in the hot tub. Isabella said, popping a purple grape into her mouth. Whatever. He said, then plopped down by me and taking my drink. Hey man, I said, snatching the already empty cup from him. He waved me off. Oh shut up, you didn't even like it. He said, which was true. Whatever. I said, you need to help me. He said, does it look like I want to get scratched to death by those two women? I said, already knowing what he was talking about. Do it or I'm picking you up and throwing you in. He said, alright, damn I give. Who should I take? I asked. My sister. She wouldn't expect it from you and I already promised my mom I would push her in before we even left Mystic Falls. He said, whatever, that gave me a chance to talk to Isabella anyway. Okay, let's go. I said, getting up. I stood behind Isabella until she noticed me. Jazz, I'm not going in the pool, end of story. She said, not turning around. I'm not Jasper. I said, oh hey Matt, what's? Before she could finish her question I grabbed her. Pulled her up, held her as if to give her a hug, turned us around, and fell back into the pool. Ah! I heard Rebecca yell as Jasper picked her up bridal style and jumped in after us. Well me. I hate you guys, they said as they jumped out the pool. Of course Jazz and I were howling with laughter and soon they joined in too. It wasn't but a couple minutes later that Rebecca decided to get back in the pool and throw water on Jasper. Bells was laying in the chair next to mine with her eyes closed, but I knew she wasn't asleep. Story time, I asked. Sure, why not Mutt? She said with a snark. You've been spending too much time with Damon. I said, well, he is my boyfriend. She said, finally opening her eyes and sitting up. Whatever. I said, rolling my eyes. You say that a lot. She said, I try not to care too much. I said, good, you'll make a perfect Whitlock, you know. She asked, really? That's a compliment I guess, since the Whitlocks seems to be the sanest family here. Though you do seem to be the most ruthless. I said, yeah, well, one Whitlock used to be a Michelson, so that's enough explanation there. 3 of them, Char, Peter, and Jazz, were in a war most of their lives, and I'm just a bitch. She said with a smile. And I'll just fit in perfectly. I asked, like the last piece of the puzzle. She said, smiling and squeezing my hand. She doesn't seem to like me anymore. I said, nodding to Rebecca, who was currently on Jasper's shoulders. She does, trust me she does, it's just that the alcohol killed her verbal filter last night. I said, it's just seems had all my girlfriends are leaving me for something supernatural. Elena for Stefan, who's a vampire, and Caroline for Tyler, who's a werewolf vampire. I just can't compete. I said, finally letting everything out. That's because they wanted something that they could hurt less. Elena was doomed to this for just being a part of the Petrova line, and Kara's a vampire and she doesn't want to endanger you like that. She said, you know, for a bitch you're pretty nice. I said, shish, don't let that out. She said, too late. Jasper and Rebecca shouted at her. Look what you have gone and done now. I'm ruined. Shish. E said mockingly as she fell back into her chair. Well, I'm sorry for all that it's worth. I said, trying to look remorseful. No, you're not. She hummed. You're right, I'm not. Story time. I asked again, making her snort. Fine. Where shall I start? She asked. How about you just tell me why y'all left Texas and went to Virginia? We know that there is more to the story than what you told us. Then what happened after your death? I know everything else. I said. Fair enough, but in return you have to kiss Rebecca as soon as I'm done telling this story. She said. Deal. I said. She rolled her eyes at my eagerness. Okay, well, before I actually tell you the story, I should start with some background information. You see, when you were born in this world, you were born with multiple mates, soulmates as humans like to say. She started off. Wait, how many mates can one person actually have? I asked, shocked. Technically, to ensure that someone meets their mate one day, you have one mate in each type of species. Like when you were born, Matt, believe it or not, you were born with a traditional vampire mate, a cold one mate, a witch mate, a human mate, a shifter mate, a werewolf mate, and whatever else is out there. She said. Damn, I was born with at least 6 mates. I whispered. Yes, you were. The reason for that is because those species, I guess you could call them, were changed at different times. Lick. Say you found your mate in the shape of a traditional vampire and a cold one type of vampire. Technically you have a choice, but would you go for the 16-year-old traditional or the 35-year-old cold one? She asked. The 16-year-old because at the time she is closer to my age and I might have a better connection with her and there is probably a lot more older vampires in the world than younger ones. I said. Exactly. And any connection with the other vampire will go away instantly. Now on to the story. It continues right where I ended it. You see, when I said we were killing a lot of people, I meant it. We killed a lot of people. And what do you think would happen if a lot of people just started to die or disappear? She asked. People may get suspicious. I asked, unsure. That's right. And you combine that with the knowledge of vampires and someone or some vampire might get the wrong idea. You see, the cold ones have rulers like humans have presidents. We call them the Volturi though, and they do have a guard. Now you see, they have but two important rule: never ever show yourself to the humans, and never change a child under the age of 10 because they will not learn control. She said. Okay, I follow so far. I said. Good. Now, because of all the deaths in Texas, they thought there was a war going on. Vampire wars in the South were pretty common back then. It's pretty new. Civil wars were legal, but if there were humans that knew of the vampires, they had to die or be changed. Okay, so since they thought a war was going on, they sent their two most powerful guards. She said. And let me take a guess. They were cold ones and one was your mate, the other was Jasper's. I said. Correct. You keep up well. So now you see, we were in fact mates, but when we first started to acknowledge it, we, for some reason, started to see things differently. We saw that some people needed to die, just because we said so, and they did. One day a group of 4 vampires came to town. They spotted the 4 of us sitting down just staring at the village at the top of a hill. They knew that our mates were vampires and they wanted to kill them because of how young they looked. They weren't wearing their cloaks and their crest were under their clothes. You could say it was kind of comical because we all jumped up at the same time and grabbed hands. It was 4 kids against 4 giant vampire. But something strange happened. As soon as we made eye contact with all the vampires, they fell to their knees. The first one started to cough and cough and cough until it actually spit out its own unbeating heart. Then his guts before finally just laying there in his own pool of venom. The second one started to cough. We thought the same thing was going to happen, but instead a fire had started from inside her body and she just died from the inside out. We were horrified at what was happening. Apparently the third vampire was her mate, so he just crawled into the fire and tore off his own head. At least I hope that's why he did it. Finally there was just one vampire left, another man. We dropped hands after the third one died though. I think that's what made the vampire lose his connection with us. Or made him stay where he was. After that he left, to go to the rulers, but we found that part out later. A week after we killed the vampires they showed up. Not the guards but the actual kings. Arrow, Marcus, and Cause. They heard what the vampire had saw, killed him, then came for us. We were too young to be changed, but they wouldn't kill us because we had mates. We were going to be taken back with them when suddenly Jasper and I started to choke on our own blood. Our nose started to bleed, blood came out our mouths, ears, and eyes. The same thing was happening with our mates, only with venom. She said. Then stopped to take a breather. Wow, damn, just God, holy shit. I whispered, trying to understand all that she said to me. Trust me, I know. You ready for me to continue? I'm at the end. She said. Yeah, I'm good. I said. Okay, so as we were spitting out the blood and at the same time Mother and Father were looking for us. Mom had a feeling something was going on with us and she was right. She found us half dead on the ground. Arrow was about to pick us up when Mom flashed and grabbed us. She threatened to set all of them on fire if they didn't leave. The kings didn't know how to fight because they were always protected, and their only guards appeared to be dying. Even as they were dying they wanted to protect us. They were crawling towards us. Mom understood quickly what was going on. Gave us to Dad and told him to run. She compelled our mates to forget about us. Yes, we can compel cold ones but only for a limited time. After that the kings grabbed their guards and went home. The next day we were healthy as ever, but we were compelled to forget our mates, and since we were still a little weak we did. That very night the townspeople rebelled and set fire to our house. Mom and Dad didn't want to stay anyway, so we packed up and ran. She said, finishing her story. Wow, so you just glossed over that whole part the first time like nothing? I asked. Yup. She giggled. Wait, if you were compelled, how do you remember? Does Jasper remember? I asked. After I died, all the compulsions started to go away. Slowly, but was leaving nonetheless. Jazz does not know, not yet at least. The truth is coming soon though, I can feel it every day. Oh, and long story short, I traveled the world looking for my brother, who got turned into a cold one, to turn me into a vampire. And on the way found a lot more supernatural creatures. They're done. Any questions? She asked. Surprisingly just 4. I said. Shoot. She said. How is that Jasper has Alice as a mate if he already had a cold one as a mate? I asked. That's easy. A cold one can't have a shifter as a mate, and a witch can't have a werewolf as a mate. You just can't cross that line, so you get another mate in same species that you are in, thus Alice was made his mate. She said. Okay. Do you know where your former mates are now? I asked. Still guarding their kings sadly. She said. What are their names? I asked. I don't know. That I can't remember for anything in the world, and I don't want to go to that castle just yet. And the last one? She asked. Do you have a problem with me dating Rebecca? I asked. No. But don't expect me to start calling you Dad though. She said, wagging her index finger at me mockingly. I laughed at her. Okay, that's fair. I said, nodding. Matt. She said. I looked at her to see she was pointing to Rebecca, who was just getting out the pool. Okay. I said, smirking. I walked over to where she was standing. Oh hey Matt. Have you been? I cut her off as I tipped her back. Yes, I have. I whispered against her lips as I kissed her. Suddenly we were pushed into the pool. We looked up to see and hear a laughing Jasper and Bella. We grinned at each other and grabbed their ankles. They didn't even have a chance to protest as we pulled them into the pool. I pulled Rebecca into another kiss and sealed the deal. I didn't even have to ask her, I could see it in her eyes. She was now my girlfriend and mate. Alina's pa. Where is everyone? I asked Caroline as we walked through the mall. Matt is with Rebecca and the Salvatores are bonding. She said. And her kids. I spat. I still couldn't believe she actually had kids. With her and Matt. She said. Let me guess, they are all hanging out at the Mystic Grill. I asked. No, they went to Florida. She said. What? Why are they in Florida? How do you even know this? I don't know why, and because they said they wanted a break from here. And you are just now telling me this. Well, Elena, we can't dictate what they do. You'll get killed doing that. She said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. We could have used this though. Matt could have dagger Rebecca. I doubt it. He seems really taken with her. And you don't care. He is your ex-boyfriend. I said, putting my hand in my hips. He is yours too. He is happy. And you are the reason his family is dead, Elena. She said. Care? I asked. I'm sorry, Elena, it's been a long time since I've actually seen him happy. Let him have this day. Also, he told me that Isabella will tell him some stuff about herself. Really? That's good. I said. I doubt it would be about weaknesses though. That's alright, we just need a little bit of an upper hand on them. I said. Why though? The originals haven't attacked us since she has been here. Even Stefan is getting along with them. She said. Maybe she was right. Maybe they were just here to help. I couldn't trust them yet. You said Stefan and Damon are bonding. How and where at? Well, Stefan is more or less going to aggravate Damon into going different places and doing different things. Shouldn't that be the other way around? I asked. That's what I said, but no. I did hear from Alice though. She said something about Damon shaving off Stefan's eyebrows. She giggled. Oh no, my poor boyfriend. I giggled with her. He'll be fine. She shrugged. Suddenly it felt like my body just relaxed. Did you feel that? I asked. Yeah, it was like I was suddenly safe. She said, looking around. Do you think we were being followed? I asked. I'm not sure. We're cutting this trip short though. Let's go see what Alaric and Jeremy are up to. She said. Third person's paw. The girls didn't see the person watching them as they hurried away or as he grabbed his phone as it started to ring. Another man was on the phone and he was to report back now. If they saw him and his friend, or even knew what his job was, they would most likely be dead. A woman appeared by him, grabbed his hand and disappeared again. Something was wrong. Arrow's paw. Master Arrow, you called? Dimitri asked. Have you seen what the Cullens been up to? I asked. Yes, Master, the Denalis have gone back to their home in Alaska. Victoria and James also. And, he stopped mid-sentence. What is it, Dimitri? I asked. It seems that Jasper has found his sister, sir. He whispered so that only the two of us could hear his words. What do you mean he found his sister? She is supposed to be dead. I growled. I know, master. It also seems that they are no longer cold ones but a weird mixed breed. He said. We have to kill her. Our very lives are at stake here. I want her captured and killed. We are not taking her alive. I want her killed where she stands. This is not good. If they start to remember, then we will all fall. We will not have a repeat of what happened last time the four of them were together. I refused to step down from my throne. Alice's paw. Vision. We were standing in the middle of a field. We were in formation ready for something. A check-up from the Volturi. My Jasper and Isabella, with two other people, were standing in the front. In front of them was another person. It looked like a woman. The rest of us were there too, but in the spots where Elena and Matt was there was like a black fog covering their faces. Next to Klaus there was a person, but like the other three in front I couldn't see their face. And one other person was there. Who were these people? What was going on? Suddenly the Volturi came and they had their own group of people. This wasn't a checkup, this was a war. After a second everyone attacked, no words were even spoken. What the hell was happening? End of vision. Char, we need to go back. Like now. I said. Why? Alice, what's going on? She asked. There's a war coming soon. We need to prepare. I said, running out the store. The only thing I heard behind me was a gasp in her footsteps. Alice's paw. Vision. We were standing in the middle of a field. We were in formation ready for something. A check-up from the Volturi. My Jasper and Isabella with two other people were standing in the front. In front of them was another person. It looked like a woman. The rest of us were there too, but in the spots where Elena and Matt was there was like a black fog covering their faces. Next to Klaus there was a person, but like the other three in front I couldn't see their face. And one other person was there. Who were these people? What was going on? Suddenly, the Volturi came and they had their own group of people. This wasn't a checkup, this was a war. After a second everyone attacked, no words were even spoken. What the hell was happening? End of vision. Char, we need to go back, like now. I said. Why? Alice, what's going on? She asked. There's a war coming soon. We need to prepare. I said, running out the store. The only thing I heard behind me was a gasp in her footsteps. Now. Damon's paw. Damon, I will kill you, make you come back to life, and kill you again. My brother was currently hissing at me. Oh, shut up. I said. He was cursing me out because I held him down while two compelled humans shaved off his eyebrows. You look better this way. For decades I thought you had people living in your eyebrow hair. I snickered. You're hilarious, he said sarcastically. Well, I am the ultimate comedian. I said. You need to settle down, Damon. He said after a few minutes of silence. I don't want a wife, Stefan, I have told you this. I said. What about what Isa wants, you know, your girlfriend? Wait, did you actually ask her to be your girlfriend or did you just kiss her? He asked. You know you are getting good at being the younger pain in this ass, brother. I said. Good. That means I'm doing my job. He snarked. How long have you been on human blood? I asked. Almost a month. Now stop trying to change the subject. He said. Can't blame me for trying. It's not that I have never thought about it. It's just, and if you repeat this to anyone I will kill you. It's just hurts to know that if I lost her after we were married I would fall victim to the pain and just stop living completely. No, not this time, bro. I won't let that happen to you if that does happen. I promise. He squeezed my shoulder. Now come on, let's actually have some fun. There's a pool hall where snobby rich people play. We could use some extra cash. He said, clapping me on the back. Thanks, but don't think for a second that the subject of you on human blood is over. I said. So close. He said with a smirk before he blurred away. Now this is the brother I missed. Question mark single quote. S-POV. I made my way through the states quickly, I had to get to them fast. I was done hiding, they needed my help if they knew it or not. They were going to, and I will not take no for an answer. I could easily strike up a deal if I was talking to Elijah. Mate, I should start with him. I shook my head. No, Klaus first, then him. They didn't know the dangerous fire they were working with right now. After so many years and all the courage I built up, I was finally seeking him out. Klaus. He was going to need my help. Not too long ago I ran into his mother. I could have sworn I heard him say he killed her a long time ago. She was powerful, but was utterly stupid. I killed her before she could even ask who I was. Not like she needed to. Killing should get me into his good graces. If not, it's a good way to start. I needed to move fast, my body was slowly waning. I would need to hunt soon. Just a couple more states body, keep pushing goddammit. Elijah's paw. Today my sister shall be returning from her vacation. The house has already been straightened for her return. I stood up, today I shall go out. Brother. Someone called. Ah hello Finnick, how may I help you today? I said. Were you going somewhere? He asked. Yes, just to the grill, you should come along, you haven't been around town have you? I asked. No, I have not. I was hoping you could explain some things to me. He said pleadingly with his hard eyes. Sure, let's go. When we arrived at the bar grill it wasn't as packed as it usually was. So brother, what shall I help you with? I asked. All those people that come into our home. Who are they? He asked. Finn, I thought all this time you knew who they were. They're Jasper's in-laws. Jasper married a young girl from their coven. I said. So that makes them our what? He asked. Well, to Rebecca they are her daughter and son-in-laws, to Issa and Jasper they are their brothers and sisters, and to the rest of us they are our nieces and nephews. Carlisle and Esme would be our brother and sister. The same goes for our Denali family. I explained smoothly. We have such a big family now. He grinned. I smiled back at him. Yes we do brother. What of the Salvatores and their friends? He asked with hate glinting in his eyes. I rubbed my eyelids. I do not care too much for them. But they are still family. I sighed. Yes. Isabella is involved with the oldest one I presume. He said thinking. Yes, Damon. But he has shown that he is more than capable of staying faithful to her. I could have sworn that someone said he was a womanizing prick. He said laughing. That would be the blonde that Klaus can't seem to get out of his head. I said. Ah yes, think of love, I need to find Sage. I hope she is well. He said. I am more than sure she has done well with keeping herself out of harm's way. I said. When will you find love brother? He asked quietly. One day, I shall. And when I do you will be the first to know. I said. Thank you. He said. For what? I asked. For just being there, I guess. He said. Anytime. I smiled. At least I haven't failed you yet Finn. Cole's paw. Bored, 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 bored and even more bored. There was nothing to do in this boring town. Why couldn't I have been invited to go away with Rebecca and the rest of the little kids? Elijah was out with Finn, my poor brother was asleep for so long he could barely comprehend what he saw around him. I dared not go see what Klaus was up to, probably on this internet place looking up ways to make a girl fall in love with him. The doorbell rung and the door opened. I stood at the top of the staircase to see a beautiful African American woman walk in. Who is she, and how can she be that sexy? Elijah, she called. Well, brother, who is this delectable person calling out your name? Elijah, are you here? She asked. Elijah, sorry darling, he isn't here, maybe you could settle for me. I said, descending the stairs to her. Cole, she asked. Yes. Well, since you know my name, you should tell me yours. I said. Bonnie Bennett, she said, holding out her hand. I took it and placed a chaste kiss on it. Pleased to meet you. Now can you tell me what you wanted with my brother? I asked. He was helping me get in contact with a witch that could help me control my powers. She said. Powers? Ah, now I remember, you're a witch, and more importantly Alina's best friend. I said. Yes. Now can you please tell me where he is? Out. I smirked. She narrowed her eyes. I'm serious, where is he? She asked. Okay fine, he is at some place that started with Mystic. I smiled innocently. Cole. She tried to growl, but it was quite pitiful. Yes. I smiled. She sighed. Where exactly did your brother go? She asked. I'm sorry, which brother are you talking about? I asked. Elijah, where did Elijah go? She asked. This was starting to get amusing. Somewhere with our other brother Finn. I said. Okay, he's still in town and with Finn. Is anyone else with them? She asked, finally playing along. Technically yes, but still no. I said. That makes no sense whatsoever. She almost cried. It does to me. So how about you and I go somewhere? I asked. No. Oh come on. No. But it could be fun. No. Me, you, and nothing on. I wagged my eyebrows. My head was suddenly being hit by something. A battery. Who the hell threw a battery at me? When I looked up I saw my brothers had made it back from the grill. Please stop aggravating Miss Bennett, he said. Finn was just smiling at me. She was enjoying our time together, weren't you, darling? I asked her. Go set yourself on fire and die slowly, she hissed before following a laughing Elijah to his study. I think I found a new playmate. I smiled. Now all you need is a babysitter, Klaus said as he walked past. You need a longer leash. Oh wait, you need an owner first. I snickered. Ha ha ha, he said sarcastically. How was your day, Finn? I asked. He seemed to think about it before he responded, Baringasfuck but educational. And walked away. Well, that was something, I said, shrugging, then heading back to my room. On the way I ran back into Bonnie. If you wanted to talk to me you could have just asked, but this is also a good approach, I said, holding her up. Bite me, Cole, she said. That could be arranged, just tell me where. But I have to say I'm better at licking, I said, smirking. She groaned and pushed me out the way. Oh yeah, this is my girl. Oh, Miss Bennett, I called when I reached the top of the staircase and she was just at the front door. She turned around slowly and glared at me. What? She asked. Watch your back, because I will break you. And enjoy every second of it, I said. With a flick of her wrist I was pushed by some force from behind and I went over the railing. Of course with my abilities I was able to land in a sort of kneeling, crouch position. I could see her shoes and legs as she walked up to me. And let me tell you, it was a sight to see. She bent at the waist and whispered in my ear. Game on. Then she was gone out the door. I stood up slowly, a smirk forming on my face. Game on indeed, I said, and launched myself up back over the railing and into my room. Matt's paw. Ding dong. I have been home for all of 5 minutes and my doorbell is already ringing. Was I actually missed? I snorted. I doubt it. Yo Matt, are you here yet? Tyler called from behind my front. No, Senor Donovan is away right now, come back later, I said in a high-pitched voice. Senor Donovan. Matt opened the door, you idiot, he said, laughing. I opened the door and smiled at Tyler. Long time no see, hybrid, I said. Shut up, human. Where have you been, dude? He asked. On a mini vacation. Care didn't tell you? I asked as we sat down. No, she had been out with Elena and Bonnie so much I barely get to see her, he said sadly. Sorry, dude. So why are you here? I asked. Came to see if you were here, wanted to know if you wanted to hang out at the grill. He said. I don't know, I said. What's the problem? He started to ask B. Oot stop when he saw Rebecca emerge from the back, wet, with only a towel wrapped around her. Matt, have you seen my bag of clothes? She asked. I put your clothes away, they are in the second and fourth drawers in my room, I said, slightly blushing at the look Tyler was giving me. She blurred and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Thanks, babe, and left to go get dressed. Tyler said. What? I asked. Nothing, he said with big shitting eating grin on his face. What? I asked again. Nothing, he said, but his smile increased. Whatever, man, I said. So Rebecca, huh? What about her? I asked. Nothing, just wanted to know how that happened. He said. Well, it turns out that she is my mate, I said, smiling. Congratulations, but do you really think it is smart to let her move in already? He asked. What else would I have done, Tyler? My life is really falling apart. My dad and sister are dead, my mom is a bitch, and I'm failing my classes. Both my exes dumped me for the supernatural. I'm basically alone in this world. Now that I know I have someone that will never leave me, I'm keeping her as close as possible. I said. I'm sorry, dude, I didn't know. He apologized. I know, and it's okay. She's my girl and not that much of a cold-hearted person. I smiled. Careful, she can hear you, he said, smiling. I'm shaking, I said sarcastically. All right, your funeral. Care would have had my head if she heard me talking like that. He said. Our girls are crazy, aren't they? I asked, finally falling into a comfortable conversation. Yup, speaking of crazy girls. Watch out for Elena, she might actually kill you when she finds out you were with Rebecca, he said. Not if I kill her first, Rebecca said as she walked into the room. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, she had a corn band t-shirt on, skinny jeans, and a pair of Converse. Wow, Rebecca, you look almost human. Tyler said. Well, it's what I was aiming for. Plus these clothes are comfortable. She said, stretching. You want to go to the grill? I asked her. Sure, I could use a drink. And I want to see who is better at pool. She smirked. It's me, of course. Tyler gloated after he got over his initial shock. You wish. I laughed. Come on then, he said, getting up and heading to the door. She walked over to me and gave me a peck on the lips. I knew what it meant. It was a thank you. I gave her a huge grin in response. She understood. We got in Tyler's truck and made our way to the grill. So how was the trip? He asked. It was nice, no annoying kids running around acting like assholes. Rebecca said. Ouch, can't help but think I'm included in that little group. Tyler snickered. She smiled at him. Sorry mate, but you are. She said as she relaxed into my side. It only took a few minutes of Tyler's driving before we actually got to the grill. You drive almost as fast as me. Rebecca commented. Not as fast as Issa and Jas though. I smiled. I'll take that as a challenge. He said. Trust me, you'll lose. I snorted. As if. He said. Your funeral. I said. Can we stop talking about funerals before you jinx yourself? Rebecca said. Of course my lady, anything you want. I said, giving her a mock bow as I opened the door for her. You're lucky I like you or you would be 6 feet under. She hissed. I like to be under you. I smirked. She looked at me before she headed to the bar saying how badly she needed a drink. Matt, I heard someone yell. I turned to see Elena coming up to me. I smiled at her and gave her a small hug. Hi Lena. I said. Hey Matt, I'm glad to see you're back. She smiled. Thanks, but it was a nice vacation away from everything. I admitted. Here you go babe. Rebecca said, handing me a drink. I thanked her and took a sip, strong but sweet. This is good. I said, taking another sip. My own recipe. She smiled. Huh, what's going on? Elena asked. I winced. We're together. I said quickly. She blinked at us, trying to comprehend what I just said. Why yo, our toge th there? She finally stuttered out. Yes. Rebecca said with hard eyes. Since when? She asked. Yesterday. Now Elena, please don't overreact to this. I said. How can I not, Matt? You're dating the enemy. She hissed. Actually, I haven't killed any of you yet. Rebecca said cheekily. She's right. I said quietly before pulling Bex toward the pool table that was just available. I didn't pay attention to the face Elena made at me. If I did, I would have known the outcome of what was going to happen to me. Elena's paw. I stared in disgust as Matt pulled Rebecca with him to the pool table. How could he do that to us? Yes, they haven't messed with us in a while, but that does not mean they aren't planning anything. They could be trying to divide the group from me and have Klaus take me away so he could have his precious hybrids. Your thoughts are pretty shallow. Someone said quietly from behind me. I turned around to see one of the vampires that the bitch twins brought with them. He is probably one of their servants, poor guy. He hissed at me. I am not their servant, I am their brother. He said. Sure, you think they think of you like that? They probably really are just using you and you don't even realize it. I said matter-of-factly. Really? Because the only thing I remember are them asking me to do is have some with them, like playing a game or something. He said. Okay, if you are not their servant, then what are you doing here? And in my head. Last time I checked, this was a public place, you inconsiderate bitch. A blonde said in complete monotone. Calm down, Rose. A big guy said, I believe his name was Emmett. And for your information, we are having a meeting here, Alice Haw. DA Vision, and we are deciphering it right now. I picked up on your thoughts and said what I thought was needed to be said. He growled at me. It was then that I knew I should leave. Nothing was going in my favor over here. I left the grill, and when I thought I was a great deal away, I called Stefan. Hello? Stefan asked. Hi Steph. I said. Elena, is something wrong? He asked. Not right now, I'm fine. Hey, where are you? I asked. I'm at the boarding house right now, I just got back from hanging with Damon. He left to go do something. He said. Okay, good. I need your help with something, Steph. I said. Sure, what is it? He asked. I think something is wrong with Matt. I want to interrogate him, but I could use some extra vampire help. I said, pleading. This wouldn't have anything to do with him being with Rebecca, is it? He asked accusingly. You knew? I asked. Yeah, Jasper phoned me on his way back here what had happened. Look Elena, I know you don't want the idea that they are actually together in your head, but they are. He said, trying to soothe me. Yeah, but what if she has a hidden agenda? I asked. I doubt it, Elena. Let this go, he said before he hung up. What was wrong with them? Did they not understand that Matt was probably in trouble? I felt like I was losing my mind. I closed out his contact and pulled up my next choice. Hey Elena, he said. Damon, I need your help. I think something is wrong. Tell me where you are, I'm on my way. He said. Edward's paw. I glared in the direction she went. She was so annoying even for her generation. Calm down bro, Emmett said, patting my back. Girl is just mental. Yeah, I guess. I sighed. Now what did Alice say? Rose asked. A war was coming. Empty spots, possibly more people coming to help. He said as his phone's rung. What's up Alice? He asked. Emmett, okay. Tell the idiot across from him to make sure he leaves the house with his cell phone, and one of the spots have cleared. I face-palmed myself for leaving my phone. Anyone that we know? He asked. I can't really say. I know I've never met her, but she looks almost exactly like Elena except her hair is a little bit thicker, and slightly curled. She is the one that is standing by Klaus. She said. Please Alice, can you place a date? I asked. Okay, well the wedding for Char and Peter is still going as planned, and that's in 2 years. In the vision they were indeed married. Maybe a few months after the wedding. That's as far as it goes for now. She said. You did good, I'll call when you know more. Okay, bye guys. She said and hung up, not expecting us to say anything. What now? Rose asked. Tell Carlisle and Esme everything we know and see what they think we should do from there. I said. Let's go then. Em said. Tanya, come on. I said, smiling as she sunk in the last ball, beating Matt and Rebecca at pool again. She ran into my arms and happily chattered about the games they had played just now. It sounded like a regular game, but the way she liked to animate things just warmed my heart all the way to the core. My beating heart. Klaus's paw. Her image was on my mind yet again today. I do not know why, maybe it is because I am finally seeing how much I love her. Caroline. Tyler was a lucky fool, and if I knew she wouldn't hate me for long, he would be dead by now. Elijah ordered me to leave her alone. He wants no trouble in this petty little town. I remember when this place was the proudest place to be. The world's best hunters, and everyone had what they needed as long as they knew their place. We were able to fall in love if we so wished and marry with freedom, a lot less than this era though. The world has changed so much since I was human. I do not even understand why I am still in this little town. Nothing I want is here. I don't need hybrids considering how large my family is now. I have no room for them. Maybe going back home is what needs to be done. Not this home, New Orleans, the French Quarter. Yes, that place truly felt like home. The whole family could come and we can rule, well maybe just me. But they don't have to listen to all the rules per se. What a glorious life it could be. A chill ran up my spine. What the hell was that? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Someone was here, and whoever it was not invited. Come out now, and I might not kill you. I growled out. There was a light laugh from behind me, a female. Turning around, I was met with a set of piercing brown eyes. Katerina. I had her against the wall in seconds. Katerina, mind telling me what the hell you are doing here in Mystic Falls, more importantly my house? I could have sworn you ran away. I hissed. She didn't say anything to me, just stared. She gently placed her hand on my chest and a blue light emitted from there, that threw me back. What the hell was that? Someone taught you a new trick, Katerina. Very nice, but I doubt you will last long. I lunged again, but this time she caught me around the throat and threw me to the ground. Before I could get up and lunge again, she spoke. Lie still, Niklas, I have not come here to fight. She said. I recoiled at her voice. She wasn't human, so this was not Elena. The way she spoke was obvious enough that she wasn't Katerina. But I could barely make myself say that name that she surely posses. Tatia. I whispered. Hello, lover. She smirked. I am in bloody hell. Klaus's paw. Lie still, Niklas, I have not come here to fight. She said. I recoiled at her voice. She wasn't human, so this was not Elena. The way she spoke was obvious enough that she wasn't Katerina, but I could barely make myself say that name that she surely posses. Tatia. I whispered. Hello, lover. She smirked. I am in bloody hell. Now. Klaus's paw. Tatia. I whispered as I slowly stood up. Please call me Tatiana, it's more modern. She said. What are you doing here? How are you alive? I asked. I came to be of help. And your mother placed the spell of immortality on me, just in case she needed some kind of leverage over you. She said. That bitch, I hope she's still alive so I can kill her all over again. I said. Too late, she is already dead. I killed her. She smiled at me. I stopped myself from smiling even though that was nice to hear. I am not going to thank you. I said coolly. I did not expect you would. Now tell me, what kind of help would you be? You know how people say 3 is a lucky number? She asked. Yes. I said, not knowing where she was going with this. Well, for you it is not. 3 wars are coming your way, Niklas, each one harder than the last. I wish to help you and your family. She said. Why should I believe you? And why would you help? I asked. Redemption. She said quietly. Redemption. Fine, tell me what you know now. I growled. Damon's paw. I flipped through the pictures I had in my phone after Elena called me. I was doing it before she called too, actually. Each one had a certain memory that I was fairly fond of. Especially the newest ones. I liked this one the most. It was sexy and playful at the same time. Flashback. Guess what? Isabella asked as she continued to soak in her bubble bath. What? I asked. I was sitting on a towel on the floor watching her relax. We need to go out and do something, she said, turning her head to look at me. Like what? I asked, flicking some bubbles in her face. I don't know. I just feel like I'm being held hostage by you. She giggled. Damn, you figured out my master plan. I teased. Shut up, you're not funny. She chuckled. Really? 'Cause I can see that you are laughing. I said. Oh hush. She sighed happily. How about we have a party? I asked. No, you don't need to see me drunk yet, she said quickly. Why not? She shook her head quickly, smiling. You're no fun, I said. I'm surprised you're not pouting, she said. Damon Salvatore, do not pout, I declared. Sure, she said. I pouted for her. I knew it. She laughed. I liked her laugh, it was nice and light and made you want to laugh. Sure, I said, splashing her with water. She squealed, picked up some bubbles and blew them in my face. That's when I took out my phone and snapped the picture. End of flashback. The picture was beautiful. There was no word or words that could really express what this picture was. I snapped it at exactly the right time. Her lips were still puckered from blowing the bubbles, her eyes were barely open, you could only see a glimpse of her blue eyes, her cheeks were flushed with laughter and she looked happy. I flipped to the next picture. This one happened not too long after the one with her in the bath. The picture was of Bella and me, except there was a noticeable difference about our appearance. Flashback. Hey Damon, Isabella asked quietly from inside the tub. Yeah, I asked. How much do you love me? She asked. Enough to step out in the sun with no ring on if it were to make you happy, I said offhandedly. Okay. 1. Don't commit suicide, you crazy ass vampire, and 2. You want to pull a little joke? Sure. What kind? And on who? I asked. On everyone. Here, listen. And in the next hour my hair was completely white with light blue highlights that matched my eyes, while Issa had raven black hair with ice blue eyes. Are you ready, Damon Whitlock? She asked. Of course, Isabella Salvatore. I smiled. When Nig HT came, we changed our rooms so that mine looked like it was for a girl and hers looked like it was for a guy. When everyone wakes up in the morning, I could not wait to see their faces. Hey Issa, come on, get you up. Damon, what are you doing here? Jasper asked, clearly catching my scent. What do you mean, bro? I live here, this is my house, I said, getting into his line of view. He gasped at my appearance. What where's Issa? He asked. At her house, probably with her brother Stefan. Come on, let's go get something to eat, I said, walking past him. What? Oh okay, he said, squinting his eyes at me. He was probably trying to get a look at my emotions, but I had them pretty much in check. Good morning, guys, Esme said as she saw us. Of course we had to let a few people in on the plan to make this flow just a little bit easier. Esme was one of those people. Hey Esme, we said in perfect union. Perfect. It's creepy how you two can say the same thing at the same time. She smiled gently. Yeah, Jasp, R said as he slowly started to accept that I was his brother. Issa might kick his ass for that later. We kept that up for about a week before Stefan decided that he didn't want to play anymore, stole my licenses, and showed that we were in fact brothers. Jasper was mortified that he actually thought I was his brother. Our hair slowly started to change back as everyone finally figured it out that we were joking. They didn't actually think that it was funny, but what the hell, it was fun for us. I can so rock the white hair and blue highlights better than you, I mocked. You wish. Those colors were made for me to rock. She laughed and bumped my shoulder. No, they were given to you so you can get used to it, then let the professional show you how it's done. I said. That made no sense. She pointed out. Doesn't have to. Just know that I'm beautiful, I said, pretending to flip hair over my shoulder. I know, that's why I'm with you. I chose beauty over brains. It's not very common to have both, so you better be grateful that you found someone that does. She snarked. Funny. Real funny, I said as she laughed at me. End of flashback. The picture was taken the night we dyed our hair. She had my smirk on her face while I had her know-it-all smile on mine. The picture was printed out and Esme framed it. Of course, every time someone saw that particular picture they would scowl at it. Especially Jasper. It was dumb prank, well, joke. But it was entertaining to see how easily the two of us could corrupt their minds. We will never do it again though. Cole almost killed me when he found out the truth. Crazy psycho original brat. Though it was their fault for second guessing themselves. I pulled up to where Elena was and she explained her concern. I could see where she was coming from, and it did seem weird that they would jump into a relationship so fast. I had to check it out though. I don't want this to come back and bite me in the ass. Who knows, maybe original Barbie is just like her mom and wants to try and off her kids. One way or another I had to figure it out. The next day, Elena's pa. Right now I had Matt chained to a chair in the boarding house dungeon. He was glaring a look of haughty disdain at Damon and I. Yes, Damon did help me with this. He shared my concern. Something was really wrong with Matt dating Rebecca. Stefan had left hours ago and this was probably our only chance. Elena let me out of this, he said. Not until you tell us what she did to you, I said calmly. Who? Elena. My girlfriend. My mate. He yelled at me. Mate? I doubt she is your mate, she is just using you. Why can't you see that? I said calmly. Why can't you see that there is nothing wrong with our relationship? I asked her, he said, which was probably what she wanted you to do. That way all her tracks were covered. I rationalized. You're delusional, he said, shaking his head. No, you are. The originals are nothing but trouble. I said. Really? Well, were you thinking that when you decided to help Elijah? He asked. This has nothing to do with that. I said. Really, it doesn't. Elena, you are just a hypocrite. We all know that you have some weird fixation on him. He said. No, I do not. Without thinking, I raised my hand and smacked him across the face. A red mark was clearly formed. That just proves my point. Right now I think the only person that is endangering my life is you. He spat at me. That's when Damon came in and grappled his jaw. I think he did it a little too hard because I heard something crack. Matt winced but didn't make a noise. It's really rude to spit on a lady mutt, he said. You're one to talk. You claim you love Isabella but you're at Elena's back and call. I bet if she was to call you right now you would say you were just a little busy instead of telling her the truth, he said, though it looked like it pained him to talk. Damon defiantly broke something, but as long as he could talk this would still go in our favor. Isabella does not need to be brought up in this discussion. Damon hissed. Really? 'Cause last time I checked she was an original too, he said. He was right, Isabella and her brother Jasper counted in this mix too. They were all trouble and as soon as they all left everything would go back to normal. She did nothing. She never tried to hurt Elena. He growled. Really? 'Cause last time I checked neither did Rebecca, he said, but this time it was followed by a small groan. A little blood trickled down the side of his mouth. She was going to, I said. She would do anything Klaus tells her to do. Yeah, it sure did look like she was about to kill you. When she tried to make friends with you. Or when y'all hung out a few times. Never asking you about your plans with defeating Klaus. He said. You can defend her all you want but she is not someone you should be with. She should be dead in all honesty. I said. Yeah, well, so should Stefan and Damon. If it weren't for vampires you probably wouldn't even be here today, Elena. He said. Yes, I would be. I said. Nope, you're just a doppelganger, a poorly reincarnation of the original. He said. This is not the time for that. If you're not going to tell us about Rebecca, tell us some of the things you learned while you were there. Damon hissed. You mean like how I know why they really left? About the different types of mates. Or maybe the different types of alcohol. I think I'll go with the last one. The first is the Blue Lagoon. It's so good, he said, humming. Damon punched him in the jaw. There was another crack and a lot more blood came out. He just spit the blood in both of our faces and smiled. Come on, Mud, I know you don't want to die, so start talking. Damon said. I am talking, it's just bullshit that's coming out. He said, laughing. This might be harder than I thought. Bonnie's paw. Hey witchy. Someone said from behind me. I turned to see Jeremy seating on side me. Hey Jer. What's up? I asked. I was looking for Elena. I was hoping that she would be here, but I doubt it now. He said. Yeah, she was supposed to meet me here earlier but she had to do something. I thought as long as I was here I might as well have a drink. I said. Buy me one. He said, wagging his eyebrows. Nope, you're too young. I laughed. So are you. He said. Touché. I smiled. Look out, but there seems to be an upset original coming our way. He said, looking at someone. I turned to see Cole coming up. Hello Jeremy, Bonnie. He said, smirking at us. Hey Cole. Jer said. I said nothing. What's wrong, beautiful? Cole asked. Nothing, I was enjoying my time with Jer, when a knave, obnoxious loser showed up. I said, smiling. It took them a second but they figured it out. Jeremy smiled while Cole glared at me. You're not funny, Bennett, he said, wagging his index finger. Really? I thought it was. I smiled. Care if you I might just make you fall in love with me. He said. Yeah, when hell freezes over. I said. I think it's almost winter then. He said. I could cut the sexual tension with a knife. Jeremy muttered. Shut up and come dance with me. I said, grabbing his ear. Okay. He laughed. You're an ass. I said. And Cole wants yours. He snickered. Arg, shut up, you are so not funny. I said. Yes I am and you know it. He said. He twirled me around trying to get me dizzy. Stop that. I said, laughing. Oh come on, you're having fun. He smiled. Yeah, but I'm getting dizzy. I put my hands on his chest to steady myself. Oh come on, wimp. He said. I don't care. I said, trying to kick him. You're doing good so far. Jer said suddenly. Really? Wait, with what? I asked. Making your boyfriend jealous. He smiled. What boyfriend? I asked. He just wagged his eyebrows. I'm going to kill you. I said. Oh yeah, try to catch me, dizzy girl. He said, starting to run around the bar away from me. I may have been dizzy, but I could still use my powers. I made him fall a few feet away from me. I smiled and slowly walked up to him. Caught you, I said as I crouched and firmly placed my hand on his back. Cheater, he said. You're one to talk. I snickered and helped him up. Where did your original go? He asked, looking around. I don't know, I said, shrugging before what he said actually registered in my head. Jer, growled out slowly, but he was already running away from me. Douche. Ms. Bennett. I turned to see Elijah walking up to me. Hello Elijah. I said. Have you seen my brother? He asked. Which one? I asked. Cole. He said. He was here earlier. I was cut off by said person. Here's your drink, he said, smiling and handing a drink to me. Elijah raised his eyebrow at me. Before I could say anything, Cole started talking. Hello brother. I told you I already had something planned today. Cole said. So I see. Elijah said. I'll see you at home. Cole said. Elijah nodded before walking away. I turned to look at Cole, who was already looking at me. I hate you, I said. I know. He smiled before taking the drink he gave me and drank it. Thanks, he said before walking out the back. Across the room I saw Jeremy smile at me. Before I could be embarrassed even more, so I left the bar. I do not need to deal with that right now. He won today, but it will be different tomorrow. Damon's paw. I stood and watched as Elena continued to interrogate Mutt. When Issa finds out, she is going to kill me. He's not going to keep his mouth shut, and to tell the truth, neither would I. Matt, this could be so much easier. Elena said. What would have been easy? Was to knock on my door and ask me what was going on. Not knock me out and kidnap me. He said. Just tell us something. Elena said. Why? Why do you keep trying to take everything from me? He asked. A bit overdramatic if you ask me. I'm trying to keep you safe. She said. By killing all the people you don't like. Let me ask, you was talking about how the originals need to die. You did mean Elijah too, right? He asked. Of course she did, idiot. But the way she paused made me think my previous thought was wrong. Exactly, you can't pick and choose, Elena, it's either all or none. He said. What's going to happen when Klaus comes for my blood again? She asked. I am more than sure Isabella can stop him, and Rebecca too. Those are the two closest women in his life. He said. I don't want to take that risk. She said. Well, that's just selfish. I took the risk of staying here and helping you when you started to attract all these supernatural beings. He said. I didn't do it on purpose. She countered. And it wasn't my girlfriend's fault that her brother decided to attack you. And it's not his fault that it had to be you that was needed to make hybrids. He argued. This is going nowhere, Elena. I said. How do you get your hostages to talk? She asked. Torture. I said without a second thought. What kind? She asked. Any that keeps them alive but hurts like hell. I said, shrugging. Knives. She said suddenly. Okay, now I know she is a fucking whack job. He whispered to himself. I don't think you should do that, Elena. I said, but she was already upstairs getting her stuff. What the hell is wrong with her? He asked me. I don't know. I said. Why are you letting her do this? He asked. We need the extra advantage. I said. For what? Klaus broke the curse and only wanted hybrids because he was lonely. You see. Old see that written all over the Mont's face. He said. And you think he won't keep trying to make them? I asked. Damon, it's been over a month and no one has died or tried to kill Elena. Obviously he doesn't care anymore. He said. True, but they could be trying to catch us off guard. I reasoned. Really? Okay, keep up with what you're doing. I bet after this they are really going to try to kill you too. He said. I doubt it. I can compel you to forget. I said. It's all going to come out sooner or later. He smiled a smug smile. See, now I hope she brings a butcher knife back. I hissed. I didn't. Elena said, walking back down. It wasn't a butcher knife and it wasn't that big, but he's human and it will cause him some pain. When he saw her he just glared. He knew what was going to happen and he still didn't talk. I don't know if he's brave or stupid. Alice's paw. Are we in trouble, Alice? Char said on side me. Not right now, we aren't. I said. Do you think we will be ready for this? I mean, half these people we barely know and probably have no skills in killing cold ones. She said. Jasper and Peter can train them, they're our best fighters. I said. Okay, you're right, but will that be enough? She asked. I'm hoping it will be. Why the hell were we thrown in this? I asked her. I don't know. Why did they want us in the first place? She asked. Maybe it's because we have a huge family now. I said. It's not like we are all living together. And almost everyone is blood related. She said. That's true. But I doubt they would care anyway. I said. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe we need a change of royalty. She said. Flight A132 is now boarding. Flight A132 is now boarding. The annoying voice said on the intercom. She sighed. Let's go, Alice, it's time. She said. I want the window seat. I said. No way, you had it last time. She said, then started running, at human pace, to the plane. I ran after her. Huh. She said once she plopped herself on the chair next to the window. Bitch. Cunt. Whore. Take it back. She gasped. Nope. I smiled. She growled, then huffed. Hello. The person said that took the last seat next to me. Hi. I said. Hey. Char said. You're going to Virginia? She asked. Yeah, we're on our way back, family emergency. I said. So you've been there, recently? She asked. Yeah. Have you seen someone by the name of Finnick? She asked. I've met him, yes. I said, confused. Good, he is a very close of mine. Nice to know this trip isn't a waste of my time. You're obviously a vampire, so am I. She said. Oh good. I'm Alice and this is my sister Charlotte. I said. I'm Sage. She said. Oh, like the flower? Char asked. Yes, like the flower. She smiled. Another spot cleared up in my vision, she would be on our side. I nodded at Char, who smiled. It's nice to meet you, Sage, like the flower. Elena's paw. Elena, I think we should just let him go, it's obvious he isn't going to tell us anything. Damon said after I cut Matt for the nth time. We have been here so long I almost forgot why we were here. I said. Then let me go. Matt said. Is the vervain out of his system? I asked Damon. No, even if it was, it wouldn't matter, it smells like he bathes in it. He said. Damn it. I drink it, eat it, bathe in it, and smoke it. Matt smirked. Damon snickered at the last one but stopped when I sent him a glare. What, it's funny. He shrugged. Come on Matt, why won't you give us anything? I asked. It's Al. Most as if he doesn't want to get rid of the originals. Matt, do you not want to kill the originals? I gasped. What the fuck? No shit Elena, that's why I ain't saying anything. He said, then looked at me like I was stupid. Are you insane? They can snap and kill the entire town. I yelled. So could you if you keep this up. He muttered loud enough for me to hear. What if we went after Rebecca? I smiled. And do what? She is stronger than both of you, and she is never alone. Hell Elena, all they need to do is push you and you'll probably be knocked out. He laughed. Elena, he doesn't care anymore. His adrenaline is pumping. He knows he might actually die and doesn't care at this point. Damon said. Shut up, your voice is annoying. Matt moaned. And for a human your blood is repulsive. Damon said in return. You know Elena, I just thought of something. You're worrying about the originals when the Salvatore brothers could kill you in the blink of an eye. He said. Stefan and Damon are different, I started to say, but he cut me off. How Elena? Klaus killed Jenna. Damon killed Isabel and fucked her probably. The originals killed people. Stefan was Jack the fucking Ripper. And Damon, I swell Damon. The originals are on human blood. Stefan and Damon are on human blood. He said. No he is not. I yelled, twirling the knife dangerously in my hand. Oh yes he is, you can ask Damon. He knows too. That got him a smack from Damon. Stop talking like you know stuff. He said. Oh deny and deny all you want, I already know. So Elena, how does it feel to know that Stefan has gone behind your back and did this? And Damon, once Issa finds out, you better bet your ass you will be single again. Maybe now the other brother can fuck you Elena. You really will continue the Petrova line after you do that. Then probably get pregnant by a man you barely even know. He laughed quietly. That was the final straw. I took the knife and without thinking drove it through his chest. His body lurched and he had a look of shock on his face. He gave me a glare as blood started to slowly pool out his mouth. Fuck you, he whispered before his head went limp. Give him some of your blood so he can heal, I need to talk to Stefan. I said, pulling out my phone. He wanted to say something but I just out my finger on my lips for him to be quiet. With the amount of blood he lost, all the vervain that was in his system should have left. We can just compel him to forget. Hello. Stefan answered after the third ring. I mean, really, what took him so long? Stefan. I said. What's wrong Elena? He asked, probably jumping at the sound of my voice. How long? I asked. How long what? He asked. How long have you been on human blood? I asked. How do you know about that? He asked. I made Matt tell me. I said. Matt. Elena, what did you do to Matt? He asked. I got him to talk. I said. Damn it Elena, I don't have the time to deal with your childish ways. Now where is Matt? Is he okay? He asked. He will be. I said, offended by him calling me childish. Fuck Elena, I'm on my way to the boarding house. Jasper and Issa was here with me, they left already. They been left actually as soon as you said Matt's name. You better not leave. And with that he hung up. When I walked back into the room, Matt was still chained to the chair with his head still hanging. All of this could have been avoided if he had just answered the questions and given us information. Maybe he didn't have the answers. Another part of me said. That would be a shame if that was true. I looked at Damon, who was looking at me. He looked a little flushed and scared. Did you give him your blood? I asked. He shook his head. Why not? I asked, confused. I know we had to torture him, but letting him heal on his own was going to take too long. Because his heart stopped beating the moment you picked up your phone. He said. Oh shit. Just then the door was thrown open and in walked in two very pissed off vampires. The twins, and they made it here first. They had at least a 2-minute head start before Stefan would get here. Double shit. Elena's paw. Just then the door was thrown open and in walked in two very pissed off vampires. The twins and they made it here first. They had at least a 2-minute head start before Stefan would get here. Double shit. Now, third person. Isabella and Jasper arrived at the mansion very pissed off at what they heard on the phone. Nothing though could have prepared them for what they were about to see. They ignored the door that they just busted through. Their eyes were on their friend. It wasn't hard for them to realize that he was dead. He was Jew. Saint too still, and he had no eyes turned red upon seeing Elena and Damon, obviously the ones to have killed him. Isabella charged at Elena while Jasper went after Damon. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she yelled at Elena. The only response she got was a flinch as the girl tried to put some space between the two of them. Jasper threw Damon into a wall, ripped off a chair leg, and staked him in the thigh. Damon groans. Elena gasps as she looks at the smirk Jasper sends her way. He enjoys giving him pain, and she could only guess what Isabella was going to do to her. Girls were known to be a low-key more pissed off and creative than guys. Elena was too busy watching Jasper that she didn't notice Bella picking up a random lamp and hitting her over the head. Her mind went blank for a few seconds. In those few seconds her body sagged and she fell to the floor. Bella walked up smiling and rolled her on her back with a nicely placed kick. Jasper was contemplating what he should do next when he got a text from his brother. "To J. From T.W. Pencil sharpener and pencils upstairs, third door down to the left." Bella was waiting for him to say something, but instead he disappeared upstairs. She shrugged. She didn't care as long as she could continue fucking over the bitchy doppelganger. She placed her foot on Elena's chest smirking. "I should kill you where you lay." The doppelganger gasped. "Aisa," came the weak response of Damon. Of course he couldn't do anything else. Jasper had come down with a bunch of freshly sharpened pencils in each hand. Moving over to Damon, he staked him in both his ears. Isabella stepped on Elena's leg, effectively breaking it, ignoring Elena's screams. Jasper smiled wickedly, picking up 3 pencils and with accuracy stakes Damon in his well, you know, somewhere. A boy never wants a girl's foot to connect. Damon howls while Jasper smirks at him. Isabella tilts her head to the side and curses. "Stefan is about to get here. I know, I can hear him too." Jasper snaps Damon's neck. "You're lucky, girl." Jasper disappears off somewhere, but not too far. Elena cries at her words, but not with joy. Isabella bites her wrist and shoves it to Elena. She involuntarily gulps down the blood. Jasper returns with a shovel the same time Damon wakes up confused. Isabella flashes over to her brother and takes the shovel. She hits Elena on the ribs, breaking just about all of them. Then made her way to Damon. He looks up at her, though she can't read the expression that is on his face. She flips the shovel over and drives it through his abdominal. Jasper takes 2 pencils and stakes Damon's hands down. Elena is unconscious and Damon can't move. This is what Stefan takes in when he bursts in. Isabella moves over to Matt and pulls the knife out while Jasper picks him up. Street. Ethan makes his way to his girlfriend, then looks to Jasper and Isabella, seeing their eyes flash with hate and pain. "Don't give her your blood." "I gave her mine. It works a little slower, but giving her yours would only kill her." She smirked at him and they left with Matt. He sighed and took the stakes out of Damon. Seeing them bleeding, he runs a shower, washes most of the blood off them, and lays them down. He shakes his head. "You two probably just caused a lot of unneeded deaths." With that he left the room, disgusted with his brother and ex-girlfriend. Isabella's paw. "We ran until just a few feet away from the original mansion. Jasper nodded at me and I nodded back. I walked into the house. Mother zoomed down the stairs and smiled at me. 'Hello, darling,' she said. She sniffed the air and her smile got even bigger. 'Ah, good, Matt is here. I haven't seen him all day.' I frowned and looked down. 'What's wrong?' she asked. She lifted my chin and frowned. 'Did something happen?' She pulled herself back and looked me over, pinching me randomly. 'I don't see anything,' she said, confused. 'I'm sorry.' I finally say. 'What's wrong?' she asked again. I wasn't fast enough. 'Fast enough for what? What is wrong?' Her voice was laced with so much worry. The rest of the family came down, including a girl that looked exactly like Elena. I growl at her before I could stop myself. 'What's wrong?' Klaus asked. 'Who is she?' 'Tatiana. Elena and Catherine's ancestor,' he said. 'I feel sorry for you.' I told her. 'Why?' she asked. 'Your descendants are assholes.' She sighs. 'I know. Is that blood?' Finn asked, suddenly making me stiffen. Did something happen? Mother asked yet again. Jasper. I whispered. He walked in carrying Matt. The originals froze. Matt. Mother asked, walking over to him and touching his face. He's cold, she stated, looking at Jasper confused. Why is he cold? I'll run him a bath. Mother. Jasper said. She paused and turned back around. He shook his head at her. He doesn't need a bath, Becca. Cole whispered. But he's cold. He'll be better after a bath. Mom. I'm sorry. I say. Nothing is wrong, he just needs a bath. Sister, please. Elijah said, trying to reason with her. Please what, Elijah? She yelled at him. Please accept what you see in front of you. He said. She got a blank expression on her face, dropped to her knees, and didn't move. At all. Mom. I finally whispered. I'm going to run him a bath. She said, her voice void of all emotion. Rebecca, Uncle Nico began but got cut off. I know he's dead, I just want the blood washed off of him. She left to go upstairs. What happened? Finn asked. My ex-boyfriend and the doppelganger happened. I said. I was afraid you would say that. Nico said. Yeah, well, it's not exactly easy for me to say. It's all my fault, I said as all the pain finally gets too much for me. The tears I wanted to keep away practically flew down my cheeks. You must be bloody mad to actually think that, Isabella. It's their fault, not yours. Cole growled. I didn't listen to him, it was my fault. I didn't think his friends would turn on him. I thought he was safe. I was wrong. So fucking wrong. She's going into self-loathing mode. Jasper sighs. Why would she believe it was her fault? Nico asked. Because it was her boyfriend, so she feels responsible. Jasper answered. That's ludicrous. Nico hissed. The water is ready, Isabella. Mom said to me. I stood up, grabbed Matt and went to Mother. She is going to cling to Mother now. Jasper said. I think we should pay Damon a visit. Cole said. I doubt he is up for one. Jasper said. I watched as Mother stripped Matt and submerged him in bubbles. I'm sorry. I said. It is not your fault. You have nothing to feel sorry for. She said. My boyfriend killed your mate. I said. I could hear Cole laughing at whatever Jasper said. And him and the doppelganger shall pay. I nodded at her words. She hugged me. I shall be fine. I nodded again. My mother did not deserve this. I'm getting Matt back even if it kills me. Bonnie's paw. Elijah sat down at my booth sitting across from me. Good evening, Miss Bennett, he said. Hello, Elijah. Why'd you call me? Well, I hate to say, but this isn't a social call. I looked at him bemused. Then why'd you call me? He looked me in the eye. Your friend Matt is dead. I froze. He did not just say what I thought he said. I narrowed my eyes at him. You're lying. And why would I lie to you about something like that? He asked, raising his eyebrow. Cole probably put you up to it. But I knew as I said those words they weren't true. As if I would join Cole in his childish games. He said. When, where, how, and who? I asked. A couple of hours ago. At the Salvatore's house. A knife to the heart, plus a lot of bleeding and internal damage. Damon and Elena. He said the last part quietly. The glass in my hand broke. Damon and Elena. I knew they didn't take the knife in both their hands and kill him. Which one was it? I asked, though I had a good idea of who it was. Bonnie, I don't think. I cut him off. I asked you a question, Elijah. He sighed. Only Elena's scent was in the knife. I'm going to kill her. No, I think we've had enough deaths for today. Why? Why'd she do it? I asked. I don't think she approved. He said. Approve of what? Of the fact that he loved my sister. I paused. You need to get that hand clean. He said. Shit, there was glass in my hands everywhere, but thankfully very little blood. I excused myself to the bathroom, cleaned my hand, and looked at myself in the mirror. I wanted to say that I looked strong and my feelings were under control and my tears weren't about to burst would mean I was lying though. I opened one of the stalls and walked in. I sat down and did what I usually did when I thought of Grams and the fact that my mom left me. I curled up and cried. I cried for my Grams, cried for my mom, for Matt, for myself. And for the fact that I knew I wouldn't be crying if I hadn't befriended Elena. Why hadn't I seen it earlier? My family was all but gone, Matt's family was all but gone along with him. Caroline's a vampire, Tyler is a hybrid, Jeremy's parents are dead, almost everyone was dead. God, we were all listening to an 18-year-old girl dating a fucking vampire. Why were all our lives so fucked up? I stood up and exited. Looking in the mirror, I put a new definition to looking like shit. I had to see her. I ran out the bathroom and out the bar, all the while feeling Elijah's eyes on me. He must have heard me crying. When I made it there, I didn't bother knocking, it was never locked. "Hey there, witchy," Damon said. I didn't think I just used all the power I had and gave him an aneurysm. He dropped to his knees, blood coming out his ears, eyes, and nose. After a minute he fell to the floor unconscious. I stormed up the stairs and opened Stefan's door to see Elena laying down. She smiled when she saw me. I walked up to her and slapped it off her face. "Bonnie," she asked. "How could you, Elena? What are you talking about? You killed Matt." "Elena," I yelled. "It was an accident," she whispered. I felt something snap inside me. Elena was thrown off the bed and on the floor. An accident. An accident is walking into someone in the hallway, not putting a knife in them because they are with someone you don't like. "Bonnie, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. How would you feel if I killed Jeremy?" I asked. "Please don't," she pleaded. "Of course I won't. I have common sense unlike you. The originals were leaving us alone. They didn't care about you anymore." I paused. "That's what it was, wasn't it? You couldn't handle the fact that no one was paying any attention to you. The originals stayed away. Damon was in an actual relationship and everything was going good. They were all leaving me for those evil twins." She yelled. "Evil twins? You mean Jasper and Isabella? They didn't do anything to you." "Yes, they were a little closer to Damon and Stefan, but newsflash, Elena, they knew each other when they were kids," I said. She had Damon and Jasper was slowly becoming Stefan's new best friend and would always go see him and hang out. "What now? Stefan is not allowed to have friends?" I asked incredibly. "I couldn't lose him too, Bonnie," she said. "Well, I hope you're proud of yourself. Now all you have is Damon for all I know." I turned around to leave. "Bonnie, stop," she yelled. I used my magic and pushed her against the wall. Hard. "Goodbye." I walked downstairs to see Stefan reading a book. "Bye, Steph," I said. "See ya, Bonnie. Can you close the door on your way out, please?" he said, not looking up from the book. I closed the door and left. Elena was not the girl that I once knew. I don't think she ever will be again. With that thought I drove away. Maybe that day at the bridge, she should have died with her parents. I took out my phone and called Elijah. He answered on the first ring. "Hello, Bonnie," he said. "Where is he?" "He's here. My sister and Isabella just laid him down on the sofa." "How bad does he look?" "I'm on my way. He isn't that bad now. They cleaned him up and changed his clothes." "Okay. I'll be there in 10. I hung up. None of this seemed real. I want to just wake up and this all be a long, very long, dream and I'm just having a post-junior year nightmare. Though I know I'm not that lucky. When I pulled up, the door was already open, so I just walked in. "Bonnie." Jasper nodded. "Hi, Jasper. Do you want to see him?" "Yes, please. Follow me, he's in the living room." When I walked through the door, only Rebecca and Isabella was in the room with Matt. Before going to him, I gave Rebecca a hug. Even if she was supposed to be the enemy, even she cared for Matt more than Elena. After that I walked over to him. He didn't even look like he was dead. I had to bite my tongue, because I was about to ask them if they heard a heartbeat. After a while Isabella gasped and shook her head. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," was all she was muttering. "Care to elaborate?" Jasper asked. "How old was Matt?" 17, right?" she asked. "Yeah, why?" I asked. "He isn't too old then," she whispered. "Too old for what?" Rebecca asked. It seemed like Jasper caught on to what she was talking about though. "But that's a long time to wait," he said. "Not if we can find him," she said. "Bonnie?" he asked her. "Yes," she said. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Rebecca asked. "I'm a hybrid mother. Half vampire, half afterling. I already told you what an afterling was. Anyway, they give you a few days to decide. I'm pretty sure he hasn't decided yet. If we can find him, we can put him back in his body," she said. "You mean find his soul?" I asked, confused. "More like find his ghost form. Trust me, it's complicated. You won't get it unless you were in the same situation," she said. "So you want me to find him? Let me help too though," she said. "How will you be able to help?" I asked. "I have some witch powers. They're pretty basic, but still." She shrugged. "Okay, we'll do it then. Here, Yes, we need 4 vanilla candles, some sage, purple incense, something that belonged to Matt, and some of your blood. Well, I have the candles and maybe some sage, she said, thinking. What about the stuff that Esther used? Rebecca supplied. Isabella ran to the room and came back smiling. We are in luck, she said. After a few shuffles everything was in place. Ready? I asked. Ready. We grabbed hands standing over his body and chanted. A flat omni loco obscuro in angulo. Invenis scriptum in omni verbo atrementum amis Matthew Donovan ed adducit eum ad me. Corpus ed anima eius haberi iterum intor. Ut omnem recludum vincula auxilia bitur a. Liber sit. Quad fratres a ligula ratio et invenium illum, et tunc domum eius. Mors volumus referi. There was a barrier around of so that no can enter. It was made of blood, Isabella's blood. As we chanted the same words over and over again I could hear the sound of chains releasing. Isabella whimpered. The sound was getting louder. It was as if a marching band was playing on either side of my ears. It must have been 10 times worse for Isabella. You can do it, Bella. I said. It hurts, Bonnie, she said. Don't let go. I doubt she heard me. As I said those last words a bright white light knocked us back, we threw the barrier. My back slid against the floor and my head hit the wall. Bonnie. Is Isabella? I'm fine. Where are we? This did not look like the Mikaelson house. It looked like an interrogation room except there was no glass window. It's a containment chamber. I looked as her bemused. And it's containing. She snorted, as apparently. Just great. It's okay, we will be let out of here as soon as we are finished with whatever we're doing. Okay, find Matt and we leave. But where is? I found him, Isabella said. Okay, that was easy. He's behind this door. We need a key, she said, looking at me. Maybe we can forge a key out of our combined magic, I said. Or you can just reach me that key off the latch, she said. Okay, that works too. I smiled at her. She shakes her head at me. What? I'm used to things being complicated. I picked up the key and unlocked the door. A mass of energy burst out the room and we were both knocked back. This time when I opened my eyes we are in the Mikaelson house. That bloody wanker. I looked up to see a completely pissed off Isabella. She comes to my side and helps me up. What's wrong? Did it not work? She sighed. It worked to some degree. His soul is free so he can enter his body again. He has 3 said to do so, before his body is too ruined. Where is he? I don't know. But that bastard took my powers. Is that why you yelled? Yes, I wonder where he went though. That thought went away when her phone started ringing. Hello, Peter, she asked. I hope nothing bad happened again. Peter's paw. Hello, Peter. Thank God, she answered. Hey what's wrong? She asked. I don't know yet, my gift is telling me to go to the Wickery Bridge tonight for some reason. It gave me a specific time and everything. Something bad is about to go down. The thing is, if I go early my whole existence disappears. Alice called me freaking out. She sighs. Did Alice see anyone else at the bridge? No, just me. Everyone else was here or something. Okay, well Peter, you are going to have to wait. What time will you have to be there? About an hour from now, give or take a few minutes. Well, just calm your nerves for now. I guess go fuck Tanya or something. I could almost hear her smiling. I laughed when I heard Edward say, what the fuck? From somewhere in the house. What makes you think I'm in the mood too? I asked. Again I say, what the fuck? Edward Said. Language Edward. Esme yelled. Merde. He said. Edward Anthony Masson Cullen. She yelled again. What? I changed the language, he said innocently. Isabella laughed from across the line. How is he? I cleared my throat. Dead. My gift told me he was back right before I called you. I said, confused. He is apparently just not back in his body, and he took my powers. Why'd he do that? I don't know, it probably coincides with you having to go to the bridge. You may be right. And I'm sorry about the wild Damon thing. It's okay, Peter. I knew in the beginning that the relationship probably wasn't going to work. I was still clinging on to the boy Damon used. Yo be. I'll be fine, she said. You sure will. Just hang in there. You still have us. I know I do, thank you. I love y'all, Peter. I love you too, Bella. I love you more, Edward yelled. She chuckled. Take care of your mom until Matt's back. I need to go find Tanya. The hell you do, Edward yelled. Bye, Pete. She hung up. Language Edward. Sorry mom. He mumbles. I think we should call him. I said. No Peter. Edward growled. Who Damon? Esme asked confused. No, even worse. Edward Said. The guy isn't that bad. I said. Carlisle walks downstairs. Are you guys talking about who I think you're talking about? He asked. Edward nods slowly. I don't think he gets cut off by my phone. Hey Alice. Already called him, he'll be there in 3 days. Char and I'll be home soon, we're bringing a friend. See you tomorrow. Click. That takes care of that. I said. Where'd Edward? Esme asked. He took off with Tanya as soon as Peter's phone started ringing. Carlisle said. That meanie. I grumbled. Just go take a shower. Carlisle said. He walked up the stairs with Esme. Now that was disturbing. Tell me about it. Edward Said. I thought you left. I said. I did, but Tanya wanted to go shopping with Rosé. So she ditched you. I laughed. Yeah, pretty much. He sighed. Oh well, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Something bad already happened. How much worse could this possibly get? Careful Edward, don't jinx yourself. Superstitious freak. Arrogant prude. You asshole. He yelled. You ass scratcher. I yelled back. You're both ass lickers. Now shut the fuck up. Esme yelled. Well, someone's in a bad mood. Edward whispered. Tell me about it. I whispered back. Caroline's paw. You're kidding. I giggled. No, I am not. They are dating. Tyler said. Matt in the original. He has us all beat. Yup, Elena and the vampire. Caroline in the hybrid. Matt in the original. You should write a book. He said. I chuckled when I heard him laughing on the phone. Nah, because Caroline in the hybrid is going to take like 4 books to get everything out. Don't worry, Care. I'll help. No. With your help it's going to turn into a porn novel. And that's bad because. Ty, that's not funny. I said, laughing. Really, then why are you laughing? He asked. Because it would be rude if I didn't. Rude? Who are you and what have you done with Care? My Care wouldn't care. He cracked up at that. That was hardly even funny. That's been nagging at me since we first started calling you Care. That was years ago. I wanted to wait for the perfect time. My phone beeped. Hold on, Ty, it's Elena. KK. I'll be here. Thanks. I switched over to Elena's line. Hey Elena, what's up? Can we make this quick? I was on the phone with Tyler. Care, you have to help me. Elena. Elena, what's wrong? Her line went dead and Tyler was back on the phone. Care, what happened? I can hear you breathing on the phone. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry Ty, I have to go check on Elena. Call me later. Yeah, sure. He hung up. Elena. I've been spending much more time with her than I've spent with my own boyfriend. I made my way to the boarding house. Since she's never at hers, and walked in. Elena. Up here. I ran and stopped at Stefan's door. She was standing there with a book bag. A book bag full of clothes. Where are you going? I asked. Care, you have to help me. They are coming after me. Whoa, Elena, slow down. Okay. Who is after you? The originals. What? Why? Hold on, let me call Rosalie, she might be able to help. That blonde was a bitch and my new best friend. No, she is going to want to kill me too. She cried. I put my phone away. What? Why? Elena, did you do something? She looked at he ground and knitted her eyebrows together. Elena, what did you do? I'll tell you on the way, we just really need to leave here. I've never seen my friend so flustered before. Something was telling me that I should just leave her here. But I had to do something. Fine, I said. Thank you, she said and gave me a hug. We can take one of Damon's cars. She said. Would he mind? I asked. Don't you already know the answer to that? True. Let's take his favorite one then. I smiled. I laughed as I watched her roll her eyes at me. So where are we going? I asked as we were finally settled and started making our way out of Mystic Falls. Anywhere as long as I'm as far away from Care Lookout. I turned the wheel as fast as I could as soon as I saw her standing there. Rebecca Mikaelson. When I looked back she was gone. Care, Elena yelled. I turned to see that we were headed straight for the water. I forgot to take my foot off the pedal. I cried as we plummeted into the water. We were sinking and we were sinking fast. Elena was looking at me holding her breath. I pointed up and she nodded. We easily got out of the car and started swimming to the surface. But something was blocking our way. It was like a thick sheet of ice was covering the lake. With my vampire hearing, I could faintly hear someone on the ice walking towards us. A male, and hopefully help. I looked to Elena, who looked like she was about to die. As a human, she could only hold her breath for so long. Please, whoever you are, help. Third-person point of view. The truck had slid out of control as she tried to dodge the woman that was standing in the middle of the road. Too bad that they didn't know that they would be stuck for quite a while. The woman was gone now, but someone else was still there. He was waiting, for he knew what was going to happen next. He watched as the truck kept going, the woman driving clearly not paying attention. He cocked his head to the side. The passenger was finally telling the driver what she was doing. Too late now, sweetheart. Just sink your dumb ass to his way to the edge of the river. He frowned. The doppelganger just didn't want to go down. Oh well, it didn't matter, this was all part of the plan. He ever so gently knelt down to the surface of the water. His right hand reached out on his command, and using the index finger he touched the water. The water rippled once, and after it started to expand, a thick sheet of ice was behind it. Soon the whole river was under a thick sheet of ice. So thick one vampire wasn't going to be enough to break through it. He made his way across the ice. He didn't have to worry about falling. The ground was way too dry for that. Making his way closer to where the truck had stopped, he could hear her banging on the ice. He looked down. Right under his feet was the vampire's hands. Any other day he would have helped her, but not today. Today he had an agenda, and everything was going to be checked off. Please. He could hear the watery pleas, but paid them no heed. He cocked his head to the side, listening to the distinct sound of the doppelganger's slowing heartbeat. Help us. He smiled and shook his head, though she couldn't really see it because of the ice. She also had to continue to dive under to get the unconscious girl who kept sinking. She couldn't fathom why someone would be doing this to her. Finally, after it seemed like forever, the doppelganger's heart stopped beating. The vampire could last a few more minutes. In that time it should be too late to save the human. After a couple of minutes, footsteps were coming closer and closer. At a very fast rate. This was his time to depart. When Peter arrived on the bridge, you could see on his face that he was confused as fuck. He pulled out his cell phone. Hey Edward, how's the weather at Belle's house? Pretty warm. Why? Because the water under the Wickery Bridge is frozen. I mean completely fucking frozen. He jumped off the bridge and walked the perimeter. I don't see anything right now, I'll call when I do. A few minutes later he heard it. Thump, thump, thump. It was pretty faint but still there, under the ice. He followed the sound and found a half-frozen vampire underneath the water. Fuck Caroline. He pounded the ground with his fist. After it seemed like forever, the ice broke and the opening was big enough for him to pull her out. Are you okay? Why, yeah, just sea cold. Elena's still down there though. She shivered. He nodded and dove in looking for her. It wasn't easy since her scent was gone, and from the sound of it her heart already stopped. Peter finally found her just floating. A quick lunge, he pulled both of them from under the water. I'm sorry Caroline, she's dead. He whispered. She broke down, of course. But he could not be sad. This was karma acting on its own. If she hadn't killed Matt, she would be still alive now. The door to the original mansion opened and slammed shut. Rebecca was home and she was wearing a sad smile on her face. Mom, Isabella said, running down the stair with her brother at her side. They ran to their mother and gave her a hug. We thought you went out and did something stupid. Jasper whispered. She didn't have to have a good imagination to know what he meant by that. She hugged her kids back, knowing she could never do something like that to them. No, I'm fine. I promise. She let them go and walked into the living room where her mate was still laying. She brushed his hair out of his closed eyes. It seemed as if he had a smile on his face. Heaven must be nice. She smiled softly. Vengeance is mine, my love, she said, closing her eyes and placing a chaste kiss on his lips. As she pulled back, his body came forward and she felt as if he was kissing her back. She opened her eyes to see deep blue eyes looking at her. As is mine, he said, giving her another kiss. Cole's paw. We sat at the table, no one speaking. There was not much we could say, seeing that we did not have all the needed information out at the moment. Our informant was shifting uncomfortably in her seat. I despised Tatia Petrova when she was human, and I damn sure don't like her as a vampire. Well, are you going to tell us about the 3 wars we will be having to go against? Or would you like us to just sit here and twiddle our thumbs together? I asked. Cole. Klaus snapped at me. Shut up, brother, she called us here and has yet to say anything. Sorry if I would rather something more productive than play stare at Tatia Petrova. I snapped. Leave him be, Klaus. The three wars, yes, now as you know this is a big family which consists of several small families. With each family come their own conflict. The Whitlocks, the Cullens Denali's, and the Mikaelsons. She said. So each family has a separate war? Rebecca asked. Yes, but we will all fight together. With each war, certain people will be affected differently than the rest. She said. The wars, they have something to do with the past. Or something that we could possibly change in the future. Matt asked. Yes, Joe. LLY old Matt was up and well thanks to my niece and the witch. When I came home and saw him snogging with my sister, I really thought I couldn't make it out of the room fast enough. Past problems that we weren't strong enough to handle then, but we'll have to attack now. She said. When will the first one be? I asked. In 2 weeks' time. But, don't worry, this battle will be the easiest one. She said. Who will be the ones affected? Klaus asked. The Whitlocks, Jasper, Charlotte, and Peter. She said. I'm guessing this has something to do with the wars in the South. Rebecca said. Yes, but don't take this in the wrong direction. Maria has nothing to do with this directly. She will be here soon too, to warn Jasper of the battle that they face. She said. Maria is on our side. Klaus asked. Yes, do you know of her? She asked. I have tangled with her before. He said with a proud smirk on his face. Really now, so have I. She smirked at him before she got up and walked away. I guess this meeting is over, what a bust. I said. You need to go do something, you have not been productive at all. Elijah said as he stood from his seat. I would be doing something, but Bonnie won't answer her phone. I said. And when did you get Ms. Bennett's phone number? He asked. Yesterday, when I asked to borrow your phone. I said before heading out. Have you seen Finn by any chance? He asked. No, don't worry about him though. He is most likely with Sage at the moment. I said. I don't like that woman. He said. The almighty Elijah admitting he doesn't like someone. What has the world come to? I mocked before leaving. This is boring. Everyone seems to be something at least mildly fun at the moment. I could go find Jasper and spar with him. Then again he might be spending time with Alice since she just got back. I could go hang with my niece. I don't actually know her that much. She just broke up with Damon, so that might not be a good thing to do. Oh yes, let's go fuck with the Salvatore brothers. Damon's paw. I throw another glass into the fire as my rage took over again. Who the hell was this vampire that just showed up? Who was he to just come into the bar and walk out with her like it was nothing at all? Why the hell was she even with him? Jealousy is bitch, ain't she? Stefan asked, watching me. What am I going to do? I asked. Fuck a sorority girl. You know, with each year that passes they become sluttier and sluttier. He said. I don't want to do that. I said, rolling my eyes at him. Them go kill something. He suggested. No, I'm pretty sure if I slip up and do something stupid I will be nothing but ash. I said. Well, you are the one that fucked up. I mean, Elena died because of what she did. He snickered. You don't care about her at all, do you? I asked. No, I care about her, it's just that I wanted a bad girl. One like Catherine, but you know, sexier. He said. Shut up, Ripper, you're being an asshole again. I muttered. At least I might be getting some ass. He snickered. Sure you will. I said. You know, Ripper satisfies. He smirked. That was such a corny joke. I said, shaking my head. At least I can joke, unlike you. I can still joke. I said. Not with the originals here. I mean, Isabella was the youngest girl in their family. You know she is well protected. If you even want to smell her hair you have to fight tooth and nail. He said. I sighed at what he said. He was right, of course. It would have been worst if I had cheated on her with Elena and killed Matt. My nuts would have roasted over an open flame while I would be made to watch. Will she take me back? I asked. I wouldn't. He said. You're a judgmental freak. And you're a best friend killer. Fuck off. I said, getting irritated. You should have told that to Elena when she asked you to kidnap Matt. He said. That's when I lost it. I flew over to where he was and had him against the wall. I know what I did was wrong, okay. I get that, Stefan. I fuck up bad. In my mind I was protecting the people that I have been protecting for over a year. Yes, the originals were leaving us alone, but I didn't want to chance it. They might have been waiting until we were relaxed to attack. I didn't want to die, I didn't want anyone to die. I said, finally letting him go. You shouldn't be telling me this should be told to Isabella, Matt, and Rebecca. They are the ones who suffered the most. He said, patting me on the shoulder before going upstairs. You can't break a plate, glue it together, and pretend it never happened, brother. The cracks will still be there for everyone to see. I whispered. Then maybe you should discard that plate and get a new one. A voice said behind me. Hello to you too, Cole. I said. Salvatore. He said. What are you doing here? I asked. I came to torture you, but you seem to be doing enough of that to yourself. He laughed humorlessly. I don't have time for this. I said. Yet you had enough time to kill my sister's mate. He said. I'm sorry, Cole, what else do you want me to say? I'm sorry I fuck up badly. I lost my girlfriend and I doubt she will ever want to get back with me. I said. She shouldn't, but my family isn't all that smart, so who knows, you two will probably be together in 2 maybe 3 months tops. He said. I guess that isn't too long. I said. Yeah, just don't be surprised if she sleeps with that Peter Whitlock guy. Jasper warned me about them two being together alone for any amounts of time. He said. I grounded my teeth together at hearing that. I knew that they were close, but I didn't think that they were that close together. If he didn't have Charlotte, I wouldn't be surprised if they had actually gotten together. He said. That's not helping me, Cole. I said angrily. I'm not here to help you, you imbecile. He said. Then leave, go play with something or someone. I said. I would go play with Bonnie, but I have no idea where she is. He said. Most likely with her uptight British boyfriend. I said. Bonnie has a boyfriend. He asked, confused. Yes, but you should know that already. I said, rolling my eyes. And why is that? He asked. He really didn't know. Wonder if I should really give him this information then. I mean, he is an asshole. Because she is dating your brother. I said, not thinking of anything that I could gain from this information. My brother Elijah. He said. Yes, I saw them devouring each other's faces a few days ago, didn't say anything, just walked away. I said. Ammo. He said suddenly. No shit, I just don't know what to do with the information yet. I said. Well, for one, don't tell anyone else. He said. I won't, I know how this game works. I said. Whatever. I guess I should warn you though. There is going to be a tiny war coming in 2 weeks. He said. What do you mean by tiny war? I asked. Well, there is going to be 2 sides. Our side and the other side. One side will get their asses kicked, the other side will go home exhausted. I'm hoping to be exhausted. He said. So what? Is there going to be some kind of knockoff training? I asked. If you want. I mean, everyone should already know how to fight, it's just the staying alive part that some don't seem to understand. He snickered. I could use a good fight. Let out all my anger on something that won't come back to bite me in the ass. I said. Oh, this might bite you on the ass, just hope that bite mark heals soon. He said. Why is that? I asked. 'Cause you're going to get another one with the second war. He said. A second war? Why the hell would there be a second war, and why would I be a part of it? This second war would be tougher though, it will be personal. He said. How is it personal? I asked. Because they are coming after Isabella's and Jasper's head. I can't allow that to happen. He said. And it won't. I said. I refuse to let anyone kill Isabella, she was going to be my girl again. And fuck everyone that wants to get in my way. Peter's paw. I glared angrily at the person sitting here in front of me. Of all people for her to get attached to, it's him. I mean, the guy is rarely around. How the did she even meet him? Peter, stop glaring. Bella said, rolling her eyes at me. Yes, from what I have heard we have a lot more trouble awaiting us, way more important than me sitting next to Isabella. He said, making my eye twitch. You're right. No matter how much I dislike you, you've already seemed to have raised her spirits up. How? I asked. It was simple really. Flashback. Isabella's paw. I sat there twirling the drink around that had just been sat down in front of me, trying to ignore the looks that I was receiving. It was nothing too bad, just some guys that were trying to muster up the courage to be the first one to ask me out. In the end, of course, no one is going to be able to talk to me because every time one of them got up, a glare was sent their way by a man in a leather jacket. If you guessed who that man is, then congrats. If not, then I'll tell you, it's my regret of an ex-boyfriend, Damon. Yes, Mr. Salvatore had in fact followed me into this fine establishment known as the Mystic Grill. I would leave, but I didn't have anywhere else to go. Alice and Rose have banned me from the house after eating 3 bowls of strawberry vanilla swirl ice cream. I don't care what they say. That is the best remedy for a broken heart. My mindless drabble broke off as the door opened and brought in the scent of someone I thought I would probably never see unless I had to go and search for him. The person at first glance wasn't much to look at, but after you saw his eyes, you would be held captive by his strange red eyes. He was handsome with hair on his face which he refused to cut, since it would never grow back again. He finally caught sight of me sitting at the bar by myself. He sat down and sighed when I didn't say anything to him. You know, he started. I really do hate when you just ignore me like this. Sorry, after all this time I didn't know what to say. I said, okay, as long as you're talking now. Though I forgot how annoying your voice is. He said, giving me a small wink. My voice sounds perfectly fine, but if you hate it so much it gives me all the more reason to talk to you. I said, smiling though I could feel it barely left my face. All right, who do I have to kill for breaking your heart? He asked jokingly. On instinct I turned to the person that was also interested in the conversation that I was having before turning my head back around. The action of course did not get lost on my friend, for he had followed my gaze. He sighed sadly this time. I was hoping this wasn't the case. No, it's, and he brought his finger up to my lip to silence me. Unfortunately, some of the lipstick that was put on me came off on his finger, making him grimace. You see, eating ice cream was unhealthy, as Rose and Alice had put it. The right thing to do was get all dressed up and go to a bar. Thunk. At that sound I turned to see him sticking his finger in the water I had pushed to the side. Gross. Did you just stick your finger in my water? I asked, as he wiped his hand on the napkin that was placed on a plate that was onside my drink. I hate it when girls put this stuff on their face, he said before turning to the bartender. A glass of water, please, no ice, thank you, he said. Once the glass was in front of him, he dabbed his napkin in the water and gave me the look. This particular look means either one of two things: don't move or I'm to something crazy, or don't move, I'm going to do something crazy. For some untold reason I had a feeling it would be the second one. He wiped off everything: the lipstick, the foundation, the mascara, the eyeliner, the eyebrow liner, the blush, all of it. Nothing was left but a very colorful napkin. He pulled the twist tie I had on my wrist off before he worked out all the curls the girls had put in my hair, and gave me a sloppy bun. He leaned back and smiled. See, now this is the girl that I knew. The girl that would always come over to my home and force me out. She smiled for no reason other than to make people happy. You are the girl that even without makeup outshines everyone else in the world, he said. Yes, everything that he said was incredibly sappy and corny, but that was exactly what I needed to hear. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him into a hug. Now come on, the best thing for you is to hunt, not play drunk Barbie, let's go, he said, grabbing my hand and pulling me along. I smiled at him. Even when I didn't want to, he could always bring a smile to my face. Thank you so much, Alistair. End of flashback. Even with your old age, you still have moves, Peter said. Kid, I invented the moves your generation tries to pull off, Alistair said, smirking. Yeah, okay, he said, rolling his eyes. But we still have a lot more pressing matter to deal with, I said. Like what? Peter asked. Like me, said the redhead that was sitting quietly onside me. Oh right, what are we going to do with you? He asked. I don't know. I just want to see my parents, she said. Sweetheart, we have explained this to you 1,000 times this week. Your parents are dead. They have been for a while now, I said. But I don't understand how, she said, nearing tears. Look, I know T.S. is difficult for you, but you have to understand that we are trying our best to figure out what to do. Can't Bonnie just try and give me my memories back? She asked. No, because that would be a lot of pressure on her, and not knowing seems to be the best this for you anyway. It's how I got my memory taken away, she asked. That and you was a complete bitch to almost everyone you came in contact with. Peter grumbled even though everyone hears him perfectly fine. That was rude, Peter, true, but rude. She couldn't help it. Don't worry little red, I'll help you too. Seems like Isabella doesn't have a problem with you now. Alistair said. Was I really that bad after my parents died? She asked. Well, I can't tell for sure, since we moved here not too long ago, but you did kill Matzo. I said, shrugging. Oh, Elena said, bowing her head. Yes, little old Elena Gilbert was alive. Unfortunately, some would say, my blood inside her did turn her immortal. Now she is an afterlife vampire. I don't really know what to say about that. She is just as powerful as me, which isn't saying much since I have no powers. My life was just so awesome. The girl that killed my supposed stepfather is alive and my stepfather has decided to keep my powers. Did I mention that I will never get them back though? Yup, who wouldn't want my fucking life? Then again, I doubt anyone would want my life. Suddenly there was hard knocking at our door. Who the hell could that be? Jane's paw. We were almost there. We were going to be safe again. They will protect us, at least I hope they will. We can't go back to Italy. Arrow, whoa. Old kill us before he let us go back to him. No matter what we did or where we go, he will find us and kill us. They were our last hope. Alec, Afton, Dimitri, Heidi, and I were on the run. Arrow wants us dead no matter what. No matter what. That phrase kept going through my head. Alec and I remembered what happened. We remembered our Bella and Jasper and how we almost died. We remember our mates and we want them back. They can't leave us now. Dimitri and Afton helped us escape and Heidi would not stay if Afton wasn't there, so she ran too. We were all on the run and there was no looking back. I refused to die now and too. I don't know what to do. I usually know what to do, but not this time. I started choking on the sobs that started to come back again. We're almost there sis, just keep running. Look, it's right there, he said, pointing to the house we have been running for the past few weeks. I flew to the door and started pounding on it, but soft enough that it wouldn't break. Finally a male vampire answered the door. I knew him but my mind was too jumbled to actually think straight. Where were they? They should be here. Where are they? Then I saw her looking at us confused and shocked. Bella. Alec and I cried as we rushed to her. Even if she looked older we would know her anywhere. We each took a side and attached ourselves to her, our arms wrapped around her torso and chest. Alec, Jane. What's going on? She asked. Please. Please help us. We remembered. We remembered what we were supposed to forget and now he wants us dead. I said. Who? She asked. Arrow, Cause, even Marcus. They want us dead. We can't go back. Don't make us go back. Alex said as he sobbed into her neck. When they started to remember you and Jasper they were dragged into the dungeon and tortured. Jane had a rebodied part of her pulled off, then Alec had his removed. Dimitri said. The guards would play games and put some of Alec's body parts on her and hers on his. They would wait a few days before taking them apart and doing it again. Heidi said. We were told they went on a long mission. It went on for a month before we found them. I was taking a vampire to one of the dungeon rooms. I released them. Grabbed Alec, then called Dimitri, who called Felix, and Felix grabbed Jane. Afton said. Felix couldn't leave just yet, so he handed me to Dimitri and the five of us left. Heidi wanted to stay with Afton. I said. Felix should be here soon. He had to go on a mission and from there he will be here. So please don't send him away. Alex said, finally calming down some. You can stay here, I won't let you go back to them, I promise. Bella whispered as she pulled us close to her. I didn't want to go back. I don't want to ever go back. Please Bella, save us. Alex paw. We had finally made it to where we were always supposed to be. Yet everything was off. The connection that I once felt seemed so far away. The love and protection that once dwelled in my heart is still there but skewered. Jane felt the change too. The look of disappointment was evident on her face. We found out after only a few minutes of being here that Jasper was happily mated and married. Isabella wasn't, but she was in love with someone else. You could ask and she would deny, but the truth was branded into her eyes. I guess the good thing is that we can't feel hurt break. Once your intended mate finds a new mate, the connection you felt snaps. How long has this been going on? When did you remember us? She asked. Not too long ago. Jane was the first to start to remember. She saw a blond boy and called him Jay. I asked her why and she just told me that it felt right. I said. And then he said that couldn't be true because Bella wasn't with him. Jane said. Routinely Arrow looks to see who is still loyal to him. After he touched our hands he saw what we had said. At that time it wasn't anything bad, so he just let it go. I said. But it was nothing more than a few days later that Jane had started crying. No one, but Alec, had ever seen Jane cry. After a few minutes, Alec started crying as well. We didn't know what to do so we just left them alone. Dimitri said. What was the asked y'all crying? Bella asked. The pie. End of feeling a mate being ripped away from us. We couldn't stop it from hurting. Jane said rubbing her chest. Days later Arrow locked us in the dungeon and told everyone that we were sent on an important mission. I said. I thought you couldn't feel the pain of losing a mate to someone else. Bella asked. You can't but I felt you die. I was still connected to you and you died. It hurt so much. We think. When you died a big part of Jasper died as well. Jane said. It could have something to do with the spell. I mean you and Jasper came from one spell. The fact that you two split might have triggered a violent reaction. Peter said. But I died a long time ago, why would they have just now felt it? She asked. Maybe because the connection was being blocked. They would have felt it sooner or later. In this case it was later. Dimitri said. We were quiet for a while. I didn't know what to say now. We had showed here unannounced and now we were going to be living here. What else were we going to do? We couldn't go back to Arrow. Are we just going to mooch off of them for the rest of our lives? It sounded appealing but at the same time I didn't want to do that. You all should go pick some rooms. I have a few extra rooms I think. Then we can work on getting you some new clothes, probably some IDs, I might even enroll you in high school. Bella said. I think they deserve a break. A vampire said onside Bella. I might make you back to school too Little Red. Bella said. No, they should just think I'm dead, I could just live here for the rest of my life. She said. Or Alistair can take you when he leaves. Peter mumbled. Who says I'm leaving? I might like it here. Find a comfy cave and just watch everyone. He said. Of all places to live in, you pick a cave. Bella asked. Rocks and marble fit together perfectly. He said patting his arm empathizing his marble rough skin. I walked upstairs, to find a room to stay in. The ones that had no one living in them had brand new sheets still in the packaging on top of the beds. I guess this was a lot easier than I thought. Hey Alec, can we share a room? Jane asked as she walked in. Sure, it's not like we sleep anyway. I said. Is everything going to be alright now? She asked. Of course it is, Bella and Jasper will take care of us. I said. How long do you think they will let us stay? She asked. As long as you want to be here. Bella said from the doorway, here's some clothes. These should fit fine. Alice said you could keep these and I stole these from my Uncle Cole. He shouldn't mind, he doesn't really care about them I doubt he knows they're missing, or will ever know. She handed us at least 3 sets of outfits along with sleep attire. Why? I asked. 'Cause, you're a part of my family now, whether you like it or not. If you want me, I'll be in the living room after I give the others some clothes. Felix better be like we have Emmett or else he'll be wearing the same clothing. She said before walking out the room. Do you believe that E will be fine now? I asked. Yeah, I believe, she said smiling. At least now, we shall be able to relax. We didn't have to run, we have something now. We each have someone. Third person Pav. Maybe, I should tell someone about you. Maybe Elijah. A young woman said as she sat alone in her room. Why would you do that? It's not like he can do anything about me, a voice answered back in her head. He could compel me to not be able to hear you. She said. Sorry honey, it doesn't work like that. Please, just get out of my head. How did you even get in there? Do you really want to know the answer to that question? He taunted. Yes, why else would I ask? She rolled her eyes. Careful now, remember, the less you know the better. Just tell me already. Fine, do you remember when you and Isabella went to retrieve Matt's soul to bring him to life? Yes, I remember thinking that it was so much easier than what it should have been. That's right, and it was. The reason you needed blood to complete the circle was because the person who gives their blood is also giving away something for another. In that case, Isabella was giving up something to save Matt's soul. She said. That's right, and if I were to leave her fully now, she wouldn't be able to function normally, he said sadly. What do you mean? Without you, she wouldn't be alive and moving around. Does she still have her heartbeat? Yes, she has a heartbeat. But that doesn't replace anything. Her heart has been empty ever since she died. Her soul was tarnished when she was young. The fact that she doesn't really feel heartbroken over Damon is because of me. How is she alive then? Wait, if she was the one that exchanged something, why are you in my head, shouldn't you be in hers? She asked. I am in her head already. Currently I'm just pushed to the back where she can't hear me talking to you. But why are you here? Bonnie stiffened. Because for a split second the blood circle split and I was able to enter your mind and one other. Where did you come from? She questioned. I came from Isabella's heart and mind. I initially resided there. I have been for years now, ever since she was a small child. Why? Why her? I asked. All will be explained in due time. It said as he faded away. Unspoken by anyone, the very same voice reappeared into someone else's mind. Matt's paw. Something really didn't feel right. It was like FL. Floating around in space with nothing to do but think. Who would be so cruel as to do a thing like that? What the hell was he even thinking about? Why was he speaking in third person? Why am I speaking in third person? I sat up from my spot on the bed. My head was pounding with a headache. I didn't even know that vampires could get headaches. I wish it would just fucking stop. I wonder if I have a power to make it stop. I wonder if Bella's mad I took her powers. I bet she will be angry when I tell her she isn't getting them back either. These things are cool. I could freeze things. I shook my head. Okay. Now that I think about it, maybe I was fucking crazy to freeze Elena to death, or drown her, whichever one killed her. I mean, I felt better after she was dead. Ha ha. Something is wrong with me. I guess Bella was right about me being able to fit in with the family. But I also heard that Elena was alive. I didn't get to see her yet, something about teaching her things now that she was a hybrid. I swear being a supernatural is spreading like a wildfire. I mean, first it was a few people, now we have our own civilization. Arg, my headache just hit even worse. What the hell was going on? Matthew. Huh? I asked as I looked around the room but saw no one. You can't see me, idiot. Why not? I asked. Because I have no physical body. Trust me, I hate it too. Okay person, why are you in my head? It's the only way for me to communicate at this point. How are you in my head then? I accidentally got sent here while we were trying to bring you back to life. Okay, are you going to be leaving anytime soon? Maybe, hopefully. It stinks in here. Funny. I said. So are you having fun with those powers? How do you know about my powers? I asked, confused. I know a lot of things. Like I know I gave Isabella those powers. Are you going to take them away? I asked. No, you can have them now. She doesn't need them. She is a strong girl. And what I'm not. No, you two are a strong girl. Hardy har. You walked into that one and you know it. Why are you in my head, and how can I get you to leave? Well, isn't that the $1 million question? Can you just tell me please? Why can't I stay? I don't like that I have a voice in my head, it makes me feel crazy. You're a vampire, does it really matter? To me, yes. And where did you come from? Slight side effect from saving your soul. So save your soul and get a free voice. I'm not exactly free. I come at a price. And who was the one that paid that price? You new daughter. I shivered at that. I'm a father. How the hell do I go from a regular teenage boy to a mated vampire with twins? Actually, it doesn't sound as bad as I thought. I could be a better father than mine was to my kids. My kids are older than me though. What did she give? She gave me her help. She is going to help me become more than a voice in the minds of people. She will reshape me and I will become human, or a vampire. I don't know which one I will be. You are taking just her help? I asked. As of right now, yes, don't worry, she knows everything. So how are you going to leave my head? Go to Bonnie's, she knows what to do. I take it you are in her head too, huh? I asked. Good, you really might be smarter than I first thought. Asshole. I said as I got up. I could just run there, it isn't that far from here on foot. Man, I wish I was on the football team again. I could totally smoke those losers. Well, I could still go to school. This will be my last year, in high school. I might as well make the most of it. Everything seemed to be going good now. I mean, I have a girl, a beautiful girl. A family that won't just abandon me. I mean, these people may be crazy, but at the end of the day, they will still protect each other. Not many people can say that. Know that many people are lucky to have this. Soon enough, after all these stupid wars are over, I will have this, forever. With nothing in my way. My shoes smashed into the gravel on the ground, I just have to fight my way to forever though. Just for a while.